Hello, welcome to day 2 of CogX Festival. Just a reminder, if you haven't been here before, it's a headphone stage, so you will need to have your headphones on and they need to be green, just like yours. So, these ones aren't on, but if you press the button on the side, well, these ones aren't working, but if you press the button on the side, this button here, this button, then it will change. Perfect. Let's wait for you all. Yeah, if you press the button on the side, it will change to green. Where is the switch? This isn't my first rodeo, or is it? Here we go. Yeah, so if you keep pressing the button, it will change. There we go. Oh, we're all green now. This is great. So, take 2. Hello, everybody. You're red if you click on the side. And again. Ah! There we go. This is Networking 101. Perfect. Okay. Here we go. So, welcome to CogX Festival Day 2. I'm Charlotte Williams. I am the founder of 76 Agency, co-host of the Sustainably Influenced podcast, and the upcoming All-Consuming Radio 4 podcast. I am very excited to be back here on this stage. Yesterday we had some incredible minds sitting right here having the most incredible conversations. Today that continues. We're going to explore the metaverse. We're going to be talking about cyber threats specifically towards women. We're going to be talking about building businesses and success stories and so much more. Before we start, I can't go on without thanking our sponsors and partners for this event, especially for this stage. We have the GLS lead partners who are Quantum Black, who kindly, just over the way, have the House of Quantum Black. If you haven't been there already, that's where the free coffee is, so over there. We have Shell, PwC, our lead partners, BT, Lego, R2 Factory, Rev.com. We have our strategic editorial partner, Fabric Ventures, the GLS supporting partners, Egon Zender, Mind Gym and ARC, and then our supporting partners, Capgemini, Tech Nation, Responsible AI Institute, Kraft Heinz, Faculty AI, Bumble, Robert Waters, A2, and Reinfer. Quite a lot of people. So as I said, we have the Quantum Black, House of Quantum Black just across the square. That's where the free coffee is, amazing networking opportunities. And then also there's 2 talks. We have all the venues are fit. The meeting point for us would be the Lewis Cubitt Square, which is literally just that square there. And there are security personnel who will deal with this in a serious manner. Toilets, there are no toilets in this building specifically, but if you just go over to the right and down the stairs and to the right, there are toilets that are public and available to everyone, and they're very nice and clean. So don't worry about that. And now we're going to get on to our first session. So this is titled Science Under Attack, and it's with the amazing Jim Al-Khalili in discussion with Gaia Vince. Gaia Vince is a science writer and broadcaster exploring the interplay between human systems and the planetary environment. And I'm very excited for this conversation to start because I heard in the green room just over there that they're old friends, so this should be quite a nice little conversation to start us off. So if we can get a round of applause for our speakers, and hopefully they will come up to the stage in due time. Fantastic. Feel free to come up. Yeah.
And this is extremely important to introduce you to a man that needs no introduction, obviously.
He's already sitting down.
He's already sitting down. Maybe I should be sitting down. I'm not really sure of the... Sir, Professor, or Professor Sir.
I'm not Sir yet, no.
Is it not? Is it?
Call me Sir if she likes.
Well, he's got so many accolades that I would be here forever describing them, and he really doesn't need any introduction because you've probably all seen him on the television or heard him on the radio. He's a very celebrated, popular, bit of a self-selected group in a way, and scientists have an expertise that is valued and acknowledged by this group. But of course, this isn't representative of the general public, and we're moving into a society where there is ever more opportunity for people to broadcast to huge populations all kinds of theories and conspiracies, misinformation. And we are in danger, I think, of moving into a time where scientists are just holders of another opinion in this general kind of noise that's happening. So Jim has been working in this field for a long time and has some fears about this. Jim, personally, from my experience in the last 10 years, it's been a bit of a mixed bag. So, for example, some of the areas where science, some of the crises that we face where trust in science is so crucial, things like the climate crisis and the global pandemic that we're still living through, really have brought this to the fore. But in my experience, the climate crisis we've actually seen a reduction in climate denial and climate denialism, whereas the pandemic, we've seen this rise in anti-vaxxers, in anti-maskers and so on. What is your experience?
Well, I mean, to be honest, I think we've always had suspicion of science and scientists. We've always had anti-science in society. I think what we're seeing now is because of the internet, and in particular social media amplifying it, we hear every view. I mean, life was simpler in the past when you read one newspaper, you watched one sort of TV channel, you maybe surround yourself with friends, colleagues, family who thought the way you do. So we had confirmation bias. We've always had that. That's just part of the human condition. But we weren't exposed to all these other views. And so I think what we see now, when we see a rise, I mean, I think probably there are more flat earthers now than there were 20 years ago, despite the fact that we're pretty confident the Earth isn't flat.
But do you have any evidence? Isn't it just as equally valid to say, for balance, that the Earth is also flat as well as spherical?
I think that's what we see on social media. My opinion is as valid as your evidence, your expertise. It is a worry. So it's amplified a problem that has always been around. I mean, when it comes to the pandemic, on the one hand, I think, I've often said that it's, one of the few silver linings is that science and the way science works has been in the spotlight for 2 years. Not that people now know what our factors are and exponential curves and so on.
When people started coming up to me, parents at the school gate, talking about R values,
exactly.
I knew that there had been some sort of seismic change in society.
But simply understanding how science works, I think that's been a positive, that's been a good thing. Yes, there are those people who don't appreciate that science is about uncertainty. It's about gathering data and evidence.
Well, this is something that's actually really key, isn't it? Because there is uncertainty, and that is something that runs through science, and that scientists have a different concept of to the popular understanding of the meaning of uncertainty. Yes. So, for example, we have the theory of evolution. And we have models that produce uncertainty.
Yeah, it's just a theory, or if you're uncertain,
yes, exactly.
Doesn't mean we don't know.
But does it give a sort of window of opportunity to deniers and to the ministries of doubt and the merchants of doubt?
Yeah, of course, because they don't appreciate that. What we try and get across is uncertainty doesn't mean we don't know. It means we know what we don't know. That's a very important distinction. We put error bars. When we say we're 95, 99% confident about something, that doesn't mean, there's a 1% chance that you're wrong. Therefore, there were those people who said, hang on a minute, at the start of the pandemic, you told us wash your hands and sing happy birthday twice through. Certainly that was the rule in the UK, and you won't catch COVID. Now you tell us we've got to open windows and wear masks. Why did you change your mind? You know nothing. And so getting across that is how science works. We do change our minds. We admit our mistakes. We move on in the light of new data. So getting across how science works, I think, is something that has happened. But you're right. It does seem to be, on the one hand, the wider public have an appreciation of how science works more than they did ever before. that is a good thing. But at the same time, the democratization of information through the internet and social media has meant that everyone feels they have a voice, everyone has an opinion, and
we've lost the gatekeepers, and in some ways that's great because
Who are the
anybody can
gatekeepers?
publish.
Yes,
Yeah,
yeah.
who are the gatekeepers? How do we decide who decides what we have access to? And you know, there is that trope, you know, what the mainstream media won't tell you about COVID and what the mainstream media is hiding from you about whatever.
Yeah.
There is that trope.
Yeah.
But those gatekeepers actually have expertise. And so what they're doing is essentially filtering out a lot of evidence, a lot of material which is not evidence-based, and ensuring a quality of content. On the other hand, you know, it isn't as democratic. I mean, where are we going with this? Do you think we should completely remove any? I mean, with the internet we have done that, but then there are trusted sites, the BBC or whatever, which has an ethical duty to try and
and there
produce
will always
the truth.
but there will
as far
always
as
be
we
those
know.
groups who will say the mainstream media telling you that, and you know, the Big Brother or whoever, these scientists,
And
or
it's
they're
very
all gonna-
seductive, isn't it? Because it's more emotive content, and
But
you're
that's-
privy to some sort of secret information.
But that's always been the case. That's always been around. If we think, you know, 25 years ago, when, you know, the scientific community didn't stand up, you know, in the face of the MMR debacle or GM food, or, you know, or even, you know, even things like, and that was it. But, you know, once it's a new thing that it's just appeared, that suddenly this is this anti-science sentiment. It has grown. I think you're right. Democratization of information is a great thing, but our next step now is, how do we apply the filter? How do we know, because we're not all experts in these issues, how do we know what to trust? I've seen something on YouTube, or I read an article online, or someone's told me something. How do you know where that's from? We can't all explore and do our own research to work out whether that comes from a trusted source, or whether it's from someone with a vested interest, or some ideological view that they want to push. And I think we're going to have to make use of technology to help us with this. We have AIs now that do, that filter out our spam emails, for example.
Not very well.
Not very well, but I mean, I don't get the sort of the Nigerian princes offering me, $10 million.
I'm sorry, I've had so many offers only this week.
Oh, damn
I
it.
can
Yes.
share with
I mean,
you.
I think I'm a bit short of cash at the moment. I was hoping,
But I mean, this is actually slightly more complex, and there are ethical questions about what we filter out and what we don't.
The biggest example, of course, the Russian state filtering out every other view other than the state-sanctioned view, which is that they're not invading Ukraine at all. They're just reclaiming their own land back. And the Russian people aren't less intelligent than anyone else, but a certain large fraction of Russian society believes what they're being fed because the filter has been applied to only give them one narrative. But even in the West,
there is a cultural system, a cultural norm of believing that one narrative, of being brought up in a society
because
where
of
you do
historically.
Historically, whereas I think in many Western societies, people are more questioning, and for a start, they are privy to multiple different opinions and viewpoints and perspectives, which may actually be just as legitimate. I mean, even if you believe the data and the evidence-based science and the scientists telling you that COVID is an airborne disease, you catch it in crowded places, and so on. The next step is the question of policy, of what you do about that. And that is something which scientists and evidence cannot necessarily tell you. It is an opinion, but when those things get muddied about, should you stay at home? Should you have a lockdown? Should you have all your vaccinations? Should children be vaccinated who don't necessarily suffer particularly badly with COVID? All these decisions, even if you do agree with the science, I find I quite often have very, very different opinions from people who are also have a big science background, and who make the policies.
Yes, I mean, I think
so. It can be politicized as well, and that's
inevitably. I mean, and again, we've always had this. It's not a new thing that scientists, we tend to think that, look, here's the scientific evidence. This is the way things are. Why are you not enacting a policy that takes this into account? A politician will turn around and say, look, you're not the elected representatives, we are accountable to society, and we have other things to take into account. It's not just the scientific evidence, it's economics, it's public acceptability. There may be different scientific views. Someone says you have to do this, lockdown because, we want to, and then someone else says, well, if you lock down, there's going to be detrimental longer-term effects to the economy, which will have a bigger effect. So the policymakers...
So it's complex. It's complex.
But the policymakers need to understand the complexity and be smart enough to be able to take everything into account, because human affairs are complicated. It's not like me doing an equation in physics. This is the equation. If I solve it, this is my solution. This is what happens to the atom when I'm trying to study it.
And yet you have a role, because you are, I mean, not just a scientist, but you have a public platform as well. And so... to what degree have you felt that you have to step in and you have to play that role? Because, I mean, as we were saying a bit earlier, that this is not a new thing. We have had GM, we have had nuclear, we have had all sorts of the MMR vaccine, BSE crisis. We've had a lot of controversial political, because it's right at the very heart of us, a tricky issue.
I mean, there's from the trivial extreme where someone like me, has a large following on social media, and I will make a statement that's political, or I express a political... I tend not to express political views, because I think the people who follow me don't follow me for that. But, and then people even with sort of higher profile, people like Brian Cox, who has 3 million plus followers on Twitter.
It's not a competition.
I know it's not a competition. I've got over that now. But a little bit bitter. But when Brian Cox makes a political view, you will get people saying, stick to the science, stick to physics, Brian. Hang on a minute, we live in a democracy. Everyone is allowed to have an opinion. He has a big platform, and therefore he has a responsibility in some sense. But that doesn't mean he shouldn't have an opinion. And if it's an opinion based on our expertise, then we have a responsibility to get it across. We're not making the policies. We're not saying this is what's going to happen. We can make recommendations to government. I think during the pandemic, we did see that. On the lectern.
There was a big change.
There was a big change. Yes, you heard our Prime Minister bumbling his way through these press conferences, but on either side of him, he had people who knew what they were talking about, who understood the details, and they tried to a large extent to get across the scientific facts. They're not making the policy decisions, of course.
No, but that again, so in this country, we actually have, scientists are trusted, and science is generally trusted compared to a lot of places.
Absolutely.
That we've been, and if you just go east in Europe, if you go to the United States, there is a much larger contingent that don't believe in science, or don't hold science in regard.
And for different reasons.
But one of the problems with that is it's very easily manipulated by politicians. So we heard a lot of, we're following the science. And there is a risk then that scientists become pawns in government policy, which is quite often the antithesis of actually what they're recommending. And that undermines trust in science, because whether it's politicians by their behaviour undermining the science, or whether they are almost twisting what the policy is when they issue a recommendation, or they issue a report, an expert report, and then actually don't follow the report at all, but say they're following the science.
Yeah, and then when scientists say we never said that, that opinion isn't heard. That's forgotten.
That's forgotten and not heard. Yeah, exactly. I mean, how dangerous is that?
this term, we are following the science that we heard in this country, yeah, it is dangerous because it somehow, as you say, it gives an excuse to politicians to make policy decisions which are not scientifically based. And we've seen with the pandemic, in this country, we've had scientific panels, the SAGE committees, that provide the evidence, and they provide evidence through to the government scientific advisors, who then advise the politicians and the government on policy. But we've also had people step down from those committees because they felt their voice wasn't heard or that it was being manipulated. And there was, there's even an independent SAGE committee that was set up, said because we need to get across a view that we don't feel is being listened to, which is based on science and expertise. So there is a worry, but
there is a worry.
It's better than not having any conduit or voice to be listened to.
So scientists are held in high regard, and the way that we make decisions as humans and as a society is a large degree by following leaders, by following somebody with a large Twitter account, or following these influential people, influencers. But for every David Attenborough, there is a Joe Rogan coming out with absolute misinformation, which is followed. And these are quite emotive. They don't acknowledge the complexity. And I think one danger actually is that in order to counter that and in order to strengthen the scientific argument, quite a lot of scientists have felt compelled to also reduce the complexity to one message, which is super worrying.
Absolutely,
it makes me very worried. I don't know if other people have picked up on this, but it's
we've certainly seen this in through social media and we know that in the West, in the US, in the UK, and other countries, it's debates on issues that are complicated. You just want to shout. It's more complicated than that. It's not black and white, but very important issues that we should be debating and thinking about have been pushed into these extremes. And we know the issues, whether it's the transgender debate or anti-Semitism or Brexit or whatever, you're on one side or the other, black or white. And there's no
even
room.
Worse than that, your entire identity then becomes tied up
with
this binary viewpoint.
So you feel you can't stray at all on other issues
because
that are
otherwise your
to it.
tribe you will be no longer aligned with your tribe, and it's really
and if
bizarre.
you step in and you say, actually, you've got a point, but you've also got a point, and the truth is somewhere in the grey. I mean, it's not in the middle. It'll probably, if we had a debate about an issue and examined it carefully and rationally within our society and with our cultural and moral norms, we might find it's closer to one side than the other. But you're not allowed to say that anymore. You're not allowed to say, you've got a point and you've got a point. Because if you're not with me, you're against me. And if you're in the middle anywhere, or anywhere in between, you're attacked then by both sides. And so those people who tend to know more about an issue and how complex it is, know that they're going to be attacked by both sides. And yet they know that it's not binary. So what do? They retreat.
They retreat, and we don't hear their voices.
And what you hear is the two shouty extremes.
Yeah, and another danger, because of how science works, and because you can analyze very small parts of one very big complex thing, people can find data somewhere that will support their argument. They will find a peer-reviewed paper, which if you don't look too closely, is exactly in support of whatever crazy argument or whatever very simplified argument they have. And so I wonder, while we have all these channels and while we have these very extreme positions, people are very much persuaded by their group, by the tribe that they have found commonality with, and they found a home with, and so to leave that is uncomfortable and risks being alienated from this group, which they found an identity with.
They're kicked out of the club.
It's become very emotional. And really the idea of thinking for yourself and looking at the evidence is very far away. So I wonder, we now have things like fact check, reality check, these kind of the BBC has one, but there are plenty of these organisations which actually have they verify an argument and produce. How useful is that? How useful? I mean, we were talking earlier about this idea that which became an almost a belief, rather. It wasn't based on any evidence, this idea that some random chloroquine or whatever random drug could solve and cure, what the mainstream media won't tell you. Like they're hiding, what doctors are hiding from you, the one small trick to make you lose weight or cure COVID. Yeah. And then so there was the recovery trial set up, which is actually the best model of doing science. But how helpful is that? If the evidence is presented to these people, if the evidence of fact check and reality check is presented, will that change minds? Will it,
I mean, we have to
penetrate that?
I think what we can't do is give up and say that's not going to work, it's not going to change minds. The MMR issue was an example where there was no attempt to try and counter this view that one lone David was fighting against the Goliath of Big Pharma, or they telling you this, but this lone hero is trying to get the truth out that the triple vaccine causes autism in children. It has since obviously been realized that he was unethical.
One of the problem was he was given a platform.
He was given, exactly,
by reputable. Exactly. By the Lancet.
So first of all, there's a responsibility by those like the scientific journals or the responsible
Can you just explain, in case people don't know, how the recovery trial system works, and how unbiased it is against various random cures?
Yes. Well, first of all, I mean, if people understand how science works, then the way we fantastic about it was that they didn't have to look for volunteers to carry out a clinical trial. There were the unfortunate volunteers in hospital beds under critical care, and so all these acute hospital wards all around the country became part of the trial, and very quickly they realized what drugs might work and what drugs don't work. The public, I don't think, know enough about it. In fact, I'm recording a program today on the Life Scientific for Radio 4 with the person who set up the recovery trial, Martin Landray. So I'm doing my bit getting that across, to how it worked. Hydrochloroquine, which Donald Trump swore by, it was shown by this trial to be absolutely useless. Other drugs that we thought might help, things like aspirin, also doesn't work. I mean, for this, blood thinners and blood clotters don't work. So we learned what works and what doesn't work through doing science, through doing statistical big trial.
And some things dropped out that were unexpected. I think there was a steroid that surprised people by being fairly effective.
And you can't remember the name, and I can't remember the name either, which is really bad. But I'm sure people in the audience might know. But yes, so they did discover drugs that could save a large fraction of people who might otherwise have died from COVID. So they've saved, I think, 1 million lives worldwide through this drug trial, finding out what does and doesn't work.
So it's not just a proof of drugs working, but it's a proof of the whole system of science.
The proof of the scientific method as a reliable way of learning.
Scientific method as accelerating solutions. So it's not just the sort of evolution of trying everything and who doesn't die.
Yeah,
continues to try that method.
It's not about getting across.
Faster.
We are scientists, we're experts, we know what we're talking about because we've studied this for a long time. That won't persuade some fraction of society. What does persuade them is to show how the scientific method works and how a scientific idea compares with a conspiracy theory. I always say, when people say, how do you tackle a conspiracy theorist, if they think the Earth is flat or that we never went to the moon.
How do you tackle? Because that is an enduring issue.
Yeah, the one thing you can ask a conspiracy theorist is, what evidence, what data could I present to you that would persuade you to change your mind, that you're wrong? And they would have to admit that nothing would. Absolutely.
But if you were to say that to a scientist, if you were to say that to Martin
Landray, yeah.
Landray. If you were to say to Martin Landray, what evidence can I put to you to show that the recovery programme doesn't work? He would be able to say, presumably, well, if it didn't produce drugs that work, but they were shown in another trial to work.
Yes.
So he's open to his idea being disproved.
Which is exactly how I always say in science, it's okay to admit mistakes, because that's how we learn.
Although scientists have egos.
Look, individual scientists have egos. Not all scientists are ethical and have integrity. Scientists want to promote and propagate their theory, their idea, their data, their results, because they're human, they have their own reputation. But the scientific method in general, the consensus view, doesn't last for long. If we didn't change our minds in the light of new evidence, we'd still be thinking what the ancient Greeks thought. In science, actually admitting a mistake, if it's done well, admitting a mistake and moving on, changing your mind, is a strength, not a weakness. The opposite of politics. In politics, admitting your mistake is a weakness. Very, very different, and I think it would be refreshing if they could take a leaf out of the way science works.
I mean, you know, God. Now, it is cultural. There is a huge cultural input in trust in science, trust in scientists and the scientific method, and belief in conspiracies, belief in unprovable, religious, spiritual, whatever. And we see that. So trust in science is pretty high in this country, and we can see that partly in things like the attitudes towards genetic modification, which was handled actually much better by the government than MMR and other things. The attitudes to vaccination, a very high proportion of our adults and children are vaccinated. Whereas if you go to a country where questioning things is not part of the culture and is actually massively discouraged, for example, China has had to a certain extent, I mean, it's a policy decision, have these very long lockdowns because their elderly population isn't vaccinated. They haven't been vaccinated because there isn't trust. Because they've been told to vaccinate, but the trust isn't there in science. And we're seeing that also in large aspects of the US, especially when it's been led by people that have undermined scientists and science all the way through, as the Trump administration did.
Yeah.
And that's something that is difficult, especially when a large number of people get their viewpoints, their beliefs, their trust, what they trust about the world, their news about the world from social media channels like Facebook. Now, you were talking earlier about the prospect of AI somehow helping with this, and we've seen, I know certainly on Twitter, I don't really go on Facebook very often, but on Twitter, there are little notifications now when certain trigger issues are mentioned, whether it's COVID vaccination or climate. I've noticed it for climate now, you know, sending you to a more reliable source.
Yes.
Is that going to work for Facebook? What can we do? Because this is actually, it's undermining democracy, it's undermining trust in institutions, in science, and it's really bad. It's dangerous and deadly for people's health.
Absolutely. I mean, I think the problem is much more acute and difficult to tackle in countries where they don't have, you know, if they're not living in democracy, or they don't have an advanced education system, for example, where it teaches the scientific method, or countries where, you know, religion holds very strongly in the minds of wider society, which makes them suspicious of science simply because it's somehow an atheist construct.
An atheist construct, and also a different opinion to an equally valid religious opinion. And when I was in Bucharest very recently, just very briefly, talking about human evolution, and it's a talk that I've done so many times, and I was asked at least 4 times whether it's actually true that humans originally evolved in Africa, because the Adam and Eve story is so prominent.
Yeah.
And this is Europe. It was quite surprising.
But I'm saying this is not a new problem, right?
No.
In fact, we are developing every generation in all around the world, particularly because now of the internet, are exposed to how science works and how we learn and how we gain knowledge about the world. So I think things are getting better. Things aren't going backwards. The problem, of course, is in countries where we should know better, where we do have what we hope is a good education system where children learn about evolution, about the importance of scientific method and testing hypotheses and changing your mind. There's no excuse. And America, is a big example. America, for many years, obviously, has been very polarized like this. So, coming back to your point about the Facebook and Twitter and Google and YouTube,
I mean,
yes,
if they
have a responsibility.
If they're not, they have a responsibility, but if they're not using humans to gatekeep and they're using an algorithm, do we not have this we've seen how algorithms are racist, are sexist, because, obviously it's
because
not...
they're created by racist and sexist people.
Who are so unaware...
Yeah.
But they don't realise these problems. Are we not falling into another trap where we become almost authoritarian in what is allowed through?
If it's a person who's deciding, who's making a decision on whether a website is to be trusted, whether it's a reliable source or not, then you do have to question what is the ideological worldview of that person making that decision, and taking that away and giving it to AI should be a step in the right direction. You're right. AI algorithms are written by people who have unconscious bias and who will build in things that so we have to do better. I think, and I think AI is coming. We're not. There's no point hiding away from the fact that AI is going to change the world.
I mean,
it's there,
we live in a world.
Absolutely, but it's going to change our world even more, probably certainly as much as the internet has over the past 3 decades. So we need to build in AI that is, there's something people talk about having a trust index. Where certain things, the AI will automatically
AI is
blindly...
there, but AI is not there at the moment. It doesn't have a role at the moment in deciding these very complex...
No, nor should we at this moment, until we build sort of AI minds in, I don't know if you've ever read Ian M. Banks' Culture series, right? So he's got, in the very, very distant future, you have these AIs, the minds with a capital M, that are far more intelligent than humans.
Yeah.
So they can make very sensible moral decisions about things. We're nowhere near that. We don't ask AI to make moral decisions. Philosophers are still arguing about whether there is any such thing as an absolute moral truth. What I think is morally correct may not be thought that in 100 years ago or 100 years from now or in another culture.
Although what I think is morally correct is...
Clearly, what you think is absolutely right. But I mean, AIs are going to have to help us to filter, not based on this AI thinks this is right or this is wrong, but simply based on digging in, where did this evidence come from? Is it coming from is it a consensus view, say, if it's a scientific view? Is it coming from peer review? Not if it's just coming from one source. That can be
So what Twitter is doing at the moment with just sort of highlighting there are certain keywords used in a tweet, and that triggers the AI to post this thing, sending you to a site to check. I don't know if people then go to the site to check and suddenly all is revealed. This is not true, this tweet. I don't know how successful that process is. But if we're talking about something a little bit more sophisticated, where some of these very extreme views, like take chloroquine to cure yourself from COVID, something like that, are actually filtered out and we don't see them. They don't appear on our Facebook feed or something. I think there is a genuine, a valid concern about this, that people are saying, hang on a minute, who is making the decision about what to hide, what information to hide from me? But can the AI even be, do we even have the capability for it to understand the nuance of something being presented and realise that somebody is arguing against it or making a reasoned discussion about it versus promoting a dangerous...
I think AI is, in that sense, it's not making a decision about this person's politics are extreme, and therefore
But
I'm going
that's
to
what we
remove
need, isn't it? That's what we need, an AI that is capable of understanding when misinformation is being presented as
Right.
opposed to
Absolutely.
a reasoned argument using the same keywords.
Yes, we need it to filter out the fake news, the misinformation, the disinformation, but not necessarily, certainly at the moment, based on because the person promoting that view has an ideological view that Twitter or Facebook or whatever don't like, but it's based on whether that view is based on evidence that it can explore. An AI can explore the internet billions of times faster than a human can go and do their own research. And what it looks for is this opinion backed up by evidence that is regarded by how we define reliable evidence
And it's comprehensive. We have the ability now to create AI with comprehensive skills that are capable of working out what argument exactly is being presented and whether that, do we?
Well, certainly it can point to, a view is based on evidence that is not accepted as the norm by the consensus of experts in that field. It doesn't say it's right or wrong, or that you shouldn't be listening to this view, but it should be able to figure out whether something is accepted. There's this idea of a trust index. It puts something up higher on the trust index if it is something, if it's based on evidence that is accepted as reliable by the people who know what they're talking about. And we should, as a society, decide on who are those people who know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
The Joe Rogan versus the David Attenboroughs,
And what about having legal backing for this? I mean, Joe Rogan is legally allowed to present his views.
Yeah.
But because of his enormous influence, that can be very damaging. If there's some bloke in the pub ranting his mad theories,
only his three mates listen to him.
And probably they're not even listening. So it's fine. It's complete harmless. But if somebody is doing that with a microphone, if the President of the United States is doing that, it's extremely damaging.
Well, we can't...
So how do we, are our institutions ready for this massive onslaught of misinformation? Are our communication systems, our media channels ready to handle this? When the radio was first invented, it was, hello, reporting from the BBC. It was one voice saying one thing to the nations that was very, very modulated. Now we have a mad person in the pub talking to lots of vulnerable listeners.
Two things. One is that we don't have to have this, insist on this idea of false balance, that, if 99% of climate scientists say we are damaging the Earth's climate, and you get that rogue 1%, these are probably numbers that are saying no, you don't give them equal platform.
And yet we do. We still do. For a lot of political... Take, for example, Brexit, which is very damaging. I think the vast majority of scientists would agree to scientific collaboration, science in this country, to the whole business of our scientific institutions
that's not
and
even
progress.
in any doubt.
It's not in any doubt, and yet we don't get that. We get an absolute false equivalent balance if we listen to...
Yeah, I think so. So the idea of false balance is wrong, but the other issue is you can't silence that 1%.
No, because that makes it more desirable and the more of a secret.
We have free speech. I mean, the flip side is what in the culture wars that people refer to as cancel culture, that you silence someone because you feel their view is so anti your worldview that they should not have a right to be heard. And I think that is a danger, because then who are the gatekeepers? Who decides what voices can and can't be heard? But what you can do is say all voices get heard, but we have a trust index. We have a way of saying this is a more reliable viewpoint because this is a viewpoint backed up by the vast majority of people who know the issue, the complexity of that issue.
And how close are we doing that as a society at the moment? This trust. How, when you see, read, hear reports of various things coming out, in social media channels and in mainstream media channels, how often do you think that perspective of what we should trust and what we shouldn't trust is really being conveyed?
Oh, we're a long way. We're a long way from that now.
I also think we're a long way,
I think we're talking about it now as part of the dialogue, and certainly the big... we're going back to questions, yeah.
Okay. Well, before we do that, I'm just going to ask you, at the moment we are... This is quite new still. 15 years ago, I don't think there was Facebook, Twitter, all of the... We're in this new explosion of craziness.
Yeah.
It's very hard to gain perspective of where we are because we're actually in the middle of this big transition. Is this some sort of horrendous nadir of misinformation, and we're all going to become a lot wiser, more mature, and understand how to navigate it a lot better and and this is just a kind of blip of, when the printing press was invented and mad pamphlets came out about everything, and we're going to go down a new path? Or do you think this is the way it's going and just going to get worse and worse?
No, I've always been a glass half full person. I agree. I think it is exactly that we've got this new tool that has democratized information. It has meant that we're now deluged with information on a daily basis from every direction. But I think we are now having to learn how to make use of this tool in an enlightened way. And I think, the big companies, the Googles and the Twitters and the Facebooks, are now taking tentative steps towards it, but that we have such a long way to go. I don't think this is a horrible pit of despair and society is all going to rack and ruin. It's just going to get worse and worse and worse. I think exactly that. It's a new technology. It's a new way of dealing with information that we're going to have to, as a society, learn to cope with. So I would like to think that in 20 years from now, we will have the filters, we will have the ability to discriminate, we will know what to trust and what not to trust.
Well, Jim, I have monopolised you too long, and some of these lovely people will have questions. And gentlemen in the second row, just here, sorry, first row, second, yeah.
Hello, thank you so much. I was hoping to actually ask a trusted person.
That's me, obviously.
Yeah, obviously. On some of the issues in science. So, I've read up on issues with studies not being able to be replicated and issues with p-hacking, and I was kind of wondering how worried you are. Is it something to be worried about? What's being done? Why not?
So, he's asking a question. I don't know if people can all hear this, but he's asking about the replication crisis.
Yeah.
Jim, what's that?
It is a worry. But it's a worry in certain areas of science. This idea of p-hacking and just taking the data that you like, that fits your narrative, that fits your theory, publishing results in journals which end up being completely wrong. I think there is absolutely... Would I call it a crisis? Well, maybe in certain areas of science it is a crisis. You see, I come from the natural sciences, from physics, where that isn't such a problem, where the science that we do is pretty much value free. The way that star either exploded as supernova or it didn't. 10 billion years ago. So there's stuff about the world that through science we can learn, and it's reliable. And we don't have such an issue. But certainly in other areas, particularly in the social sciences, it really is a problem. The whole peer review process, I think, needs to be looked at and examined. So I agree, it depends. Science is very, very broad. In some areas, there's more of an issue than in others.
Anyone who attributes brain scan and behaviour as well.
Yes, okay, yeah.
I've just realised I've totally screwed up with the time. I thought it was the half past time. Should we take one more question, or do you want to?
I feel questions now.
I'm so sorry. It's entirely my fault. I was looking at the countdown clock, and I
hope we said some interesting things that maybe answered questions that people might have had anyway.
I think so. But thank you so much to both of you. This was such a fantastic talk, and you can actually buy Jim's book in our online bookstore, which is called The Joy of Science. We're now going to take a quick 15-minute break, and then we're going to be talking about From Profit to Planet, how analytics can help business decarbonise, brought to life by our sponsor Quantum Black. So thank you so much to our talkers today. Thank you. Hello. So before I start, just a reminder, this is a headphone stage. So to hear me, you need your headphones and they need to be green. If they're not green, you can push this button ta-da, until it becomes green. Just press that button here. Look, yeah, you're green, you're good, you're all green, perfect. We have, you need to press that button. Perfect, teamwork. That one over here. If you can see someone in need and you already have green headphones, now is the time to do some networking and save their day. There we go. So our next talk is going to be moderated by Louise Herring, who's partner at Quantum Black AI by McKinsey. And they'll all be exploring how businesses can best harness machine learning to achieve truly transformative decarbonisation and sustainability goals. This panel is brought to life by Quantum Black, and I'm really excited about this because this is something I haven't actually thought about before. So let's welcome Louise onto the stage with her exciting panel. A round of applause, please. Thank you.
Just going to put this here. Oh, I'm in the hot seat.
Fantastic. Welcome, everyone, and thank you for joining us. Through my work with clients, we're seeing an increasing question come up over time. That as we look forward to 2030, there's some pretty pressing net zero goals that companies have committed to in order to support the trend to decarbonisation across the world. But at the same time, the world right now is not exactly a simple place to operate in. There's ever more increasing pressure on operating margins, questions and uncertainty around where growth is going to come from in the future of companies. And over that time, what we're seeing are more and more companies asking the question of, well, what is the role of data and analytics in helping us square this circle? How can we actually help drive forward our net zero ambitions? And how can we, at the same time, keep an eye on the commercial ambitions as well and make sure that we move forward on both fronts? And so today, we aim to explore that question. What is that role of data and analytics? What are the do's and don'ts? What are the lessons that we've learned so far from this journey? And so I'm thrilled to have this panel join me here. We have representatives across the world of banking, across the world of beauty, and technology. I couldn't think of another B.
Sure.
To talk about the different trends that they're seeing in each. So let me introduce my panelists, and then I'll go through a few questions, and would love to open to the floor in the final 10 minutes or so for any questions that you all have as well. So firstly, we have Ed, who's the VP Group Chief Technology Officer at Natura & Co. So Natura & Co is the group parent to brands that I'm sure many of you will know well. So The Body Shop, Natura, Aesop, and Avon. And it is actually the world's largest B Corp. So this question of sustainability is really key and at the center of the group's thinking and strategy. And Ed's role as CTO means that he's responsible for driving the group data strategy and the engineering practice transformation, and is responsible for the technology elements of the group's sustainability agenda, which uses data and science and analytics to drive a zero carbon footprint and total supply chain traceability by 2030. So that's the first of those big, hairy ambitions for 2030.
Thank you, Louise.
Then we have Dia. So Dia's Global Head of Climate Aligned Finance at HSBC and leads the design and development of capabilities to align HSBC's finance emissions to net zero by 2050. So she shapes sector and portfolio decarbonisation targets for the group and enables their achievement by ensuring data quality, modelling projected outcomes and influencing group strategy. And so those are the insights that really help shape products and portfolio manage across all the business lines and help the bank engage with clients to move them forward on their transition to decarbonisation. And finally, Brad, Director of Business Development for AI and Machine Learning at R2 Factory at Rolls-Royce, and having previously spent his career at Lockheed Martin as well. At R2 Factory, Brad's teams build collaborations with industry verticals to bring the know-how from driving digital transformation at Rolls-Royce to help co-create, AI solutions for the hardest challenges faced by old world industry.
and not least, achieving net zero goals. So I hope you agree I have a wonderful panel of perspectives today. So if we dive in then, perhaps to the first question, before we even talk about the analytics side, part of the challenge that I hear my clients talk about is knowing where that carbon actually is to prioritize and start addressing. And not least because a number of sectors don't even have visibility of the end-to-end. It sits either within the suppliers or the customers. Ed, how do you think about that at Natura & Co? How do you start addressing that challenge?
Well, we started initially by following sort of the carbon trust model, which was a series of assumptions made around the products we sell. So you knew the formulation, you knew the location you sold it in, you could make some numbers and come up with a figure that felt reasonable. We started altering that to now think about what we buy. So instead of us thinking about what we sell and assuming, we got some hard figures about what we buy. So we know what we buy and where we buy it from. Now there's still things to be sorted out around finished goods that we buy or some of our ingredients that come from brokers. But in general, we can make now some pretty hard assumptions of we buy ingredient X like alcohol from plantation or distillery B. So you know some quite targeted stuff around it. And that's a period of progression, but our measurement gets more and more accurate because actually for our accounting purposes, this is something we have to audit because frankly, parts of our bonuses are paid on it and it's part of our integrated profit and loss calculation. So it's now becoming quite the science to sort of say push procurement to work with suppliers who can give us exact figures.
Wonderful. And Dia, if I look at your world and where the data is, I guess the complication for you is that the question is really about your customers rather than the bank per se in terms of where the carbon sits.
Absolutely. And the transition to net zero could be the largest reallocation of capital in history. According to the IEA, investment in clean tech could reach 4 trillion per annum by 2030. So for us, this is a strategic priority and very central to the bank's ambitions. The bank transitions to net zero if our clients transition to net zero. And it's really important for us to work with our clients in enabling that transition and making sure that we're able to support and empower them so that they're able to thrive in a just transition. To effectively capture that value, we need data and analytics, we need innovation in technology and in finance. And we're starting to pull a narrative together around financed emissions, get a sense for at least an estimated baseline where we don't have reported emissions, and then work through the target setting process. But for us to truly capture value from this proposition, from this journey, we are going to have to work with our clients to understand their transition plans, understand where they are on their journey to net zero through climate disclosure, transparent, consistent, globally consistent with regulatory standards as well. That's quite an important factor that we consider. And the challenge today is that not a lot of this is currently available. And we're trying to work with our clients to encourage this disclosure, but we're also working with peers, industry bodies, regulators, to really sharpen the focus on the need for high quality data that's consistent, comparable, transparent, so we can build out the wide range of analytics use cases that we need to put into play at pace without rewiring the entire enterprise's architecture through the process. So a lot to do. But we're hoping as a first step that transparency in data and that availability moves a lot forward for us.
Fantastic. And I guess in both cases, working with what you have in the first instance and starting moving, if I think of a number of my clients, it could be 2030 before they get perfect data, if that was the pure goal, let alone actually taking the action to address. So I guess prioritizing where you focus in the first instance and chunking through that.
Absolutely. And there are industry methodologies that are doing exactly that. So working through a process of using high quality data where it's available and then estimating or using proxies where there is a little bit of work to do in getting that to a level that's consumable over time.
Yeah. What are the what's easy and hard in that journey?
That's a good question. The main challenge is data availability, of course, but there is a challenge around a lot of that data being decentralized, structured and unstructured, housed in legacy systems and architecture. And we need to access that data at pace, at scale, because we're starting to get a portfolio view of a company and feed that into monitoring and decision-making capabilities, from bank steering to transaction monitoring. So a whole host of use cases between the two. And to do that, we do need to leapfrog and move forward, and make sure we've got the infrastructure in place to start to centralize these data assets, and then work through the process of moving from proxy calculations to using real-world data that's as close to the attributable activity that we're trying to measure. So quite a few challenges through that process as well, but a key one is of course, standardization and consistency globally. For a bank like us, that's quite a critical area, and making sure those standards are well adopted and enforced as well.
Fantastic. So, getting the data together, possible but far from easy. I guess, Brad, if we think about then, that's just the data asset.
Sure.
What about the analytics that lay on top?
Sure.
What are some of the uses and trends that you're seeing?
Absolutely. We were having a conversation in the prep area in the green corner over there, and what was fascinating about it was we have three very different market verticals, right? We have the beauty, we have banking, and we have aerospace and basically heavy manufacturing, right? Much like automotive or appliances and other areas. And however, we all sort of have the same underlying problem of commonality, which is sort of the ethos of what the R² factory is all about, which is taking all these digital tools and applying them across market verticals in a collaborative way, because the supply chain problems that Ed has are exactly analogous to the supply chain issues that we face in any global extended supply chain for building and manufacturing. The data access from legacy systems and data it's digitized, but it's not accessible to machine learning. So a PDF is a digital document. And we were talking about this before. In fact, we were talking about this about contracts and blockchains in Ethereum. The data that's in those documents needs to be pulled out and interpreted and then reformatted in a way so that there is access to these techniques. So for example, if you're trying to track carbon through your supply chain, a lot of that deep supply chain that's going on in many other countries it's paper-based, or it's certainly not digitally formatted in its first instance. So all that data needs to be converted. And then once we have that data across the supply chain converted, we can start to make predictions and do analytical tools on that. So it's either machine learning or it's predictive analytics to say, given any circumstance in your business environment, it could be weather events, it could be shipping disruptions, it could be political disruptions in certain areas, it could be changes in where the material is sourced from. It can be tracking and assuring that the sourcing that material, it meets your expectations and your guidelines. All of that needs to be collected in digital format, and then we can put various digital analytical techniques against that to make predictions about what's happening in our supply chain. And so at a company like Rolls-Royce, where we deal with titanium and nickel and special metals and things of that nature, there's the first instance of bringing the material in, understanding from the design how much of the material is actually being used to make the final parts. And then you need to start worrying about the circulation, the circular economy around that. So what's happening to the scrap metal? Is it being properly recycled? What's happening at the end of life of the engine? Are you taking the parts and recycling them? And over 90% of that can be recycled. But you have to have a solid understanding of all the data flow in your ecosystem to be able to apply that in an appropriate way.
And I think that's 100% right. And it's also the data isn't necessarily the sort of primary data that's going to give you those useful insights.
Right.
The sort of secondary data from the process. I mean, we make megatons of stuff, and we make billions of unit items across 20 to 50,000 SKUs. The primary things you would think would be the interesting data aren't. It's the secondary things like process efficiencies, like waiting time, it's staged manufacture, it's actually adding intensive areas of weight or carbon usage at different parts of the process gives you wildly different carbon usages. So for example, the sort of Coca-Cola problem of shipping syrup versus shipping water.
Yeah.
You can add water much later in the process, much closer
Right.
to the consumer, for a dramatic difference in logistics costs
Yeah.
and logistics carbon. And that gives you some really rich data. But to your point, getting access to that data, sometimes it's almost like seeing the wood for the trees.
Yeah.
You have to be able to access all of it to run hypotheses
Yeah.
against.
So let me put one intersection to what Ed just said, which is really important about the syrup in adding the water. So in physics, F equals ma, and there's no free lunch. I mean, that's pretty much most of physics, which means if you want to move something from one place in the world to another, you're going to have to move the weight of that stuff at a certain speed. Right, and this is where aircraft engines come into place. And now 98% of our carbon emissions are actually in the usage of it, because they burn carbon-based fuels. So if you can figure out a way collaboratively to work with your partners who are using your product, in our case an engine, and in your case makeup and other things, to reduce the amount of weight and reduce the where you add things in the supply chain to put it closer and use less energy, that's low-hanging fruit for us to get together and start to reduce the amount of carbon being spent. The technologies that we need to reduce the amount of carbon used overall, I mean, it's going to be, at least in aircraft engines, it's going to be synthetic fuels, it's going to be new technologies, it's going to be electrification. All those things are important, and they are ongoing now in making great progress. But the low-hanging fruit right now is in the data analytics and the collaboration. This is where we can find places, stop burning the carbon, as you're developing the solutions to replace the carbon. And those two things are completely compatible, and I think are critical to addressing the problem.
It's an interesting dynamic we're going to get is organizations where there's a large difference between scope 2 and scope 3.
Right.
They're going to be seeing that. Organizations, my own are relatively close actually, is scope 2 and scope 3 being quite close together. It's a different conversation to have.
Exactly.
And it's certainly, I think also the thing is, it's good business practice. We're not just doing this for altruistic purposes or climate emergency. If we get this right, there are direct bottom line impacts, because a carbon-tuned logistics manufacturing sourcing strategy is very often a highly efficient, highly optimized one. And also, you've now got all this data around, so you can actually start making commercial decisions as well as just carbon decisions on it.
Right.
And it does help.
And that was one area I wanted to explore and sort of teed up a little in intro, is that if I look at the conversations clients are having, so often people will have a sustainability conversation and then an analytics conversation.
Same
And I actually think so often there's a win-win to be had throughout. And, there's a number of cases beginning to sort of prove this out. If I take an example outside of your spaces, but within energy, there's one company, Vistra, recently has talked through about how it applied neural networks algorithms to optimize their energy production of its plants, made massive savings. I think the number was about $60 million. But really importantly, took a 10% swathe out of, as that's rolled out of their net zero targets, just by optimizing what's already there. And that's using technology and so on that's already there in a commercial context, but with a different target variable, effectively, right? Thinking about how can you drive efficiency for carbon's sake. How do you, so Ed, I mean, if you look at, you need that whole network in place, how do you see analytics coming into play, sort of where the opportunities for Natura and Co?
So wave one, as I said, was let's get the data to something we can access it. A lot of it is in legacy. We can move it forward. Was establishing for us essentially was a cadre of data scientists who could work in common ways, be it in sustainability, be it in operational stuff or sort of pricing, promo and assortments. Secondly was actually making some sort of architectural decisions we made our systems, one of which is carbon for us is data. Unless we can measure it, the carbon might as well be just any figure. So it making some pretty fundamental statements that our carbon problem is a data problem. Therefore, let's start with the data first. It's the conversation we were having in the green room is basically, do you have data or are you just making it up? Is a fundamental thing. It gets you away from I think, I feel. It allows a conversation to be had about data, and therefore that provides a level of understanding to our executives that the implications of the analytics can be trusted. Because they understand the data, they understand how the trust is formed. Therefore, there's no sort of immediate emotional reaction to, yeah, well, I don't like your analysis. Well, you like the data. So now the analysis flows logically from that. And that enables us to make some fairly bold decisions. I mean, even fundamental ones of changing the type of alcohol we use. That affects a lot of formulations, but actually has a fundamental difference in our carbon footprint to the tune of a megaton or so. And that's a huge win.
And I think that word that you've just used, decisions, is at the heart of so much of this and is underplayed massively in the conversations in the space, because it is about, there will be trade-offs, right? You will have to make choices about which alcohol to use. I dare say some pretty interesting choices to make about sort of client space and the conversations that you have around financing as well in the banking world.
Yeah, absolutely. And going back to my earlier point, it's about integrating a carbon constraint or a lens through all decision making, right from strategy formation down to looking at transactions and monitoring that they are consistent with our decarbonization policies, consistent with other parameters and guardrails that we're setting up around client transition, key KPIs that we want to track. And that takes a full transformation of the enterprise. And going back to Ed's point earlier, we've gone through a similar process where we've looked to upskill, bringing in climate and technology experts to sit alongside data, IT, risk, finance, and frontline teams and really create that cross-functional capability to really bring in a structured, consistent, data-driven decision-making framework that we can apply and continues to drive that transition and execution of that strategy in a way that truly generates value and delivers the best for our customers. And there will be trade-offs, there will be choices, but there are going to be huge opportunities, and that's where we really want to be there for our clients. And if they're able to tell us where they are in their journey, it makes it a lot easier to add that support from a financial perspective and really start to develop solutions that help them get there as well.
I think that's a really important point, Diane. I mean, I got a lot of buy-in internally from our programs by spotting a couple of sort of counterintuitive results, which had financial upside as well. So, as I mentioned, changing alcohol. The alcohol that we're going to is less dense. So there are lower shipping costs and the formulations can change. So that sort of counterintuitive result that the analytics showed up actually grabbed a lot of attention, and that made the decision buy-ins a lot easier. So therefore the climate experts, the advocates now have a greater platform to influence decisions on, because their data is backed and they've got some results that they can point to that help the business, not just sort of sounded
Instinct.
a bit. Yeah.
I mean, I'm taking away that data engineers and architects are going to be the unsung hero of decarbonisation, which is amazing. And also just the importance of bedding into the processes, right? The day-to-day decision-making and ensuring that the trade-offs are transparent and clear. And then finally, collaboration, I guess, is your point, Brad, of how do you, well, and Ed also, right? How do you actually think about different parts of the supply chain coming together? And sharing, I guess, in the first instance, but...
Yeah, for sure. I think we talk about how complicated things are, and it's true. These are very complex problems with lots of noise in the system, and sometimes it's very difficult to make predictions. But when you get more of the right data in your supply chain, you start to narrow the uncertainties, and you can make better predictions. And then, to your point earlier about making decisions, either you or Ed said, the challenges in making decisions. One of the things that we can do through collaboration and through these tools is create the kind of decision-making tools that executives can make to design their systems to be better. Right? These are, the whole system is man-made. Right? We have designed and engineered and built everything in the built world. The solution is also under our control as well. We just need to put in the processes and the right kinds of priorities to make sure that we're understanding what's happening through that supply chain, to make sure that we're making those right decisions. Right now, I think we're at the front end of where many businesses were maybe 5 or 6 years ago, Rolls-Royce included, where we looked across our business when we were the R-Squared data labs internally and said, if we can bring all this data together, if we can put some tools on the table that can interpret engineering drawings that were on paper or in pre-digital systems the way we understand them today, we can better understand how to make our decisions today, right? And jet engines are very complicated things with very complicated supply chains, and they are very safety-critical devices that we rely on every day to move people and goods around the world. That same ethos, that same kind of understanding of that is exactly what we took away from those lessons learned to apply to build the R² factory, which is the intention to spread that around other market verticals. So it's the nearly £500 million of cost savings and cost avoidance, which economically right there pays for itself many times over.
Yep.
But now layer on top of that the impact that we can have by applying these things globally to climate change, to reductions of, buying oil from bad actors in the world, and all the things that the benefits that come with it come through the data stream and understanding where things are in the system. Only then can we really apply the tools. Without the data, without the understanding, the tools are guessing.
And I think, Brad, you've got a point there as well, because we're seeing that collaboration is, we have to go into our supply chain to help our supply chain provide data, because some of these organizations we work with are not data savvy.
Yeah.
So it's like the sort of Six Sigma lean type thing. It's a form of lean carbon supply chain. I'm going to have to help my supply chain tell me about the stuff they send me.
Yeah.
And how they themselves could benefit from this. So it's, because that benefits me, I'm going to have to almost do it with them, or even occasionally to them, to get them to do it. Because I can't swap and change suppliers that easily sometimes. I have to work with them.
And I imagine that your suppliers range quite dramatically in terms of the scale of company that you're talking about.
It's huge.
Where they are, the sophistication of their own processes.
And some of them, it might sound ridiculous, and in the grand scheme of things, possibly a small impact. But some of our suppliers are almost medieval companies that have been sole suppliers of certain spices or things. They don't think in a data world, but their impact is cumulative. A ton saved here, a ton saved there starts adding up. If we can help them save, or just tell us about, well, this is how much data carbon you're using.
I'm going to ask you to suspend belief for a second. Say, the data is now there.
Sure.
What then is the next step? What are the analytics that you would start running over the top that will make the difference? I gave an example of one specific piece of the chain and saying you can optimize and use data and analytics for both, commercial and carbon gains. What are the other areas that you think, perhaps Brad, Ed, what areas would you see analytics
So
making a difference?
you're envisioning a world where I have complete data transparency across my entire
Good enough.
ecosystem.
I'm going to go with good enough rather than
Good enough
complete.
data. Yeah, fair enough. I think at this point, it's where you are looking at building a model of your system. Right? The same way you build a bridge, the same way you build a jet engine, the same way you build an international space station. You have to really understand how the system itself operates and how the pieces work together. And sometimes that's not necessarily a very straightforward interaction. Sometimes it's what we call chaotic, right? Things can happen that are very small changes here that can have big changes over here. And I think a big part of what we'll be doing is building these multiple models that can predict multiple scenarios so that as we watch the environment evolve, it's like, imagine you're trying to predict the weather in London.
Good grief.
Right? Now, maybe 100 years ago, you got a telegraph from Manchester that said it's raining. And then you got a telegraph from somewhere between that said it's raining, and it was an hour later. So you can say, okay, it's moving this fast and that far away, I can kind of predict. So that's one way of predicting. Prior to that information, you basically looked at the horizon, and when the dark clouds came, you could say it might rain, it still might rain. Who knows, for sure. So there's this idea that the further out in time you can look, and then understand the direction of travel of the various parameters inside of your ecosystem, which is in your model, allows you to better make a good decision and make a good prediction, right? And now when you do an optimization, you have to be very careful, and this is part of what we do in our data ethics with our Alethea framework, is to make sure that when we make those predictions and put what we call a reward function, it's like, what do we want the model to tell us? Is it optimizing for the best reduction of carbon, the speed of motion of goods, whatever that may be? We have to assure that that reward function that the model is giving us information on aligns to our values and to the actual goals that we're looking for. Right? We don't want to find that we've created an additional set of externalities by eliminating another set, right? So the ethical piece in the data frameworks is actually a critical part of what we integrate, starting first with Rolls-Royce, and now it's an integral part of the platform that is the R² factory.
And I think, Brad, just to extend it, I mean, this might sound ridiculous, was actually getting our analytics guys to move away from working on tests, essentially. Here is a scenario executives have come up with, what will it do? To actually building models that can inform decisions rather than testing the outcome. And that's been a huge thing of just actually working with Louise's team, was to map our data to the value chain and go, actually, well, no, this is telling us something really important here, but you guys never do that apart from a test. Let's build a model. Let's run it 1 trillion times and see, is this chaotic, stable? If it's stable, can we rely on the predictions? And if we can rely on the predictions, what are we going to do about them?
Right.
And that's a mind shift across our executives, across our entire organization, was you can actually do analytics, not just testing. You can simulate, you can predict.
So in the real world, to gently attack the predicate of your question, which was I have the data, we don't have the data.
No.
We do have observations of how the system works, and it's in these cases where we can synthesize some data. So we don't necessarily have the exact data that's coming in from a measurement, but we know how the system performs, and by doing that, you can synthesize a data set from which you can make an assumption and train your models in areas where you don't know what's happening. And it's empirical. So you run your model, you do 1 million different runs, and you find out which one's fitting the trend at the time, and that's the ones that allow you to fill in the gaps. So some of the data is hidden. It's in our documents, it's in other companies. Some of it is not collected, which is something we can solve by putting technology out into the field. And some of it needs to be synthesized because it's either not available through either method, or we have to sort of figure out how to fill in the gaps. But all these things can be done in a quantitative way that helps us reduce the risk and improve our decision making to create those good optimal ethical outcomes that we're looking for.
And I hear you about the limitations. I agree. But I think the really interesting piece is this move from, there's the use cases within the company, but then what is that end-to-end system view that you can start building out? You know, modeling your data assets so that you can start putting together the full sort of supply chain and understanding the what-ifs. And again, it all comes back to the point earlier of what are the choices that you have to make, and having as robust a fact base as is available at the time with the limitations in place to actually make good calls given the time horizons that we're looking at.
And I think because the transition and that value migration is going to create network effects that we need to really start to crystallize early. And we need to understand where we're seeing growth and cash flows moving into certain sectors, and really make decisions around investment opportunity, and where we want to try and manage our assets more effectively from a risk perspective. And I think that applies not just to the banking sector, but as you work through the corporate supply chain, you're looking at similar themes coming through, and being able to truly pull together a large volume of data that's relatively consistent from across the economy is going to shape that economy-wide transition. And without that, it's going to be a pretty challenging process in trying to build comparability and transparency through it all.
Great. So I'm conscious of time. Before I open to the floor, I have one last question for each of you, which is, if you look at the people in the audience now, anyone thinking about their companies approaching this sustainability shift that they need to make within their own companies and thinking about how to use data and analytics in that journey, what would be the one piece of advice that you would offer based on your experiences so far? Dear, if I maybe start with you.
And maybe just continuing with the same theme I was touching on, building out that infrastructure in terms of data interoperability and the architecture to support it all, and enable that flow of information through the wider ecosystem is absolutely critical. And I think regulators, industry bodies, credible industry bodies, have a leadership role to play here. And there's a huge opportunity to come together and start shaping these standards. And by opening up that non-competitive data layer, it creates huge innovation. And we've seen that in other sectors like banking and payments, for example. And the opportunity to really start to build analytics and applications as well. So for me, that's a key point.
Fantastic. Ed, words of advice?
I'm going to echo this. I mean, without the data, you haven't got a carbon story. So get the data together as soon as you can. Be really clear about your assumptions, where you're synthesizing data, where you can't get it, and work with either regulators where they exist or industry-wide bodies to get agreed approaches that everybody can test and look at, because in the end of it, the only regulator we're really going to face here is the atmosphere. And that doesn't really sort of allow us a huge amount of regulatory flex. We've got to be real about this one. This isn't a market that we can create additional stuff in or trade too easily. So it's going to be stuff like get the data together, focus on the architecture and open standards, and be clear about assumptions.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Brad?
To augment what was said by my colleagues on the stage here, I think get going. The time is now. I mean, I don't think hesitating or waiting for some miracle to happen on your own is going to do it. And it's a team sport. I mean, we must work on this together because it's a global problem that requires a global solution and global thinking. We knew it when we just integrated all this data and all these techniques across 3 of the main business areas at Rolls-Royce and cut 200 million pounds procurement costs, created 45 million pounds of value in predictive analytics in terms of supply chain management, and I could go on and on. I mean, these are real hard numbers that are in the books inside Rolls-Royce that we're measured on. That can be, imagine if we now worked across our verticals, which are huge, banking and beauty and aerospace. These are really giant impacts on the world. If we work together, then those numbers just had more and more zeros on the end of them, and it's just orders of magnitude greater impact. And I think get started, work together, and don't hesitate. Just go for it.
That's a perfect note to turn to the audience. Thank you. Does anyone have any question for our panelists at all? We go start at the front, then we'll go back after.
Hi, I'm David. I'm curious to know, like, I think I researched working at Rolls-Royce, and I think you have to have like a PhD to work. Am I correct? And if that's not, if that, most companies do. What do you think most companies can do to lower the barrier to entry into like data analytics or data engineering?
Sure, I guess that's to me to start with anyway. Thank you for your question. No, you don't need a PhD to work at Rolls-Royce. There are thousands of engineers across the whole skill set. So I would encourage you, if you're interested, to just go to the website, look for jobs. You can see me afterwards. We can talk about it. I think, I'm sorry, what was the second part of the question?
Moving into data engineering.
Oh, lower the barriers. Yeah, in terms of one of the things that we have inside Rolls-Royce is we call it gig, right? And so people in engineering or in other skill centers can take part-time assignments to work with, say, our team in data analytics, right, in machine learning. And it's not like a secondment where they're like permanently assigned. It's just a short-term, pick a project, get on there, get upskilling, learn what we do, and then take those skills back into their own area. So there's a company, and there's also a very large inside Rolls-Royce cultural program where we've trained over 30,000 of our team around agile thinking and human-centered design. All those things are happening around inside the company. So once you're in, you're certainly not locked into a stovepipe. There are opportunities for you to build your skills around this. And I think senior leadership is seriously recognizing how important it is that people understand not just the fact that there's these tools out there, but how the tools can be applied in their area, which is key to sort of overcome that misunderstanding about expectations of what they can do.
And I'll echo that, Brad. I mean, in Natura, we have a need for hundreds of data scientists in the very near future, and I can't afford, essentially, to buy them from outside. I have to create my own data scientists. Our concept is called citizen data scientist, to sort of extend the citizen developer model. We have various sources of entry point. We work very closely with universities. We don't need PhDs in this area. And we try and encourage training at every level to understand the basics of data, understand simple analytics, understand how to consume the outputs of it, but also how to create new ones. And for our hardcore data scientists, how do we support and develop that talent from inside and outside?
Yeah.
I love the point, by the way, about the broader training of the organisation, because actually it's one thing we touched on briefly with our sustainability conversation, but so much, I think, is around senior executives also understanding data challenges,
100%.
the role of analytics in making these decisions, and sort of educating them along the way as well.
That's a big, actually, we're finding when we work with other companies now, as we've stood up the R-Squared factory, is that we're finding that that's a piece that they value from us quite a bit, which is that cultural transformation, that shift in understanding at the leadership level, that they need to continually look at these techniques and look at how they're going to be applied and keep up with it. It's not a one-off.
No.
It's a constant learning process. It's a constant training process. And I think it's really being recognized board level down.
Absolutely.
I think this is becoming ingrained in the culture of businesses. And quite frankly, that's the toolkit that's going to help us get to where we need to be.
Totally agree. Wonderful question. Oh, so many more. There was a question back here. I promised to go to you next. The lady in the red further back. Sorry.
Hi, Ulrika Weising, SVP Energy Transition at Valorec. We're an iron and steel company, and we supply, to thousands of customers across the globe. We're a very data-savvy company, and we follow the Science-Based Target Initiative for our carbon estimates as well as our ambitions. One of the challenges that we're faced by our customers is that every single customer has their own systems where they request our carbon footprint, our carbon emission per product, etc. And is there any initiatives that you see to kind of standardize this? Because also every customer has a different kind of baseline or way of calculating and estimating it. And it is very, very cumbersome, and it's just getting more and more cumbersome for companies like us to actually provide the data to our supply chain. Do you see any initiatives to standardize this? And please share.
So I can take one actually.
Yeah, it's very exciting.
We've got about 30,000 plus suppliers. It's kind of a top-down model. There are some trans-industry ones. We're part of something called the Eco Beauty Score, which is a way for us to tell consumers about the carbon impacts of the products. And we're working with our supply chain and people like SAP and some of our main suppliers to standardize at least the data formatting, ignoring how we calculate it, but at a basic level, can we all agree how we tell each other about the data? So is it a big form, a little form? Is it in XML? What standard are we going to use? So it's early days. I think it's being led initially by consumer communication. We have to tell our consumers about the carbon impacts of their products, and that's publicly known now. But the next stage is working with our major suppliers of technology to come up with some not yet international standards, but best practices that at least we can talk about, and then make some easy comparisons between the two. But there isn't yet a sort of banking to beauty to aeronautics and heavy engineering standard across the piece yet. If there was, I suspect it'd be somebody like SAP or Microsoft or IBM or Oracle or Google or Amazon will help develop that standard, because it's in their best interest to make that integration easier.
Fantastic. Other questions? If we come down the front here. Sorry to make you run.
Hi, my name is Mehruz, and thank you, Ed, Brad, Thea, and Luis for a great session. It was really useful to get an insight about how data analytics can be used to make much more informed decisions, especially in the beauty sector and across the other sectors like finance and engineering. I really want to understand what unexpected failures might occur in future, few years down the line, when everyone is using AI, data analytics, what failures might occur on an industry or on a corporate world that is heavily reliant on the data and AI? In terms of predictions, in terms of measurement, what failures might occur that can impact? And are we ready for it? I know we're not yet ready for AI, but once it's implemented, are we ready for its failures as well?
I think I can give you a stab. It's on our risk register. There's two basically. One is ethical. Some of our stuff isn't ethical, therefore that's a long-term impact. We discover that there's a hidden consequence of doing something that isn't very good. And the second one, as I mentioned earlier on, and with data, the assumptions. Where am I assuming or synthesizing data? If I get that wrong, that can lead to some significant downstream impacts that you won't see until they crystallize. So to my mind, it's ethics and assumptions are where the failures are going to come from. And that could manifest in various things as pricing goes wrong, profit disappears, or actually suddenly we start producing more carbon than we thought we were.
Go ahead.
I also think as we work through this challenge at pace, I think the opportunity to test, retest, and really hone in or nail down a hypothesis perhaps just isn't available, and often you end up making decisions using imperfect data, imperfect models, and as you're making trade-offs, you add another layer of complexity where you're looking at a range of decisions and trying to crystallize the right outcome there. So there are going to be, I think, some negative impacts, but I think the best we can do is work with what we have at the time, effectively manage to build consistency and resilience across the piece. But I do think that given the pace we're working at, that is a potential challenge.
Yeah. And I think as well, just building on some of the themes from earlier, that there's two important pieces that you all elaborated on. One is fully systems thinking. Is some of the danger, I think, is sort of point solutions and thinking in isolation without the sort of up and downstream impacts really being worked through. And then a bit to your point on assumptions, Ed, is about having transparency and explainability. So why, when you're simulating, is X the right outcome? What's actually driving that underneath? Does that make sense? Actually putting the human sort of intuition over the top rather than, blindly following where the black box says do X.
Yeah.
I think I would just add to that one of the reasons that the Alethea framework is such a powerful part of our own ethos is that we're building it in at the front end.
Yeah.
Right? We're not waiting to see what negative externalities we've created by applying machine learning. We actually have a process that says, is your data correct? Is it built in a way that you've done the best you can to eliminate biases? Is it going to provide you with the answer that you're looking for? Are your processes and the way that you're using the AI consistent with your expectations and your outcomes and your own ethical frameworks that your company is built on? Building that in at front end is critical, because once you deploy and you're making money and then discover later that, oh, I have a problem because I've built a business model on an unethical use of data, it's hard to unwind that clock. So we believe putting that in at the front end, understanding it at the beginning and challenging ourselves as we go forward consistently over and over again is really the only path forward to make sure that you avoid these potential hiccups from using AI and machine learning. It's a powerful tool. It needs to be managed carefully.
So the right question, and the right question for right now. Perfect. We are out of time, I'm afraid. I know there were a bunch more questions, but thank you so much for the brilliant conversation. Thank you so much to my panelists for all of their insights.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much when I clapped for clapping as well. I really appreciate that. So we're about to take a short break. This one's just a 10-minute break, and we are going to then move into the metaverse. So be back here. Oh, I've got it here for... We're going to take a 45-minute break. I take that back. And then we're moving into the metaverse. Apologies. But thank you so much. Another round of applause for our amazing panel. Fab. That was brilliant. Hello. So, just a reminder, this is a headphone stage. So you're going to need your headphones for this one. On the side, there will be an on button, and then you need to click until they go green. So we're looking for a green colour. There we go. You probably will need your headphones because they won't be as loud. Fantastic. And the room goes silent. Yeah, so making sure that if you click on the side, yeah, the little button, yeah, on green. Perfect. There's a few at the back. At the back, you need to... And also, if you're green... Oh, is my mic not working? Oh, no, it's because you haven't got your headphones on. That's why. There we go. So if you are next to someone who's wearing a headphone set and they are not green, can you just tell them to make it green with the button on the side? Not getting you to do my job for me, but it would make my job a little bit easier. So our next session is hosted by Nick Rosa. Nick is an expert in creative technology, experience design, and digital transformation, and he's a digital transformation specialist. He currently leads the XR business and co-leads the metaverse strategy business in Europe for Accenture. Nick and his panel will be exploring how we scale the metaverse, which is quite interesting because I feel like we're still getting to grips of what the metaverse actually is. So Jamie Burke from Outlier Ventures won't be joining today, unfortunately, as he's fallen ill. But the panel is exceptional, and I'm sure we're going to have an amazing time. And I'm very excited for the questions that we're going to get afterwards as well. So let's bring Nick and his panel to the stage. A round of applause, please. Fantastic.
How are you doing? So we're going to have a little bit of a DJ session today with this silent disco, but we have some competition over there from the blockchain stage, so I think that in this way you're going to hear us better. My name is Nick Rosa, and I'm going to be the moderator for this panel. I work for Accenture and in the Accenture Technology Innovation Incubation, and I lead the metaverse strategy for Asia Pacific and Europe at Accenture. And today we're going to talk about tackling scalability, interoperability, and the open metaverse, which is a big topic that is deeply interconnected to the meaning itself of the metaverse. And we have two amazing guests on this panel. Unfortunately, we had one defection due to COVID, but I think that we're going to be able to jazz it out together pretty quickly and pretty easily. I would like to introduce the guests, and actually I would like the guests to introduce themselves. Kati, would you like to give an introduction of yourself?
Yeah, thanks, Nick, and hello everyone. Nice to be here. My name is Kathy Lee. I work for the World Economic Forum. That's my water.
Oh, sorry about that.
No, it's still pandemic time.
Okay, yes, sorry. I thought it was mine. Maybe I can get some water from the team. Thank you, sorry.
So I work for the World Economic Forum, which is a international organization for public-private collaboration. And the forum, I think many of you may know what we do. We bring together political, business, and culture leaders and other leaders together to shape the global, regional, and industry agenda. I had the media, entertainment, and sport platform, one of the 16 platforms that the forum has, which means that the forum has 16 thematic areas to explore, and media, entertainment, sport is one of them. And we run those kind of large-scale initiatives such as, tackling harmful content with Global Coalition for Digital Safety, and Power Media with a focus on D&I in media and content, and then recently launched Defining and Building the Metaverse initiative just last month in Davos. So again, really happy to be here, and thanks for having us.
Happy to have you, Kati. Fabio, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Thanks for having me. My name is Fabio Lafranca. I'm the founder of Blueverse Ventures. Blueverse is a young, new advisor and investor in all things metaverse. I would say we operate at the intersection of, if there was a Venn diagram, those are quite popular. If there was a Venn diagram, we will operate at an intersection of immersive computing and Web3. And we advise, invest at early stage startup, global, because founders are everywhere now. I also work for the European Commission and the European Innovation Council, where we deploy 10 billion euros over 5 years. And I'm also part of a member of the forum for their Global Future Council for VR and AR, and this new initiative, which I'm very pleased to be a part of.
Fantastic, thank you so much. Now I would like to do a little bit of a check on the room, a sense check on the room. I would like to understand who has heard about the metaverse in this room? Please raise your hand. Pretty much everybody. This is great. So we have a well-versed audience about the metaverse. And who owns a crypto wallet? Wow. Wonderful. And who has a VR headset? Pretty good.
Yeah,
pretty good.
Absolutely.
And who has experienced first-person platforms like Decentraland, Sandbox, and Roblox? I think that we are out of target here. Not many Gen Z and Gen M, but that's great. That's amazing. So I think that we can go straight into the first question, that is, what are, from your point of view, the biggest challenges about the metaverse from a business perspective, technological perspective, user experience, and eventually inclusivity and sustainability? What are the biggest challenges that companies that are operating in the metaverse ecosystem and stack need to face right now?
Would you like to go first?
Kathy, would you like to start?
Of course. So that's a wonderful question, and you know, it's going to take a long time to get to each of the points that you just raised. But in terms of business, I would think, first of all, for the businesses that are building the foundational layers for the metaverse, first of all, you know, in terms of the business intelligence, in terms of the investment that needs to be made, you know, what are the use cases that will prevail in the next decade, and what kind of, you know, what kind of timing that these organizations need to grab in order to mitigate the risk of, you know, acting too early or too late. Yep. Those are definitely some of the challenges. And then in terms of the content layer, if you think about the business model within this industry over the past decade or so, the industry has definitely been struggling from the advertising model to the subscription model. Yep. So in the future, what would the metaverse business model look like? Is it really going to be still very much rooted in the Web 2.0 kind of presence and still have this kind of very predominantly advertising model, which causes a lot of the challenges and problems as we've seen during the past past decade? Or would it be a more of a subscription model? But then again, that also requires massive, public buy-in. So that's definitely some of the challenges that business will need to tackle. Do you want Fabio to address?
Fabio, would you like to continue?
Sure. Thank you. I think we could have even started with how many of you have at least one email, and then if you go back to the early days of the internet, you know, from the moment you created your email, could be 1994, 1995 or earlier, to when you downloaded Facebook for the first time, let's say. How many years that actually took? And then when you compare what's, the people who don't have a crypto wallet in the room yet, then that gives you the sort of the curve, the journey to go to. So I think on the technological layer, I think on the infrastructure, technological layer, I think there are lots being done. I think lots of Web3 founders out there working on the infrastructure of Web3 or Web 5, I think we all know, or Web 6, I'm not sure. I go with Web plus 1 these days.
Let's try to make people understand what is Web 3 exactly, then eventually we can start talking about Web 5. There's a lot of confusion.
So there's always a cycle, like an infrastructure cycle and an application cycle. So Bitcoin was the first real infrastructure cycle with blockchain, and then other applications came after that. I think we might go into an application stage now where it's about, okay, what do we do with interoperability, and why do we need it? And why, I mean, we can ask the 5 whys even. Why do we need that? And some people don't even understand it or don't know how to get there. It's just the usage, the application, and the industry that will drive interoperability.
But it seems to me that, and I mean, I love your points, and it seems to me that we are talking about digital primitives here that we're facing, which are the first use cases for that any new technology and any new medium experience first as a first wave, a sort of a skeuomorphic era. So we kind of emulate the use cases of previous technologies before finding the real transformational use cases 5-10 years after. Exactly like what happened with the internet. We were just using the internet in the 90s that were just glorified websites, and then it became Facebook, and then it became Tinder, and then it became Shazam, and then it became Uber, and so on. So you have this emergence, and we don't have that yet. So do you think that this is the right time for companies to enter the metaverse, or is it too early? Kathy?
Well, I think, so to your point, applications, and also Fabio's point, applications usually come much earlier than the infrastructure layer is fully matured. And then you can really predict the future state of, how this is going to change how we live, how we work, how we earn. But then at the same time, as long as we have a unified vision, well, I can't say unified because there are different versions of it, but at least as long as people believe that the internet will continue evolving, it will evolve into something that we can't really predict yet because humans are terrible at predicting the future. But at least, let us encourage the innovations that's going to happen. Let, everyone try what they do the best, and maybe we'll end up with a version of the metaverse. But speaking of that, I do want to pick up on one point that Fabio just mentioned on interoperability. You asked about some of the challenges with technology. So, I'm not a technologist, but I can at least speak to just a few challenges. Think about interoperability. We all know, and when we announced the initiative last month, we said the metaverse needs to be interoperable. But think about that for a second. What does that even mean? Right now, we can't even agree on how do we log on to, each individual websites. There's no universal identity.
Exactly.
How is that going to be? How is that going to become a reality, right? What kind of, infrastructure needs to be put in place? Does that mean every single virtual world and platform needs to be interoperable with each other, open with each other, or do we still allow some of them to continue to operate, in the centralized way that they know that can deliver the best user experiences, and let the foundational layer, when it comes to data ownership and property rights, identity to become interoperable. Those are some of the challenges that we don't have answers right now.
And right now, maybe we can explain a little bit the difference between centralized and decentralized metaverse for the people that don't know what we're talking about. Fabio, would you like to give this?
Yeah, sure. Very quickly to echo what Kathy said, I think to put it another way in plain English, we don't want metaverse that's meta, just like we didn't want an internet that was Google. And once you frame that, you go, well, okay, this is where we can introduce the idea of interoperability and why it's so important. And then the metaverse is a destination. Why the decentralization piece is very important is because it's flipping the model. It's going from those big platforms, Web 2 platforms, having ownership of data and of digital lives, to actually us getting back control. God, I can't believe I'm saying that expression in England in 2022, but it is about getting control back of our own data and what we do with it, and not having our data monetized, harvested, extracted, manipulated, because it has value. And decentralization is revolutionary in the sense that you can flip this model and get some ownership back.
But there is a problem with decentralization, because there are some companies that, for example, for local legislation or governance or legacy systems will not be able to be decentralized probably for many years. But at the same time, in order to have the vision of the metaverse, which is this network of interconnected platform together, and please don't call them metaverses, there's only one metaverse. We need this kind of interoperability that will connect blockchain system with centralized system. What do you think needs to happen in order to tackle this kind of problem, Fabio?
Yeah, well, great question. If I knew, it's like we talked about the infrastructure layer and the application layer. I think we need to see an uptake in crypto wallets adoption. We need to see the sequencing. I mentioned the sequence from the first time you created an email to when you downloaded Facebook. You need an email to download Facebook. Once you have a crypto wallet, other applications will come to you. Which killer app will come? I mean, is it Bitcoin? Is it another infrastructure? That we'll see, which is why I look a lot at blockchain gaming and Web3 gaming, because there are 3 billion gamers in the world. They drive technological advances. They want to have a very seamless experience and a great experience. So they're very demanding in terms of on the tech front. And because of the mass of that population of gamers, then it sort of drives, I mean, the conversation, remember, started with Epic Games and Fortnite, where you can get your skins and different characters. It's just a proto-metaverse. It's an idea of the metaverse, but it could be bigger than that. Now, in terms of how we get there, so if the metaverse is what we used to call the internet, and with a capital M, I imagine a path where you could go from, metaversal experiences now. Gucci dropping NFTs, or some advertising play, just doing the headlines, just because we need to engage consumers. So for now, it's very much just a consumer engagement tool. And then there will be, I suppose, metaverses and or verses like Netflixverse or Disneyverse, and so basically platforms still trying to retain their customers, but also engage the Gen Zs, the new demographics, and have a little bit of interoperability. Absolutely. In the form of virtual bags, virtual sneakers. Look at what Nike is doing right now, and that's in the pop culture, and it has to catch on.
I have a question about what we discussed before about brands that are using the metaverse, and this is a question for you, Kati, to increase the engagement. There are some experiences that we see right now, also, for example, from companies like Netflix, that are using even self-contained games and experiences in order to create this fun engagement. What do you think needs to happen for media entertainment companies and broadcasting companies in order for them to start the next generation of this engagement in the metaverse? What are the killer use cases that you see for that?
The killer use cases, I suppose, has always been, if you try with one business model that doesn't work as well, then you're propelled to innovate. So to me, that's always, the fundamental driver of anything that's happening. Media entertainment and sport industry, which is, what's really to my heart, has always been one that's really struggling when it comes to business model. It's very difficult. It's very easy to get massive engagement, but the years, decades of the internet, basically the ongoing digital disruption has basically completely upended the kind of value exchange between the media owners and the consumers. So many consumers, especially the younger ones, they don't even understand that there's certain value exchange between the two sides. So that's definitely been one of the challenges, and that's what propelled the media entertainment companies to continue to look for the next breakthrough. But then again, back to the earlier point I pointed out, if you do ask a Web2 company, the majority of them will still tell you advertising works. Advertising is still where that drives most of the revenue. And look at what Netflix has been doing as the premium content owner. And they're going into gaming, but the gaming revenue, how much does that actually translate into the bottom line of the company? Right?
It seems to me that obviously they're doing it more for brand awareness rather than for business. I have a question for you, Kati, again, about accessibility of the metaverse. Do you think that a multi-platform strategy should be at the core of an interoperable metaverse in order to remove the digital divide?
Absolutely, that's the answer. Even though how to get there is not that straightforward, because just think about if my email, if I own a Gmail account and I can only email someone else who has a Gmail, that doesn't make sense, right? So the open protocol must be put in place. But like I said, think about when the internet first arrived. It was a governmental research project, and very few people at that time understood the commercial upside and the potential of the internet. And eventually, we still ended up with so many walled gardens. And this time, people coming into this game with their eyes open, so they know the potential, kind of reward that's ahead of us. So think about how human beings can deal with all of these different interests and dilemmas and still work towards a open and interoperable future. It's not going to be easy. But at the same time, we will need to define at least, some things may be open, some things may not be open, but at least there needs to be a baseline that everyone can agree on. As long as the baseline has been achieved, there could be some levels of interoperability, and that's for the benefit of all.
Fabio, would you like to add anything to this?
Yeah, absolutely. Just to echo what Kathy said, I think it's this sequence, the historical sequence of bundling and unbundling throughout the web. So definitely we've seen a bundling of offering services and then gathering users to platforms. And I think now we're going to an unbundling phase with your avatar or your digital identity, where you can actually start going across platforms. In terms of accessibility, still difficult for the layman to actually enter the material, so enter a platform. Gaming is one thing, but that's demographic focused. So I think unbundling and having experiences where access is easy will be a first step for sure.
You mentioned before that gaming obviously is the most obvious use case for the metaverse, and obviously you have a population of gamers that are passionate about playing in those 3D worlds. But we've seen a lot of companies, like AAA gaming companies, trying to experiment with NFTs and fail spectacularly. It seems that there's some sort of a mistrust towards those gaming companies from the public. What do you think needs to happen in order to change this kind of vision and perception from the public about NFTs and crypto?
Yeah, absolutely. There's been a backlash, and again, different demographics. The case of Axie Infinity was super interesting, because some people could actually make a bit of a living playing game and earning money in Philippines and Venezuela. So there was a clear case during the pandemic for blockchain gaming and actually play and earn, which is the business model that emerged last year. But most traditional gamers, they just want to play games and have fun. So when you start talking about NFTs and tokens, and then you can earn tokens, and it's not in their mind, again, because they're not used to it. There is no need. So there's definitely a big educational play for blockchain gaming, for traditional gaming companies.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah, can I add to that as well? And Fabio is absolutely right. And I'm sure there are many gamers in the audience can tell us even better that because that's a constant battle between the game publishers and the fans in terms of how to monetize. The gamers wanted to play something for free forever, and then the game publishers, their goal has always been to monetize as much as possible, and the fans have been subject to premium downloadable content, microtransaction, all of that for so many years. And now all of a sudden, with the arrival of NFTs, they realize they believe that, first of all, to Fabio's point, it doesn't really make playing game more fun, right? And then if you don't invest, someone else does. In a game, you might as well lose to that person. So it's not fair either, and it's very different from, for example, the successful examples we've seen in the music. Adoption of NFTs in music, because that's where at least the fans see that, by subscribing, paying for certain NFTs, they're supporting the artists. And here you're just, basically rewarding the big publishers. And also the publishers don't really make it optional either. You don't need to wear a branded T-shirt to go to a concert. It's completely optional. It's up to you. So at least you leave that choice to the people. So that's really where at least we see that's the failures of the gaming publishers so far. And in order in terms of how to fix it, I guess they will need to think about, first of all, and that's also the essence of Web3. How do you reward the individual creators and not just the big corporations behind it? I think that's probably the key.
Yeah, there's a nice example of Coca-Cola that basically gave the IP rights to the creators and allowed them to create new products and services for the metaverse, which is an interesting way to do a top-down, bottom-up kind of economy in the metaverse. I have the million-dollar question now. When do you think that consortium like the Open Metaverse Consortium or Kronos Group will be able to put everything on that table and build something that will work, and we're going to have finally the true interoperability of metaverse platforms? It's going to be like 3 years, 5 years, 10 years? What's your provision for that?
That's an impossible question. There are many groups out there, like Kronos and others you mentioned, that are developing the kind of technical standards and protocols. There are also organizations like us. For us, we don't get into developing technical standards and protocols, but we focus very much on public-private collaboration to make sure whatever it is, the technology choices that the big platforms or the Web3 companies chooses to deploy, they will need to conform to certain principles, and there needs to be a clarification between the role of public sector versus private sector, always consumer protection in mind. There might be certain trade-offs that need to be made as well, because we know that from years of working on digital safety, privacy and safety is not always perfectly aligned,
Absolutely.
especially when it comes to children's safety. Privacy and safety and freedoms of expression is not always perfectly aligned. So that's going to be, those challenges and problems will be even more significant when it comes to a construct like the metaverse. So back to your earlier point, I think it's going to take some time, quite a long time, because it's not a let's develop something and put it on the shelf, that kind of process. It's going to be an iterative kind of process that requires everyone, as long as you have a vision, to chime in and to build it together.
I have a provocative question before we go to Fabio for you. Don't you think that maybe it's time for us to stop just deploying technology because it's cool having the technology out there, and doing it a little bit more responsibly and having some governance and some principles in place where everybody agrees before we really push the technology? I mean, we all want to avoid the Cambridge Analytica number 2, right? So, and the metaverse is a very powerful machine. It can be an empathy machine. It can control how you feel, what you see. It's possible to do eye tracking in the metaverse. There are so many things that can be captured from the consumer behavior. Don't you think that this should be the priority number 1, not only for the companies, but also from governments to look after?
That's exactly what we're trying to do. And you're absolutely right. We talk about interoperability. Think about the privacy concerns. Because in the metaverse, it's not just your data, your contributed data, it's your biometric data. Think about if that data get hacked, what kind of consequences that could be. You can't just simply reset a password.
Absolutely.
It's not going to be like that. And who's safekeeping those data? How do we protect your data, your privacy, at the same time, and can still allow you to verify, authenticate who you are when it comes to financial transactions? Because that's where it requires KYC, for all those in the financial sectors. Safety, similarly, you know, in the metaverse, it's not just that you're looking at some harmful text. You are being heard. You are hearing other people. They can. There could be unwanted touches. There could be, you know, harassment. How are those going to be addressed in the future? So of course we wanted to put all of those principles in place. How to get there? It's not going to be easy, but at least, you know, the organization like where I work at, the World Economic Forum, that's, you know, why we started this multi-stakeholder approach, and so far we've already had, I think, 80, close to 90 different organizations, including some of the biggest platforms like Microsoft, Meta, HTC, Sony, Web3 companies as well. For example, Animoca Brands, Forte Labs, Decentraland, and Somnium Space. They're all part of this initiative, together with government, with civil society, and academia. So, yeah, absolutely, we wanted to put those guardrail in place before this vision actually take off.
Fantastic, thank you. Fabio, what's your provision?
Sure, going to the question of the timeline. As an investor, as a VC, you invest where we said where the ball is going, not where the ball is at. And investing too early is investing wrong as well. So the image I have is, did you remember that scene in Back to the Future with Marty McFly playing some old school Chuck Berry?
Yeah, sure.
Chuck Berry, and then he goes to heavy metal.
Yeah, it goes
and then everybody's like,
yeah.
and that's, I mean, so they were like, he jumped 50 years or 30 years of music. So the question is, how long will it take for, you know, the Web3 Marty McFlys out there to take us to that level of metaverse we want? It can come from everywhere, but pop culture, I just mentioned, hip-hop artists, gaming, those communities cross-pollinate, and it's hard to tell because they have their language, they have their culture, and that's sort of coexisting with our traditional culture. And there's a little bit of a divide and mismatch. So it's how long that, you know, the new kids, the Web3 Marty McFlys will take to get to an interoperable metaverse, and the cryptoverse could actually take us there, and that's why we have to watch what's happening in crypto Web3, but not necessarily crypto trading, but actual applications and utility applications. So that's the North Star, really, to see what's happening here and see how long it would take to bring people on board. With the governance, yes, I'm totally part of that initiative, and I think the forum is doing great in terms of saying, right, okay, this is, you know, the next generation of the internet. We got some things right from the, you know, Web 2, some things awfully wrong. We have a chance to fix it, and it's in the zeitgeist. We can see I will use a Marxist term for venture capitalists. It's always helpful, but there's like a qualitative leap that's happening. There's a zeitgeist where we're ready now, you know, geopolitically and economically, and we need that to happen almost. So it could be 5 years, it could be 10, it could be 8, but in that region, I would say.
And we need a sustainable and inclusive metaverse as well.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah.
I'm now happy to say that also Accenture is part of this committee at Davos, which is great. Now I think that's we can open up for some questions for the public. Anybody has some question? We have a raised hand over there.
Thank you very much. So my question is around the public realm.
Sorry, what's your name?
Oh, sorry, Devin Geary from the West Midlands Combined Authority. So my question is around the public realm and thinking of the metaverse as public realm. We've got social contracts in place in the physical world that govern how we interact with each other, but those are also then influenced by laws. So if we're looking at something as simple as don't kill because that's bad, we look at the in-group and the out-group sorts of ideas. So when you're thinking of these conversations at the triple helix level with senior stakeholders, where do you begin the conversation? Do you start at a high level? Do you start at the nitty-gritty detail, or do you start somewhere in between?
Excellent question. First of all, I wanted to acknowledge that. And we've been getting very similar questions from government, from some of the government agencies, for example, even Interpol, Europol, because how do we police the metaverse? That's one of the issues we have to tackle. And how do we stop terrorists from either the financial transaction or physical kind of virtual physical assault? Those are all the issues that's being discussed now. So first of all, we do need to, and that's why it's important first of all to raise awareness about the potential of the metaverse, because many governments around the world still think this is just entertainment. It's just kids play, but it's not, because I'm at the tail of millennial, but I can't say that I understand what my kids, when they grow up, what kind of digital environment they will be in. They will be native, and they will want it to be part of that. So for the government to, our advice has always been, join the work like this as early as possible to consider how do we moderate, the metaverse. Is it going to be? Are we going to apply real-world laws and regulations? So very much similar to, for example, how do we moderate, someone who had a fight in a bar, like in the physical world, how do you moderate that? In the virtual world, if this is run and owned by a commercial property, then how do we moderate that? That should be different considerations. As well. So yeah, first of all, absolutely, we've been reaching out to many of the governments, and we've been working with, for example, governments of the UK, Australia, Singapore, Bangladesh, Belgium, Ukraine, and many others, and also at the EU level and different governmental agencies in the US. But it's a long way to go, because first of all, we need to make sure that these are the real danger that's going to come, and it's not just entertainment.
And I suppose that there will be unforeseen consequences anyway, but our operators of the metaverse, we have a moral duty to tackle them before they arrive, tackle as many as possible before they'll manifest themselves. And one of the interesting things is that, for example, with the conversation that we're having at Accenture, some of the conversations are coming directly, obviously, from the senior management. Other conversations instead are bubbling up from situations that are happening in an empiric fashion. So we have some cases on the platforms that need to be tackled in some way immediately. So obviously there are two ways conversation that are happening, one top down and one bottom up. And this is going to be probably the norm for the future, because we're exploring the technology. Fabio, would you like to add something?
Thank you. Yeah, a couple of thoughts. Once you put governments, words like governments and police and decentralization and there's a bit of a conundrum. We discussed this, and I'm sure we'll discuss it plenty of time. But I think it's time to introduce the concept of DAOs, decentralized autonomous organizations. And I encourage you to look that up. And that's again, that exists in gaming, but not only. There are some social and citizenship initiatives where the trust is decentralized, and we're going back to the blockchain thesis and rationale here. But it's very much about decentralizing governance and having a governance in place. And the DAO starts doing that, and where we can bring, going back to the earlier points on gamers and traditional gamers, where we can bring traditional gamers into this Web3 world is by giving them not just a chance to earn, but a chance to own and control as well the destiny of their game. So we're moving from play to earn to play and own, or play and control even. And that's what the DAO is doing. And the DAO is being built, and it's completely decentralized. It's under the radar. Tax-wise, it's a nightmare. Any tax lawyer here, I mean, you have great days ahead of you. But that's where I think a new social contract can emerge. And that doesn't need borders. And that's where governments can be threatened. And that's a huge challenge for the forum.
Probably, I believe that, if I may add one last point to the question that has been made before, one of the main questions, especially when it comes to DAOs, it's how much free speech do we want to give to those people? How much freedom do we want to give to those people? Decentralized autonomous organization is an example of perfect democracy, one-to-one, okay? But we've seen that sometimes perfect democracy, most of the times, fails. Because there will always be an emergence of some, unsocial behaviors, let's say like that. So one of the main challenges that I believe that governments and organizations and platforms themselves need to understand is where to put limits at this beautiful new technology that allows this kind of perfect democracy. So I think that that's probably the biggest challenge right now.
If I may just add one more sentence. Basically, I think the future is not going to be completely owned and run by the current institutions, but it's also not going to be, something that's completely run by the DAOs or any other kind of decentralized mechanism. The reality is it's always somewhere in between. That's like everything else in the history. At least that's my belief.
Any other questions? Thank you, by the way.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Eva, and I'm from Edge VC. My question is really, do you see any very interesting companies that are building the open metaverse, or any solutions that you think it's worth highlighting?
Fabio, that's
Would you like to know my pipeline as a fellow VC, do you mean? Yes, there are some very interesting companies, and they're very much into the, let's face it, I'm going back to it, but blockchain gaming, fashion, any sort of fun experience. So fashion events and gaming, I would say would be quite interesting. And like you mentioned earlier, data, digital identity, and digital identity can be avatars or any sort of protocols. So again, I'm focusing on infrastructure layer, monetization layer, and interface layer. So any sort of startup within, it's like a 3D Venn diagram, if you like, where you have creator economy and your experiences, and then those layers. So any startup in those spaces would be very interesting at the moment, I think.
And there's a news
without naming names.
And there's a news of Neil Stephenson joining forces to create Lamina One.
Well, it's a direct competition to the Metaverse Initiative, isn't it?
No, it's not. That's private sector initiative.
Do you have any of those companies in mind, Kati?
Well, we work with everyone. That's the beauty of, headquartered in Switzerland. So yeah, we work with anyone that has open metaverse, interoperable metaverse in mind. So yeah, we will welcome any companies to join, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, from my point, I've seen this news of Lamina One, and I think that it's interesting what they're trying to achieve. Also, they have some pretty good all-star people that are working in the board of directors. So also Tony Parisi from Unity, that was the head of AR and VR from Unity, joined the team recently. So we'll see what is going to happen. It's something that is completely built on blockchain. My only concern is that, as I said before, there are some companies that have some legacy systems that will not be able to move to the decentralized metaverse anytime soon. There are also some countries where decentralized technology is not even allowed. So how do you tackle interoperability and access to the metaverse in those countries? Obviously, there will always be a coexistence between metaverse and Web3. And just, to give an overview for people that are not familiar with the term, the metaverse can be Web3, so decentralized, but it's not necessarily Web3. So when people talk about, the metaverse Web3 is not correct. So it's just to give an overview of this. Any other questions?
Hi, thank you very much for the talk. It was really, really interesting. So all these are new topics, and there are very few people actually able to understand what's needed to regulate and the implications also of all of these new technologies. And even the experts have still troubles in identifying them, right? So I was thinking, what kind of activities are you doing to educate the current and the future legislators and regulators about all of this?
Well, thanks for the question. So first of all, like I said, we wanted to raise awareness about the potential challenges that's going to come. And we already work with a range of governments. And we welcome them to be part of this initiative because it's not about the forum having the answers. The answers always lies with the community for public-private sector to have a chance to exchange ideas and also, discuss some of the trade-offs and potential balancing harmonization that needs to happen before we put any regulations in place. So yeah, again, in a nutshell, that's what we do, through any of our events, through the kind of, workshops that we run. It's all about bringing together public-private sector so that they no longer work on this in silos, like what we've seen during the past 10 years or so.
From an Accenture perspective, we are working very closely with the public sector, with many public sector clients. We are not precisely working on public-facing metaverse, but more towards the enterprise, especially, for example, for police departments, defense departments, and stuff like this. We are obviously educating them about the risks and advantages, in particular, of the metaverse, but I think it is important to see both sides of the coin, because it can be a very big gun. It is a very big gun. And we need to use it responsibly and give it to the hands of people that know what they're going to use and how, and let them understand how to best use it. Because as I said before, I believe that we are in a better stage right now where we understand that technologies don't need to be used just for the sake of being cool because the technology is great. Let's use this platform as we did in the last 20 years with internet technologies and companies, and we have this moral duty of applying this kind of principle to everything that we deploy as metaverse operators and business people. Thank you. I think that we are up with the time. Thank you so much, Katie. Thank you so much, Fabio, for being with us. Thank you so much to CogX for organizing this panel, and thank you so much to all of you for being here. Thanks.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Nick.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stacey. Thank you so much. Well, that was fascinating, exciting, but also a little bit scary if you think about the potentials that could happen here. But we're now about to take a long lunch, so thank you to all three of you for this session. We're going to take a long lunch, so it's a perfect opportunity to network, get out there, people you're sitting next to, find people in Quantum Black, go into the square. A reminder, we're in Coles Drop Yard. There's loads of great places to eat. There's no toilets in this building, but they are to the right down the stairs if you need them. And what else do we want to say? Come back here for 2 p.m. We're going to continue our metaverse chat, and we're going to be talking about the metaverse and mental health. I don't know if anyone spotted in the title there was a band reference. I didn't either, so that's cool. But yeah, we'll see you at 2. Hi everybody. So, just a reminder, this is a headphone stage. You have to put your headphones on. If they're not on already, you can turn them on here. And they will go to green. Perfect. So it needs to be green. So if you just click that button there. Yeah, you're good, you're not. You're amazing. A little bit of housekeeping, get us all ready for the second session. So if you just, yeah, there you go, done it, smashed it. Who am I missing? Okay, so if you see anybody next to you who has a red headphone, and it should be green, then this is your networking opportunity. Have a moment to help them out, make a new friend, and you never know, new business deal. So, welcome back. I hope you had a great lunch. We're now officially halfway through the festival. Not just the day, but through the festival, which is crazy. We've just sped through. I'm very excited for this session in particular, because we're going to be easing back into the metaverse chat. I'm not sure who was here for the previous metaverse session, but we're now going to be talking about metaverse and mental health. So, as we immerse ourselves head first as a society into the metaverse, willingly or not willingly, I'm not sure, we need to ask ourselves how this will affect our mental health and well-being. Journalist, author, brand strategist, and futurist Katie Barron leads our next panel. It's called Where is My Mind? The Metaverse and Mental Health. And this is one that we're all looking forward to. So Katie, if you'd like to bring your panelists onto the stage. A round of applause for our panel, please. Thank you.
Fantastic. Welcome everybody, and thank you so much for coming today. So today, as you know, we're here to discuss the burgeoning promise, but also the challenges regarding the metaverse and mental health. Now for the metaverse, I'm pretty sure nobody here needs me to explain this, but for very brief clarification, we're talking about this new era of virtual worlds that are always on, shared, and interactive in real time. And when it comes to mental health, the ideas that we're about to leap into potentially cover a really broad range of states or conditions, from severe neurological disorders at one end to those simply focused on giving us more robust mental well-being on the other. And to talk about this today, I've got a truly stellar panel of experts to do this with. So if I go from the end, we've got Rina Kocheka. Rina is a physician who specialises in neuroscience and mental health, and she's also known to some people as the mindfulness medic. And she also serves on the advisory board of Headspace. In the centre, we've got Tammy Bomick, who is the VP of Civility and Partnerships at Roblox. Now, Tammy was previously the VP of Global Marketing at Roblox. And for the last 4 years, she's started the Civility Initiative to help people thrive both online and off. And then here, to my right, we've got Dr. Kate Devlin, who is a reader in artificial intelligence in society at King's College London. And she's a specialist in the discourse surrounding humans and AI. So to kick off with, I'd like us to consider this increasingly potent relationship between online identity, so kind of the digital expression of self within a virtual world, and having a more healthy outlook, the kind of ability to thrive in the real world. You know, it's this sentiment of, will the metaverse allow us to kind of live our truths, to be the things that we could only dream of in the real world? Or will actually they create a greater sense of dissatisfaction with who we are in the real world, a sort of rift, a kind of dissonance that we just can't really repair? So to kick off, I'm going to go to you, Kate.
Okay. So, yeah, the metaverse is still very much embryonic. We don't really know what form it will take. What we do know is we can look at existing behaviour and how people interact online, how people interact in different communities online, and from that try and project what will happen if we get this more embodied, living internet where we're engaged in with the sense of presence as well. And I think there's lots we can explore there. There's, you know, we know that the internet has been very powerful in bringing people together. It's been really positive in many ways for our mental health because people are able to find their communities, they're able to find their tribes. It's led to friendships, it's led to happiness, it's led to marriages, it's led to all sorts of things. But we know there's a downside as well. We know that there's hate groups, there's disinformation, all of these things spread. So what happens when we are in a more immersive environment where that's harder to switch off, and how do we engage? And I think as well as that, we have this very much this splintered personality effect too, where we currently spread our different social media presence across different apps. What happens if that's amalgamated into one thing? Do we have one particular?
Is this what you've previously referred to as code switching?
Right, so we do this anyway. Every day we do it in real life. We think about how we interact with different groups of people. I might act differently with my colleagues than I would with my family. In fact, I definitely do. I act differently with my daughter than I do with my my mother, for example. So this code switching is a very, very natural thing that we do. And if we look at the way we treat social media, and I don't even do this consciously, but I know that the stuff I post on Instagram would differ very much from the things I post on Twitter or on Facebook. Other social media is available. So this is a very natural thing to do. Do we then curate our existence when it comes to the metaverse too? Is there going to be a way that we can present different facets of ourselves, and what impact does that have on the way that we think on our mental health?
I mean, maybe this is for Kate, but also for you, Rena. I think. But does that idea of is it more pronounced? You know, as you say, we code switch all the time in our daily lives anyway, but is it more pronounced potentially in the metaverse? And is that helpful, or could that potentially be more dangerous, or a bit of both?
I would say it's a combination of both, and it will depend on who you are and how you use the platforms, right? So we know that self-expression is a really positive thing, right? So self-expression allows for things like self-discovery, self-confidence, an increase in self-worth, self-acceptance, right? And the internet and social media thus far has allowed for self-expression, right? So I was speaking to someone from the Gen Z age group recently, and she was saying how she loves to share with online communities how she's feeling without being judged, right? And that we know for mental health in particular, mental illness in particular, where there's so much stigma associated with, being diagnosed with mental illness. Sometimes we can't share what we're really feeling or parts of our diagnoses with people around us, but we can, in the online forum. So I see that as a good thing. I know LGBTQIA plus community, people from that community who have had confidence to come out IRL in real life, right? Because they've been supported in their online communities. The problem comes, and this is where I see the problem as a physician who's firstly suffers from mental illness myself, and secondly has diagnosed and seen lots of people with mental illness, is the further you go from your real self or your true self, the more you start to carefully curate and project perfect portrayals of what you expect other people to see or you want to show to other people. You're becoming less and less authentic, and this actually is to the detriment of your self-confidence, self-acceptance, self-worth. And for some people, this can push them into anxiety, depression, paranoia, etc. Now, my concern with the metaverse would be, if you have avatars where on demand you can change your hair, you can change your body shape, you can change the way you look, you can, change your skin tone, and you are accepted in the virtual world because of that avatar you're projecting, well, this creates a dissonance between your virtual reality and your physical reality.
So it goes from being kind of a sense of liberation to actually being sort of incarcerated in the thing that you've created.
Exactly. So I think self-expression in and of itself is a good thing as long as it's aligned and authentic to who you truly are, rather than, another avenue to just fit in. And there's so much pressure to do that, right? Just go on Instagram and you'll know.
So, Tammy, this is difficult for you because, of course, or brilliant for you in some ways, because you are dealing with exactly this space. You know, Roblox in many ways could be seen as the kind of next iteration of social media, you know, a kind of 3D interactive, walking, talking, living, breathing version of social media. What are you seeing in this space about how people are behaving and constructing identities?
So, you know, it might be helpful for me, for those of you who are not familiar with Roblox, to share a little bit about Roblox, what Roblox is. We are not a game company, and we are not a social media company. We are a technology platform that allows people to be able to create experiences and place it on our platform. We started in 2006. We've been around for a very long time, and we have tens of millions of experiences on our platform, all created by our community. And because it's created by our community, there is naturally authenticity in that creation, which is honestly one of the reasons why I think it is so popular. We have so many developers, AAA developers, that come and say, oh, I'm going to create an experience on Roblox, and they think it's so easy, and they're not as successful. And the reason for that is because young people know that it's a form of self-expression. Throughout the pandemic, what we did see was we built Roblox. Our founder, Dave Baszucki, built the platform in order simply to connect people. He saw a need for people to be able to express themselves by creating experiences, and to be able, his ultimate vision was to bring people from all walks of life together in a common understanding. So now we have close to 50 million daily active users on the platform, and they're finding community and the importance of that community and authenticity. Especially during the pandemic, people were starving for connection. And so they found that on Roblox and online, where they couldn't get together physically. They were having birthday parties, they were having graduations, they were having weddings, and they were inviting people from around the world to celebrate in that respect. So I feel like the metaverse, or Roblox, is a critical part. It's not going to go away. In fact, it's going to evolve and continue to grow. And to your point, Kitty, it's the very beginning of a new evolution of the internet.
I'd like to go back to that point really about connections and group connections, because obviously we were talking about the individual and expression of identity, but of course the idea of co-presence is perhaps one of the most exciting things about the metaverse or the spatial web. You know, that idea of being able to inhabit a space with somebody. You know, how critical could that be to supporting mental health and creating more kind of meaningful connections, by which I mean empathy, compassion, intimacy. I know, Kate, you do a lot of work talking about digital intimacy, even just overcoming loneliness. There's some amazing stats out there at the moment about young people actually feeling loneliness more so than any other group, which really surprised me. So in that respect, you know, what's the promise here, but also what kind of technologies should we be using? Because obviously the metaverse at the moment, it's, as you say, it's in its nascent stages. There might well be people in the audience that could be working on or supporting technologies to amplify those connections. So what do you think should be being created here? What do we need? What are we missing? Tammy, do you want actually to you again?
Yeah, I can speak to that. I'll tell you, there's so much innovation from a technology standpoint that has, one, yet to be developed, but is a lot of technology and features that are coming soon, right around the corner, that enhance emotion. And I'll give you an example. In fact, I just saw it last week, a new demo with facial recognition, facial animation that is so real that I think it's going to be very, very critical to imparting empathy upon one another. If I said to you, Katie, I don't like your pants. I do, it's adorable. But if I said, I don't like your pants, and it hurt your feelings, I could actually see your eyes crinkle. I could pick up those human cues that we have in real life, and it's scratching the surface. If we can bring that into the digital world where you can pick up on human social cues, that's going to move things ahead.
So that's something that you're testing for kind of avatar to avatar
Yeah.
communication. So somehow, I guess this is probably not something to go into now, but there will be some way where you will be able to, your avatar will replicate your expression in real life or similar?
And animations and feelings. We also have, just as another example, we've just introduced layered clothing, where, importance of self-expression and identity is critical to especially young people to be able to establish their presence and who they are. Now, the technology is becoming so realistic that, we have brands coming to us, such as Gucci, who are taking a look at, doing runway type of things because they can layer their clothing. Avatars are not just these animated figures anymore, right? We're actually, true expression can be achieved by these layered clothing effects. So again, all of these things to separate out to support individuality.
Kate, you've specialised in digital intimacy, including even sort of talking about sex,
Yep.
I believe.
Yes.
So, really, really getting into the, not really getting sexy, I'm searching for the right words now, not to sort of get myself in big trouble, but how, in terms of really where these relationships could go and thinking about ways that the metaverse could perhaps even not just kind of compete with real life, but actually perhaps be better than in some ways, bearing in mind we can't always be with the people that we want to be, etc. What could you tell us a bit about any of the work you've done?
Yeah, sure. So the pandemic is a nice example of this, in that people were repurposing the tech that we did have in order to try and maintain that closeness in some ways, whether that's by Zoom quizzes or through calls, video calls, and things like that. So leaving aside the fact that a lot of technology used to be driven by either gaming or porn, there's that side of things, and that's still and the fact that we've got companies already coming in with clothes, there's a lot of marketization issues here. But the intimacy side of things, we can already form intimacy very quickly, even without the idea of immersion. So we do this, we can form intimacy very quickly via text, and that goes right back to the first chatbots in the 60s, like Eliza, which wasn't even using AI, it was just pattern matching, and people were feeling a sense of empathy. People were feeling as if they could confide in this trusted source. So nowadays we can do that directly with another human very easily. In the metaverse, the idea is that we'll do that in a co-present space, so that you will be online, the person you're communicating with will be online, you're meeting in a virtual space. And back in 2016 and again in 2017, I ran sex tech hackathons where we got people together to kind of explore how we could create technology for intimacy. And some of it was already looking at that before the metaverse was properly mentioned as a feasible thing, about how we might explore that area. And it was fascinating, people thinking about sensors that will trigger under certain virtual conditions or augmented reality conditions that will cause pleasurable effects. Maybe you can make something that feels as if you're being hugged when someone else pushes a button on the other side of the world. So these things are all, there's a lot of promise there for doing that, but we don't need it to be that sophisticated really to form those connections. So my hope is that we see the technology being used to kind of mediate a relationship, that we can use it when we can't be with the people we love, because I can't even imagine what this pandemic would have been like 10 years ago when we didn't have half the infrastructure around. So the work that I have done points very clearly to there being a demand for this, and one of the questions I often get asked is, does this mean it's an end of person-to-person relationships? It's absolutely not. I think we've got the gold standard of being with each other in person. It's just that for some people that's not an option, and if we can provide this as another way of doing that.
And I guess there's this whole other world of synth beings as well, that there's person to real
there
person.
There is person to real person, and then eventually person to artificial person, and that's also a possibility, yes, and not as far-fetched as it might sound. It's really not that sci-fi, because we already see, and in the news this week we had Lambda. I kind of roll my eyes at that because it's a lot of hype there, but we've seen the progression that chatbots, for example, or language models can have, and they're very sophisticated. It doesn't need to be a sentient piece of machine intelligence at the end of the conversation. It's enough for us to project our desires onto that and see it as such for us to interact that way. So we're very social creatures, and we can project that sociality onto our tech.
And Rena, I mean, I know that you are working in this space at the moment, thinking about, we've talked previously about haptics, sonics, haptics, all these other peripheral things how to communicate those in the metaverse. Could you talk a bit about that?
Yeah, I think the first thing I would go back to is something Kate mentioned, which, take it in a different context, is trusted sources, right? So if we're coming back to mental health and the metaverse, right? Are the companies which are building the devices, building the platforms, are they trusted sources, right? Because they are going to be shaping and shifting how we interact with one another, how we live, work, play, eat, have sex, potentially. So the first is, before I go into sort of the idea I have for something around haptics and creating, more connection, is can we reel it back and say, okay, we know that there are certain factors, certain human lifestyle factors that promote or demote mental health, right? There are certain factors which allow us to thrive as individuals and communities, and certain that push us into mental illness. So the area of study here is, let's look at these lifestyle factors, things like, sleep, social connection, right, movement. And how can we integrate more of that into what we're architecting? Because the metaverse is in its real infancy, and with that comes an opportunity, but also a responsibility. And I just want to highlight, because I see this day in, day out, that sadly, those who created the internet and social media as we know it now, they did not prioritize the mental health and well-being of what they term the end user. And I have a real problem with that term, because when it becomes the end user, you're thinking of numbers and metrics. You're not thinking of the person, right? The person who is a human being with basic human needs, right? So actually, can we start to tease out, and this is where we'd have multidisciplinary teams, ideally, working in these companies, the psychologists, the psychiatrists, the doctors, the techies, the engineers, the designers, build out metaverses and devices conducive to mental health, right? And then if we are building out either the experiences or the technology, we need research, right? We need to keep going back and assessing and reassessing, is this actually doing what we say it's doing? Is this doing what we think it's doing, right? So you mentioned, Katie, that, we live in a hyper-connected world, right? The last I checked, 1,000 few friends on Facebook, a few thousand on LinkedIn, right? And I've still felt lonely, right? As most of us have, right? In fact, Gen Z, for example, who, mostly Gen Z are going to sort of immerse themselves into this, and this is the future. Those who spend more than 2 hours a day on social media report feeling more and more lonely and disconnected, right? But with that research, knowing that comes an opportunity, right? So how do we allow for sort of more empathy, social connection? I'm really interested in the area of haptics, a really new area, but let's think of this, like Kate just said, if we are connecting virtually to avatars, right? Can we create something which has body sensors and haptic engines integrated? Like, we do it already, right? You play a PlayStation, the console has a haptic engine, so when you're driving the wheel of the car, it drifts, you feel the drift, right? There's instant feedback. So if I'm hugging my mother's avatar on the other side of the world, can I truly feel like I've had a hug? And does that release oxytocin, which allows me to have that felt sense of connection? I don't know. We need the research, right? And with social media companies at the moment, I think what they have started to do is do the research, but not follow it up with changing their ways, right? And so this is where I think come back to the humanity, right? Keep coming back to the humanity. They're not end users. These are people. This is me and you.
That I'm going to sort of slightly jump around with questions here a little bit, because that's made me think a lot about this idea of if we accept that the metaverse is going to be a hugely social place, so in some ways, obviously it will be to work, to play, to do everything in a way, but the social aspect of this will be huge. It's already huge at the moment. Obviously, Roblox is a great example of that. Is there therefore a case of, a lot of people being on, we even see a lot of young people coming off social media because actually, and brands even saying they're coming off social media because it's not conducive to allowing their fans to relax, to do the things they wanted them to do, especially wellbeing and beauty brands. Do you see a space in the future that we should have these metaverses where actually there'll be some kind of governance or monitoring of them that would actually make people stop in those spaces or not connect or disconnect? I mean, how on earth you would disconnect in the most hyper-connected place, I don't know. But what do you guys think about that? I mean, in a way, this kind of, for me, connects to our question about regulating online communities in a way.
I'm happy to take that from a Roblox perspective. So I think that I'm very optimistic about the future. I think that we're very early on, but I also want to put it out there. I honestly believe that in 5 to 10 years from now, whether you want to call it the metaverse, I think it's a interesting word, but the reality is we're a technology platform that brings people together. It's going to be safer and more civil than the real world because of the innovation and technology that's going to happen. I think that you can block people, you can mute people, there will be AI that will be in place that will stop people from doing things that they might do that would cause harm. There are a lot of things that I'm seeing that are already on the cusp, right, that are going to make the online world truly more productive and supportive. We see a lot of brands already starting to engage with Roblox. For example, Alo Yoga just did this whole meditation experience. They were not interested in selling anything. Their mission was really to meditate and to be able to remind people to just take a moment. Within a week, we had millions of people engaging in this experience, connecting with one another, and actually finding tremendous support from the community. That's just one example. Unilever is also working on an experience later this year that, again, is going to support people in ways that, we've never seen before. So I think that it's just scratching the surface, and there's so much mental well-being that can come out of the metaverse.
Do you think, Tammy, to that point, there's a lot of talk at the moment about, smaller social media and the splinter net, and the way that potentially some of these metaverse-type worlds, proto-metaverses, will allow people to create smaller communities that will actually set quite a positive blueprint going forward. Have you seen, because obviously there's lots of games on Roblox and sort of experiences on Roblox that are for masses of people. Are you seeing smaller groups and kind of interesting behaviours in the smaller groups that would pertain to a sort of better sense of well-being?
Absolutely. So, because Roblox is a user-generated platform, we have many creators that are creating their own experiences. It's naturally creating these cohorts of people who engage in different experiences. So, for example, we have typical games, which are like obstacle courses, that type of thing. But most of our most popular games, quite honestly, are social. There's no end game to it. It's literally hanging out and, with people and doing things together. So, it's interesting because what we see is self-regulation happening in those unique spaces. And that's really set forth by these developers or creators that are creating the themes and creating the topics. So, yeah, we see that all the time.
Okay, what do you see in terms of, because obviously that does bring up, it's the people that are creating these experiences. What does that bring up for you in terms of your research, in terms of who's moderating and how?
Yeah, so I'm also kind of a tech optimist. I think that there's a lot of good that comes out of technology, but there are some issues. I'm more skeptical about the ability to moderate and also the impact it has on the people who do the moderating, which tends to be farmed out to people, tends to be in the global south, tends to be poorer people who are having to sift through, you know, trauma after trauma responses, you know, awful things happening online that they then have to moderate, and they're looking at sort of abusive images and hate speech to try and filter that out. We don't yet have sophisticated enough AI to be able to do that seamlessly. So there's that aspect as well, and I think this. I think also that Rita mentioned trust, and I work on a project called Trusted Autonomous Systems Hub. It's a UKRI funded project, and one of the things that we do is to try and make sure that there's responsible development through all stages, and that includes the development environment. So when you do this, when you decide how you're going to moderate or how you're going to do any of these terms of services, that you've incorporated not just EDI into it, but responsible research itself, that you're making sure that you know that your supply chain is good, that the people you're subcontracting to have good working environments. So I think, you know, we can. I do agree that it's possible to have a very positive online environment, but we have to think about how we get there and make sure that we're not harming anyone else while we're doing that. And there is still a big power imbalance in tech when it comes to that.
On that notion of the environment, taking that into it kind of more literally for a moment, because I'm conscious of time, I'm sure there'll be many questions. I'd like to just kind of go into a deep dive into the architecture of the metaverse in quite a literal way. You know, the impact of virtual design, if you like. You know, we're very aware of our surroundings and the impact they can have on our mental health in the real world. But also we're in a slightly strange place with the metaverse where, although a lot of people are still kind of replicating what we have in the real world and creating, and of course we can do anything in the metaverse, what therefore should we be looking to do? What kind of spaces, experiences, but particularly thinking about, you know, you walk into a metaverse, what kind of things do you think we should be creating to help create a more positive space for mental health?
I can start. So, okay, at risk of being sort of escorted out of here, I'm just going to say there is no substitute for nature and the natural environment. Okay, so yes, we can simulate it, and yes, we can get really close, and my hope is that we do, given that this is the future, right, and we are going to be spending more of our lives in immersive virtual environments. Let me just put it to you, right, like how did you feel when you were isolating or in quarantine, right, during the pandemic, right? At risk of further sounding quite esoteric and really being ousted out, you know, we are made up of the 5 elements, right? Space, air, fire, water, earth, right? And nature is our home, right? So my concern is that if we are spending so much time with headsets on or with sensors on and we're immersed in these virtual environments, you know, that's taking us away from immersing ourselves in nature, right? And at the moment, you know, and hopefully this changes over time, the tech isn't up to scratch where, you know, we're sort of, I don't know, maybe running with a headset on and we feel like we're running through the woods, but are we getting the fresh air? Are we getting the natural sunlight, you know? Are we getting what nature provides us? And we know that it's really important. So like the Mental Health Foundation did a survey or did a study during the pandemic, and they found the #1 thing that people did to keep themselves mentally well, coming back to mental health in the metaverse, was go for a walk outdoors, right, during the pandemic, right? So my hope is that we get really close, but equally, let's not forget that we do need time offline, right? We've evolved as a species sitting around campfires, right? Not with artificial lighting, but like lighting a campfire, telling each other stories. Now, there are elements of that we can definitely simulate, and there are elements of that where we need to stay more connected with nature. And my concern is for especially the younger generation, because the less connected you get to something, the less you care about it. Right? If we're not connected to nature, we're not going to care about the climate, right?
So there's a sense of digital addiction could be...
Oh, completely, right? So this is a concern. I do hope, my hope is that people get really, really good at simulating the experiences and what nature provides us. The other thing I would say, and I'm just going to, again, put it out there and probably get shot down, is that how might the platforms which are building out these immersive experiences actually create stop valves or stop gaps, right? And actually put people over profits, so to speak, or put the mental health and well-being of the person, not the end user, the person, high up on the list and say, you know, ping a notification, hey, you've been online for like 4 hours and you haven't moved much, you know, here, I'm going to give you a badge or give you some points. Go offline and spend some time in the garden, right? That, for me, would feel like, okay, I'm really am being looked after and cared for, and this is a conscious metaverse that we're creating. That's my hope.
I mean, I guess Nike's done that, right, with Roblox.
And we are, and to your point, and I might get ushered out with you.
Okay.
We don't want people to spend all their time on Roblox. We don't. We look at it as a complement to real life. So we don't look at it as, oh my gosh, we want everybody to spend all of their time in the digital world. I hope you don't. I hope that you're out there and you're spending time taking beautiful walks.
That means
in
a lot,
the sun.
You say that.
And so we do believe that, you know, it is a complement to real life experience in terms of bringing people together. It's just simply another avenue. Mental health is a very important aspect at Roblox, and you know, I think that with the types of experiences that we're creating, we're focused on that. We're constantly doing research to understand what the baseline of civility is on the platform, as well as the connections that people have with one another.
Will we see the aesthetic of Roblox? Because Roblox is obviously quite famous for having a kind of blocky, kid-centric, sort of geometric, colourful. Might that change? Might that become more sophisticated?
So that was the very beginning foundation of Roblox, but now we have very sophisticated tools that are creating AAA experiences. If you go and take a look at the Alo Yoga and meditate, you'll see the difference. It is beautiful, and the music that I sometimes just go in there and just take a moment just to listen to the music and the sounds, and it calms me. So the aesthetics have evolved tremendously to where you can still have the blocky, but then you can still have almost a AAA type of experience.
Kate, but before we go to questions, I just wanted to take this to you, because obviously playing devil's advocate, there are lots of instances where, you know, there are people that don't have access to some of these natural things.
I was going to say that for a lot of people, there are no beautiful walks in nature.
What about, and thinking about how many people are living in massive cities and what's going to happen with that? What kind of work are you doing in that respect?
So I mean, for me, I think that in that way there are these positive things. So you're saying how beautiful this yoga is, and for some people that may be their mental health boost is not to go out in nature, is to go online, and that may not be as many, who knows, but perhaps for that kind of thing it can be really, really positive. Certainly I know that there's been trials with VR, for example, in old people's homes where they've done VRs of sort of beachscapes and things like that, and it's been really engaging. People have really loved it. They're housebound, they can't go out anymore. That's their chance to find peace and to find sort of mental relaxation. So I think that the positive side of that then is also there.
I think we've only got about 10 minutes left, so if we take it to questions on the floor. Gentleman, thank you.
I've been here 2 days, all the days. My favorite session so far. You have the critic, you have the expert, you have the creator, you have a panelist. So fabulous mix here. I love it. So I'm going to make a proposal. When we enjoy something, it's a chemical effect. It's dopamine. Yeah. So I want your reactions to it. Say, instead of calling it end user engagement, because I'm from the product world, I understand engagement, retention, activation, all that. Why can't we talk about it as dopamine and dopamine regulation, and measure it that way? And what do you think of a world like that, where we're able to say, this session generated so much dopamine for you, maybe your daily quota, recommended quota is 10,000, whatever that is, and stop there. I wanted your reaction to it, so maybe as a way to regulate the metaverse and make it safer for us to use.
So I think I'd be wary of that. I'd be wary of that on an individual basis because, and to say it's just the dopamine, I think is just a little bit reductive in that it's much more subtle interplay of different things going on there. I'm wary of setting individual quotas blanket quotas for individual people. I think that this is something that people handle in different ways through a number of different factors, some of which are environmental as well, that it may for some people become a problem to be online for too much, and other people may be able to handle it well. The same with any kind of addiction thing, the same with different types of mental illness. For example, I used to suffer quite badly from OCD, and I remember the therapist telling me, it's only a problem, OCD is only a problem when it becomes a problem in your life. If you can handle it, if you can live with those symptoms and it's not bothering you, then it isn't really OCD. And I see similar things with this being online all the time. If you can handle it and your life is positive and you're not having those negative experiences and you're otherwise healthy, then it's not so much of an issue. It's when that tips over into a problematic area where you start seeing negative effects, that's when you've got to worry, and that's going to be different for everyone.
I think it's almost about recalibrating the metrics of the metaverse in comparison to what we have with social media. I was just going to, before the other guys speak, I was just going to mention there are companies like ILM Labs that work on the kind of the sort of big Star Wars franchise immersive experiences. They were working for a while, I don't know if they still are, with a company called Helium. That were working with people that were suffering from chronic illnesses. And they had something, it wasn't dopamine, to your point, Kate, about different things for different people, but they were working on, for instance, creating a virtual room that you would be into, that you would only be able to access the next room, so thinking about it in a gamified way. If you could slow your heart rate down, or you could do something else, or you could kind of get to another experience state, if you like. Just experimental stuff, but quite interesting, I think, in terms of thinking about the way that we order what you do in the metaverse and how it's regulated and how it's monitored, rather than just, are you interacting, are you on it for X number of minutes, but it's how you feel with the minutes you're in it. That's sort of my view on it.
Yeah, I'm going to let the doctors answer the dopamine question, but just from a point with Roblox, I think that I'm just going to go back, and again, this is where I'm going to get ushered out. I think we've overplayed the word addiction. I think that we're trying to fit a one-size-fits-all into this addiction and digital addiction, when the reality is it comes back to a healthy relation, as trying to establish a healthy relationship with technology. I think that we have a lot of education that needs to be done. I don't think that it falls on any one group, but I know that there's a lot of education, and this is something that I personally focus on and my team focuses on at Roblox, is education for parents. Again, how do they help their children grow up to be savvy, self-aware, so that they can thrive in the online world? I think it's absolutely critical that we educate this next generation in the right ways. I think that part of it is government regulation and then platforms themselves. I think it's a three legs of a stool where there is responsibility on all sides. So I really want to focus on not using the word addiction because I think it sensationalizes the whole issue. So.
To that point, I'd agree with you. I think, using the word addiction, actually for those who truly have a problem with addiction, it also minimizes what they are experiencing. And this is not just tech addiction, this is addiction across the board, right? Just as, and this is a language thing, just as we say sort of in common day to day, stop being so schizo, right? Or stop being so OCD, right? It minimizes, the experience of those who actually have those conditions. So I'd agree with you where, with building out the metaverse, we also need to build out appropriate language and use of language and use of sort of facial expressions and things like that, build out more of an intelligence around emotions and what it means to be human. Again, keep coming back to that. The dopamine thing, yeah, I would say totally reductionist. And it's interesting because I could be engaged in a platform, eating a donut, my dopamine is going to spike, right? So I would say let's not limit ourselves and actually think of the whole of the human experience and try and integrate more of that rather than chemicals and transmitters.
Thank you for your question. I think there's a man down there in the middle.
Thank you for a very insightful panel. The more technological apps and solutions we have, is there more risk of a burnout? So in daytime, I work 8 hours in front of a desktop, and then I commute with a tablet, and then I go to bed after scrolling for messages that I might have missed during the day. So if metaverse is coming to our life, can we think about what can help us have the balance, the off switch? So Rena has spoken about the safety valve. So can we go a step further for the off switch? Thank you.
So I'll take that from a technology standpoint. Almost every device has an option for you to set time limits. So it goes back to education and self-awareness, right? So it's, again, establishing that healthy relationship with technology that I think that we're, as humans, we are not there yet. Because if you think about the devices in your pocket, your phones, they've only been around for like 10, 12 years, but it seems like we've had them all of our lives. So we're now just getting, I feel like we've swayed all the way over here, we need to come back into the middle. So from a technology standpoint, the features are there, but we need to have the awareness to be able to engage with it and use them.
I would say that it's not really the technology problem here, it's the content. If I'm going to bed and I'm reading on my phone, well, I could be reading on a book. Reading is a relaxing thing, and I like it. Okay, maybe there's the light from the screen, but we can turn off the blue light thing. But so I think it's definitely it's not just that it's a piece of technology; it's what you're doing on the technology.
Yeah, I think this is you mentioned, Tammy, self-awareness, and this is where the sort of, I'm a huge advocate for mindfulness. That's part of my role and my job, and using sort of elements of mindfulness to promote self-awareness, so that we are essentially, we're not having these devices and the tech control us, but we're in control, right? We're empowered to use the devices as they should be used, right? So if they're being used, yet I'm burning out, or if they're being used to connect with family across the globe, but I am not connecting with my child who's in the same room, right? Then that's a problem. So coming back to that human awareness, right? So everyone just go and practice mindfulness. But no, I think this is what we need to bring in, sort of the cognitive training, the emotional intelligence piece, and use that with tech. And actually, tech can help, right? So I know that, soundscapes or sleepscapes and, all of that can really help with sleep. And yes, there's an issue with blue light, and hopefully we get better at controlling that.
On that note, because I think Rena's about to be escorted off the stage,
I think I am.
I'd like to thank everybody for coming. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was fantastic. I will happily say that's my favourite session so far of the 2 days. Safeguarding the internet, anything around that kind of balance is, for me, so important, especially in my work. So I feel like we've all learned something here. We're going to continue in 15 minutes with another side of safeguarding of the internet, where we're talking about the new normal, emerging online harms facing women. So meet us back here in 15 for that next session. But thank you so much to this panel for this incredible session. Thank you. going to start the next session now. So, this. Are those cups? And then also, we're going to need headphones for this, otherwise you're not going to hear me. We're going to need headphones for this session. Sorry. Okay, so they need to be green. So we're going to press that button there. Perfect. I'm going to come down into the row. So, 1 second. Sorry, Tammy. Can I move you over to that side? You're going to need to press the button on the side until it goes green. Perfect. So, for this session, everybody, we're going to need headphones. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to hear the panelists. Thank you very much. You're green. You're good to go. So, we're going to need headphones on for this session so we can start it now. Fabulous. Fantastic. So, next up. I just want to make sure everyone's listening, otherwise it's not going to work. Fabulous. So we need to put our headphones on for this session. Fab. Okay, so next up, Henry Ida leads a panel on the new normal, emerging online harms facing women. Henry is a leading expert and advisor on deepfakes, synthetic media, and emerging cyber threats. And Henry will be asking our esteemed panel, how can we make the online world safer for women everywhere? So, if we would like to bring our panel up to the stage, and a round of applause for this incredible group of people. Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Nima.
Wherever you want, I think.
Yes.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us today for this hopefully very interesting and very important conversation around the emerging landscape of online harms against women and what we can do about it. I'm aware we don't actually have that long for a really in-depth and complex topic. So I'm going to get jumping in as soon as possible, but I'd like to start by introducing my panelists today, who I'm very privileged to be joined by. To my left is Nima Elmi. This is the Director for Public Policy for Europe at Bumble. Professor Gina Neff, who is the Director of the Minderoo Centre for Technology and Democracy at the University of Cambridge. And Sophie Gallagher, who's a journalist and Deputy Features Editor at the I newspaper. And Sophie has also written a book about violence against women called What Men Can Do to Help, I believe.
Yes.
Yes, great. So, to start, I wanted to kind of help you perhaps understand the landscape in which we're operating in with these problems, and perhaps the scale of these problems and the complexity of them and how they've emerged in the online age. New technologies, new kinds of social interactions have facilitated huge amounts of new forms of abuse against women online. And so, Gina, to start, I'd love to ask you some context on that evolution and how this problem has evolved and emerged in this way.
We're scaling a very old problem. We know that women face discrimination in society. Women face discrimination in their jobs. Women face challenges in their relationships in the world. And what we have now are technologies that at speed, scope, and scale can democratize harm and discrimination. And so one of the things that I think we really need to keep in mind as we frame this conversation is that what's at stake is the ability for women, marginalized people, people of color, to fully participate in our society going forward. I'm taking seriously the challenge that CogX has put before us today and saying, what do we want the next 10 years to look like? And I'm putting out a call for us to think about the decisions that we make now that will influence what the next 30, the next 50 years look like. And here's the dystopia that could be coming, that we have, say, a metaverse where there are no women, because the harms that they face, the really real harms that they face in their lives are simply too great. They outweigh any benefit of participation. And think about that for a moment, that what is at stake is building a society where the risks to women's participation, from online harassment to technologies that disparage their reputations, that damage their standing in the community, that harm their ability to get employment, that these technologies exist today, and we have the opportunity to do something. But it's going to take all of us, working together. And the scope of the problem today is a mere fraction of what will come with emerging technologies.
Absolutely, it's quite a scary picture you paint of a future where if we don't act now, these problems are only going to get worse and are going to actually freeze out half of the population. Sophie, I wonder if you could tell us a little bit about some of the ways that new technologies are being used, in perhaps ways you would not imagine, to target women and to silence them or harass them or abuse them in online spaces.
Yeah, so my interest in this area started when I personally experienced something called cyber flashing, which is the unsolicited, put my tongue back in my mouth, the unsolicited sending of sexual images. Did a lot of research and investigation around that, and spoke to almost 100 women who had been subjected to that as well. Now, that was sort of my gateway, my entry into this, and I think in similar ways we are seeing, when that was particularly to do with Apple's AirDrop functionality, but we're seeing this now in, across lots of different platforms and, apps in particular. One of the ones that I was particularly disturbed about recently was the new Apple AirTags, the advent of those. But it's, in a way, it's sort of, it is about AirTags and it's not, because actually what they're doing is they're just facilitating, as Gina said, it's the same harms, but on new platforms. So with those AirTags, which are the tracking devices, they were being used to track, it is, almost exclusively women. And similarly, apps like Strava, I've had women talk to me about being followed on there. And the problem is that lots of this happens, to me, when I was cyberflashed, that was between two strangers, but lots of this is facilitating harm within already abusive relationships. So within the context of domestic violence, domestic abuse, stalking in intimate relationships. So you've got things like Strava being used by partners to it just all increases control, doesn't it, in every direction. And the Internet of Things as well. I've had lots of people talk to me about things like doorbells and dash cams and heating systems and things like that, which all sound, we know why people use them. They increase ease in our homes and things like that. But actually, when we have not, in any way addressed these old problematic behaviours, and we're just sort of lowering the bar for entry for, if there are just more and more ways for people who have malicious intent to exert control. So one woman I spoke to who was in a coercive relationship, her partner had started using sort of Spotify within, those Sonos systems and things like that, and Hive, things like that within the home to, even if he wasn't there, he could turn the heating on in the middle of the night or turn music on really loud in the middle of the night, which sounds sort of innocuous, but actually within a context of control and abuse, it's just more, isn't it? It's just layers and layers upon what someone would have been able to do before. So I think it's really important that we're seeing how a really wide range of technologies can be used in this way. It's not, I mean, I'm sure we'll talk about this a bit, but it's not exclusively things that might just seem harmful at first, like AI nudification. You know, that you can instantly see why that might be problematic. You might not necessarily see why, you know, other things can be, but until we tackle these behaviors, they just extend the long reach of that control within these problematic relationships.
Absolutely, and I think for maybe some of the men in the audience, and certainly myself, these aren't things that I would maybe even think about as potential ways that these technologies could be weaponized against me, but obviously there's a gender component, which again, potentially male designers, software engineers don't consider, just because they just don't have that lived experience that so many women are now unfortunately having when it comes to the weaponization of these different technologies. Nima, your work at Bumble has been really powerful in terms of helping to put women's voices front and center in conversations around both protection from malicious technologies and also developing more responsible apps and technologies as well. I wonder if you would maybe want to talk a little bit about how Bumble is approaching this issue and the work that you're doing at Bumble to try and help those voices be heard.
Indeed, and thank you all for joining this session. I want to give you a few stats at the front. Women are 27 times more likely to face online harassment. And this is threatening messages, this is unsolicited nude photos, this is abusive content than men. And that's from a study by EU Women Lobby. Another powerful stat that I came across by the Web Foundation found that 52% of young women and girls experienced online harms. And with Bumble, we sit in a unique position because we are a female-founded, female-led organization. And as a tech platform with that composition, we're very unique. It is sad to say that a number, including our founder, Whitney, of senior women in our organization who have public profiles have experienced different forms of online harms directly. And this is across the board. And so for us, when we are thinking about the experience we want our members to have, it is centered around safety by design. Really at the center of it is how women are experiencing our products and our platforms. Because if they have a good experience, then that permeates across the community. And so a lot of the work that we do is not only proactive in terms of safety tools and community policies, because we're overly conscious of just how much women suffer online. So we have broader community guidelines. You know, if you body shame somebody on our platform, that will get you banned. That goes beyond what is usually the community guidelines found in most platforms. At the same time, we're also constantly consulting our members to make sure that we understand what are the issues they're facing, not only when it comes to the dating space online, but more generally. And so Sophie mentioned the point around cyberflashing. Cyberflashing is an issue where we conducted a survey in 2018 to find out just how prevalent it was. And we found that 98% of women that we surveyed had experienced some form of unsolicited lewd images. That's a staggering amount. If you just put that in context, if you're walking down the street, that is basically almost every woman being flashed in real life. That is crazy. And yet we are so much more tolerant of this in the online space than we would be in the offline space. And so because of that work, we did two things. First, we developed a tool that is a safety feature within our products and services called Private Detector. It's an AI tool that automatically blurs the images of intimate body parts to ensure that the recipient doesn't feel anxiety on receiving this unsolicited nude, and gives them the opportunity to either view the image or decline to review the image and report the sender. And this is to ensure that the members, the recipients, are empowered in this space. But on the policy side, the space that I work in, it's also to proactively call for legislative intervention when it's needed. I think there is this misnomer around technology companies being anti-regulation. I think there are a number who may take that position, but in an organization like ours, we're very much interested in making sure the right laws are on the books. And in this instance, both in the US and in the UK, we have been publicly advocating for cyber flashing to be a criminal offense, because flashing somebody in real life would be a criminal offense. And so it is making sure that there is this two-pronged approach. There is proactiveness in the side of industry in developing the safety tools to ensure that their members feel safe not only on their platforms, but to the extent that they can more broadly, but also in the policy space in making sure that there is no shyness in saying, well, actually, we need to make sure there is legislation here so everybody understands what is and isn't acceptable. And a minimum standard is whatever is criminal offline should also be considered criminal online.
Thank you, Nima. That's really, really thorough overview, I think, of the kind of multi-stakeholder approach that we probably need to be adopting to really actually make a difference with this problem. And I hope we can have a little bit of a chance to get back to some of those approaches in a little bit more detail towards the end. I guess I'd really like to try and get to the kind of what is at stake here question, right? What is the risk if we don't act, if we don't solve this problem, if it gets worse, if, as Gina mentioned, metaverse technologies perhaps provide embodied, virtual sexual harassment, or, interact with deepfakes and image nudifying applications. It's an area I've done a fair bit of research on. What is at stake for society if we don't tackle this problem, Gina?
This spring, on International Women's Day, we launched a report through the Mindru Center for Technology and Democracy with the OECD, UNESCO, and the Inter-America Development Bank on AI and women's work. And when we talk about coming AI and work, we often think about how new technologies are going to substitute for jobs or change the composition of skills that are required. That's one thing. But in case study after case study, we saw, both in the global north and the global south, organizations struggling to understand how women were dealing with online harassment. And so, for example, we see journalists in Brazil and high-profile Nobel Peace Prize-winning journalists in the Philippines facing enormous online harassment and deepfakes, and speaking out about these tools, these targeted attacks via technology. We see how women politicians in many countries have chosen to bring their profiles offline or lock their profiles so that they are no longer subject to these attacks. And on the one hand, we're not taking as a society seriously the real harms that people face. So another example, with a doctoral student and a team at Northampton University, we worked on a toolkit for online harms for women that we don't think of cybersecurity, for example. We're not thinking in our security terms. We're thinking about these attacks that happen from outside, or that they're more serious threats, rather than the threats that women, customers, users, people are facing in their everyday interactions. And so the stakes are enormously high, because what I think we're looking at is the capacity for a chilling effect for who gets to participate freely and fully in society, not just online life, but in society going forward. And so that's what I think we have to be, creatively, both through technological solutions, but perhaps more importantly through policy interventions, doing things today to help make sure those dystopian futures don't happen tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you, Gina. I think the point of female politicians having to set their profiles offline, that silencing impact is incredibly insidious. And as you said, we're already seeing it now in our current landscape. And as technology becomes even more ubiquitous in society, can't imagine that's going to get any better if we don't adopt some of those policy recommendations and other approaches. Sophie, in your really incredible work, you've spoken to a lot of victims and heard some really personal stories around these harms. Yeah. I wonder if you might be able to tell us about some of those experiences and how they've impacted real people, individuals.
Yeah, so as you say, particularly, a lot of the work I've done is around cyber flashing. And that that has, let's not kid ourselves, that has impacts right now. Tomorrow, in years, this will become worse, but right now women are already adapting their lives to cope with, to cope with these harms. So on a really, if we look at this on a really small scale, individuals, women I've spoken to are, they don't feel safe leaving the house, or they change their train routes, or they change where they go out to shop, or they change how they behave, or they change how they use their phone. And I know that that sounds, perhaps like a small thing, or just turn your AirDrop off. But this, that just speaks to a belief that we still have as a society, that if women just adapt their behaviour slightly, then that will sort it out enough, actually. And we don't really need to tackle the real problem here. Just turn your AirDrop off, or just get another train, or just whatever. And so we're already seeing, women I've spoken to, we're already doing those things of slightly adapting their behaviour because of the harms that will cause to them. But I mean, I was recently wrote a piece about the Internet of Things, as we've sort of discussed, and in that, speaking to Refuge and the National Stalking Helpline and bodies like this working in that space, they are already seeing, and particularly as a result of the pandemic, Refuge, 97% of the cases they deal with now have some aspect of complex tech abuse. 97% already. And the National Stalking Helpline, every single person who had contacted that helpline in the last 12 months, there was some aspect of digital stalking involved. This is going to get worse, but it's already terrible now. It's already, you can see the numbers, and I think particularly the pandemic, forced a lot of us online more. Lots of people are already online a lot anyway, but, all of a sudden your whole job perhaps had to be conducted online, or your schooling, and things like that. And so, the scope of this is already huge. The impact on people is already huge. And I think one of the things that I learned quite early on, speaking to experts and speaking to women who this is happening to, is the impact of this sort of harm in the digital space and in the physical space, let's call it. They aren't different. One isn't worse than the other. It's not worse because the person is stood right in front of you. In fact, lots of people said, actually, at least if you're in King's Cross Station, let's say, and a person comes up to you and flashes in a trench coat, we talk really old school, everyone else around you can see exactly what's happening. Other people can identify that person. They might be able to do something about it. If it's on your phone, no one else knows. It's on, it's on that device. And I think in many ways those harms are, can feel more invasive and more intrusive and more harmful and disturbing. So I think things are already pretty bad now in terms of the harms, and we can't get into this thought of, or one is worse than the other, and experts in the violence against women field will tell you as well, you can't predict how a harm will manifest in an individual. For one person, it might be, I just brushed it off, actually, it didn't really bother me. For another person, that might be something that sends them into some kind of spiral. For whatever reason, you can't predict what those harms are going to be, and they're certainly not lesser because they're online rather than face-to-face.
Absolutely. I think we're now entering a time when the kind of physical virtual distinction of virtual not being real life is increasingly redundant, and it makes me think of the case, of course, tragically with Sarah Everard, where some of the reactions were, well, don't go out at night on your own, and it's like, well, just turn off your AirDrop or modify your behavior, and it's fundamentally the wrong approach to try and expect women to kind of change their behaviors or remove themselves from spaces in that way. And I think it's a very what's the word? It's very ominous, as you said, because it's happening now, and it won't get better if we don't do anything about it. I guess on that note, Nima, maybe we could talk about some of the things that we can do, and hopefully end at least the discussion part of this session on a slightly more optimistic note around, again, some of the great work you've been doing with Gina, particularly around AI-enabled image abuse, and this is the use of what are also known as deepfakes to swap women's faces into pornographic footage, or to synthetically strip images of women. And so I would love to hear some of the things that you are working on with Gina around this problem.
Isn't it refreshing when the corporate in the room is like cheering everybody up, saying, let's give you a pep talk. By all means, I think AI nudification is another layer of this ongoing trend that technology innovation is moving in a space where if you're creating tools that have no other use cases but to perpetuate harm against one gender, what are we doing as a society? If this is the type of innovation that we are not trying to put guardrails behind publicly, then how does that even, what does that mean for the future of the metaverse? What does that mean for us in 10 years' time, in 30 years' time, when we are seeing these tools being disseminated online across several jurisdictions, and it is not even on the radar of some policymakers, let alone at a place where they can even sensibly talk about how to regulate it or how to curb that type of innovation. And so we are at this crossroads. There is a real global inflection point right now when it comes to emerging technologies, where everybody's now woken up to the reality that being online has really significant harms, potential, but also has made our lives a lot easier and a lot more impactful. And so how do you ensure you continue to cultivate innovation without without necessarily stifling it through over-regulation? And I think in this space, one of the things is ensuring that there is this public-private cooperation. The reality that industry can go so far, but when it comes to issues like prioritization, given that every platform has a different type of personality because of the composition of its founder, its board, the type of services that they're providing, you need to be able to have a way of level setting what the do's and don'ts are. And currently, the do's and don'ts are determined by them individually. And now we're getting to a place where in some regions, there is that regulation. There is the policymakers are engaging. They are becoming a lot more expert in this. And it's important to be able to proactively engage with them on these issues. The challenge is inevitably a societal one, because in the reality that we're facing today and how it is unfolding online, women are reducing their interactions online. They are becoming less visible, and that is not going to generate a healthy online environment, and that is not going to cultivate innovation in the way that we would want it to. So I do think there is an element of regulation, but there's also an element of education. Educating the younger generation, but also everybody else, to ensure they understand how they should be interacting online, how to stay safe online. I think that there isn't enough conversation about media literacy and the understanding that there is certain things to look out for. There are certain questions you have to ask yourself when you're signing terms of service. There are certain ethoses that you should be looking out for when you're signing up for an app. And these are all things that we have just become used to taking it for granted. You want to download something, you don't read the terms and conditions, you move on quickly. But actually, the more aware you become, the more empowered you will inevitably be in understanding what type of data is being taken from you, what type of information is being collected when you use this, but also how this will then be used by third parties who may have access to that information. And particularly in the innovation space, also encouraging our developers to think before they innovate these tools in a way that then will only have a use case that is only negative, that is only perpetuating harm. We wouldn't allow that if it was a car manufacturer, right? A car manufacturer that says, okay, we're going to build cars that blow up as soon as you turn the engine on. No one would allow that. So why would you do this for AI, which is perhaps the most important innovation that we currently have unfolding? So I think these are things that are really, really important for us to make sure we can have this frank conversation right now about it and be really transparent around what our end goal, what does success look like for us as a society here?
Absolutely. Gina, I don't know if you'd like to pick up on that.
We have, at the center, we've co-hosted a series of workshops on AI-enabled intimate image abuse. Now, let's be really clear. This is one small tip of a very large iceberg of harms that women face online. But it gives us an opportunity to future-proof today's legislation and regulations. So when here in the UK, when we think about the online safety bill that's currently being debated and discussed, we can use that to look at this particular case and say, how might this apply and where might the gaps be? And right now, with this idea that we can have AI-generated nude parts of an image that attach to a quote-unquote real image of a woman's face, you know, those synthetic images kind of fall in the gaps of our legislation. Like, we're not ready for that in terms of legislation. And yet, in communities, right, this kind of notion that someone's image circulates without their consent in ways that to them feels exposed, whether it's a woman without her clothes or a woman without the appropriate dress that's appropriate for her community. You know, when that happens, that's being seen by some as not a very serious problem, and yet it's a huge affront to people in their communities. It's a community-based harm, and so we have to think. I think we have to think really creatively in two-pronged approach. First, we have to make sure that these challenges with misogyny and these challenges with gender-based harms are actually adequately covered in the legislation that we write today. And we have to be advocating and working towards that. And that's part of the work that we've been doing at the Minderoo Center and with Bumble and Henry and others. And please join us in that work. I think the second is we have to remember that we can't simply take an individual consumer approach, sorry, corporate. It gets us part of the way, the terms and services model, to thinking about where we go forward. But we really do have to be pushing as citizens, as society, as you know, our legislators have to help us push for building online environments that support healthy communities, because we're looking at what are, in effect, social harms. If we have a chilling effect of basically driving women off the internet, that's going to hurt all of us. And that's what's at stake. That's what we've got to do. So, you know, working through the current legislative process is one, thinking about how we can make sure to future-proof that legislation for these emerging technologies, and finally, really recentering this for the kind of equity that we want to see in society. We've got to make sure that the kind of equitable futures, they are futures that we'll be building online. So let's get to work on them today.
Absolutely, very well put. Sophie, we've got just a minute left before we need to move to Q&A, but I guess as someone who's written a book on what men can do to help with this problem, I'm sure there are men in the audience who are thinking, well, what can I do? I wondered if you wanted to kind of close this discussion by talking about what, you know, individuals can do, and particularly men who maybe feel, you know, guilty or part of the problem, or wanting to help with that problem. What can they do?
Yeah, so I think, so whenever I talk about this, obviously, we're all humans, a little bit lazy. Everyone wants, I want a tick list of, if I do these 5 things, women will feel safer. Or when I walk home at night, I won't scare women or whatever. And I get that. But actually, you know, as Gina sort of alluded to, this is big change, this is radical change, this is, you know, what we actually need is to really change things from the ground up. There needs to be, you know, in order to have the next generation, because a lot of this, as we've said, is just old behaviors on new platforms. So while the tech companies do need to change, you know, some of what they're doing, also, if we're going to actually make this radical change, we have to start, you know, at the bottom right. So what men can do in particular, I mean, the first thing is to acknowledge this is a gendered harm. This is a gendered harm, and I think we've seen this in the online safety bill and in discussions generally. People, for whatever reasons, always sort of want to say, oh, well, you know, everyone's subject to harm, and everyone's, you know, especially online, and, you know, violence against women, which is what the book is about and how men can help, it is a gendered issue. You look at all of the stats, you look at all of the lived experience, it's a gendered issue. So the first thing is, if you want to help, accept that, and also accept that it does happen, even if you don't see it in your communities and your friendship groups, it's happening. The second thing is to acknowledge, to not buy into this argument of not all men, not all men, not all men, they cry. Actually, even if you're not behaving badly, let's say, that's not enough. In the same way that we've had discussions around racism and being, actively anti-racist, men need to be actively anti-misogyny, violence against women, acting, and speaking out about these things. And calling it out when you see it is, maybe it's easy for me to say, and I know that's a hard thing for people to do, but to start to voice that intolerance, to plant those small seeds of dissent, that's how we do this. And to listen to the women around you, to come to panels like this, and to see those harms that, even though perhaps through, I think Henry said at one point, as a man, perhaps I wouldn't have thought about the harm that that could cause. Acknowledging that your lived experience shapes your perception of something. And just because you might not find something threatening, or you might not have perceived it in that way, that doesn't mean that women and non-binary people and other people with their lived experience, that is not threatening to them. And so, there's just a few things, but I think accepting the problem is there and that it is gendered, accepting the scale of it, accepting that everyone has a role to play in this, and starting to call it out if you feel that you can.
Thank you. That's a powerful list of calls to action there.
Enjoy.
yeah, there's lots to think about. So that concludes the discussion part of our session. And I think now we're going to move to a Q&A. So if you do have a question, please let the lady at the front know, and she can come over with the microphone.
Hello, my name is Marcus. Thank you for your insights. I heard a lot about, Nima said that we won't allow to build cars that blow up, but actually we are building weapons in countries, right? And also I heard the word regulation a lot. I think that will come, but maybe too late. So my question is, do you see trends or technologies, or which technology would you wish for today, so that we can really fight the source, as Sophie said, so that all this harm preemptively can be addressed?
I'm happy to comment on that, if it's okay. Yeah, I think especially around things like synthetic media and AI-generated synthetic media, or deepfakes as they're more commonly known, these are kind of inherently dual-use technologies in a lot of senses, right? Face swapping can be used and is being used in Hollywood. It's being used in novelty face swapping apps, which are fairly benign. But obviously, it's also being used extensively in non-consensual image abuse context online. And I guess the tool that Nima spoke about, nudifying tools, the origins of the algorithms for those tools was actually what's called like an image translation algorithm. So it was designed to kind of make like a sunny-looking photo a stormy-looking photo, and was then weaponized in this way by someone who clearly had malicious intent. And I think, for me, the question is about the person developing that algorithm at the beginning, even if they have benign intent or they have no malintent, need to think much more carefully about safety and design at those origin stages of that technology's development. Think about the lifespan of it, how it could be misused, what can they put in place to stop it being used in that way. But Nima, I think maybe that's something you'd like to add to.
No, I think you make an excellent point, in that it's also I think currently there's a lot of discussion in the UK around online safety in the context of content moderation and the online safety bill. However, I think there is perhaps an earlier stage that Henry was alluding to, when at inception there should be some guidance, some guardrails around how AI is being innovated. And if you focus only on the content moderation, that's the output. Most of the harm at that point, when we talk about AI nudification, has already happened, right? The image is out there, and it's very difficult once an altered image is out there, to try and bring it back in and take it offline. The questions should be asked at the outset when the AI is being innovated, from just altering lighting, saturation in an image, to creating a deep fake that is incredibly realistic of a woman who is fully clothed in a nudified state. That is the type of innovation that should, at the outset, have those guardrails around it. And I think, this is the types of example of emerging technologies that we're seeing that either were more often than not created for other purposes, AirTags, as you were mentioning, and being misused. But as soon as use cases come out where they are being misused, it is important to make sure that there is that intervention. And it's sad to say, but more often than not, it is the policy intervention that is the most powerful in terms of ensuring that this type of activity is no longer encouraged, which is why, to curb the issue of cyberflashing, it wasn't enough for us to create a safety tool proactively for our platforms. We have actively been engaging policymakers and passing bills in the US and calling for legislative change in the UK, because we understand that what is a priority for us as a business may not be a priority for other platforms. And we need to make sure that we are prioritizing issues that are facing women's digital safety. And that is not always something that is prioritized by industry of their own accord.
And we're playing catch up, right? So safety tools are necessary but not sufficient. They simply won't develop as fast as the innovation around synthetic media and deepfake technology, generally speaking. So we can't simply rely on technological fixes to this problem. They'll get us part of the way there, and we certainly shouldn't give up, but we can't place all of our bets on the tech.
Absolutely. I think that's a response to many harms that deepfakes cause, is people think a detection system will solve the problem, when actually people know most of the time these are fake, but it doesn't stop the harms to the women being targeted. But I think that multi-pronged approach is critical. Thank you. Anyone else have any questions? I think this lady just here. Not too well. Is it on? You go for a shout.
Oh,
there we go.
Yeah, there we go.
Thank you.
Thank you. When you talk about content moderation, yeah, I do believe content moderation is very important for each platform to be placed on in terms of tackling the online harm. However, do you think it's important to get human in the loop as well? Because think about content moderation when we use AI, machine learning, it's not efficient. And also human in the loop is something that we could help build out and help to kind of like make the AI more perfect as well. But how do you balance the privacy in terms of the user? Because obviously they're sending in and out test content or of their facial recognition, whatever, the profile on, let's say, Bumble as a platform. But adding human in the loop obviously is not really a good choice to protect the privacy. So how do you balance that?
Yeah, no. That's an excellent question. And the reality is, for our platform, there are human reviewers. When we talk about moderating content on our products and services, it is a combination of automation and human reviewers, precisely because however advanced AI tools are, there are nuances and contexts that are important for a human to understand, to really be able to determine when somebody submits a report complaining about an experience they've had, either with another user or just in terms of how they are experiencing the platform, that they're able to have an interaction with a human reviewer who can make those assessments, particularly in cases where there is either a number of harms or are particularly sensitive issues. So I think, I can't speak to other platforms. I do think in industry it is more often the case that it is a combination of automation and human reviewers. But to your point around balancing privacy and safety, I think that is the trillion-dollar question. It is certainly something that is important to have guidance on how to do that balancing, and the conversation around the online safety bill, which we have been reacting to and several other platforms have been reacting to, has been precisely asking for that clarity. even the most basic things in terms of how you define online harms, and what legal but harmful looks like. And all of these things are really important to have that steering from regulators to be able to then tell the platforms, okay, you need to make these edits to the way your system's already built. Or, in our case, if our policies are already broader than the minimum standard, that then doesn't get curbed by the legislation, that we can continue to be expansive in how we define online harms and online harassment to include things like body shaming. So I hope that answers your question.
And we can push for one step further than human in the loop, right? We can, one of the things that the UK is working on in the online safety bill is to push platforms to do risk assessments of what could go wrong on their platforms. And I think if there's one lesson that we know from the research that my brilliant doctoral students have done, including Julia Schlepska on feminist cybersecurity, it's that sort of threat modeling for those everyday harms, the threat modeling for the domestic harms, the threat modeling for the intimate partner violence, the threat modeling for thinking about how ordinary people and ordinary citizens could be harmed by security threats, but how they might also weaponize platforms. And so asking platforms to really rigorously do those risk analysis as part of the online safety bill is going to help us have the experts in the products and services that we all in the room want to use and be a part of. We're going to have the people who build them have a really deep think about what could go wrong and how to fix it. But in a way that is transparent to people outside of the company. So I think that's something that, we need to remember that's in our toolkits, right? We're not going to have a tech problem, a tech fix for every solution, but we do have some things in our toolkits that we can bring out and bring to this problem.
Sure. Sophie, I don't know if there was anything you wanted to add.
No, nothing more to add.
Excellent. Cool. We have 1 minute left, so I guess I'd just add one caveat to that point, which is around the human impact of content moderation, right? And there's been some excellent reporting done, particularly by Casey Newton, around the impact psychologically on human in the loop style moderation and seeing this kind of content. And I think it's a really difficult challenge to get right, scaling it right, different cultures, different backgrounds as to how you would understand what is deemed appropriate or not. But certainly it's something that right now a lot of platforms are not doing well enough at. And I think if they truly faced the scale of the problem that they had to face with content moderation, they'd probably become a lot less profitable. So I think that's one of the challenges. And at the moment, a lot of human moderators are suffering through those practices as well. So I think human moderation, human in the loop, crucial, but those humans have to be treated like humans, not like robots, right? So I think that is it. We are officially out of time. That was good timing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That was a truly important conversation and something that we can all think about going forward, not just how we can help in terms of research and how we can get involved with all the different projects that are happening, but also on the educational side. How can we be teaching, our children, our relatives, whoever is using the internet, to do better or to do things in a slightly different way and change their mindset. So thank you so much. This was fantastic. We are now going to move on. We've got a 5-minute break and then we'll move into a different session. But I just wanted to let you know about some drinks this evening. There's no break. We're going straight into it. Okay, cool. Just let you know about some drinks that are happening later today. So Bumble are kindly hosting some networking this evening, 5 till 7 at Decimo at the Standard. It's titled Meeting Leaders Advocating for Women's Digital Safety. So if you want to continue this conversation, please go there. We also have Wine Down with Faculty AI at the Drop from 4:30, and then Founder Drinks with Albion VC at Drake & Morgan from 5:30 till 7:30. So now we're going to go straight into a dial-in session with the CEO of Scale AI, Alexander Wang, in conversation with CogX founder Charlie Muirhead, as they discuss how AI Scale became a $3.5 billion powerhouse. So if that sounds like something you want to get involved with, please stay seated. And thank you again to our wonderful panel. Another round of applause. Thank you. Fantastic. You can now leave. Oh, so we've got, you can. And I'm back. So if we could everyone put our headphones back on. If you haven't been here already, it's a headphone session. We need to make sure that they're green as well. So if you see someone with a red light on their headphones, give them a tap to say it's not the right one. You're good with that? Yep. Perfect. Everyone seems to be green. No, this is a good sign. Over here, are we good over there? Perfect, yes. Great. So, I just want to check everyone's got their headphones, otherwise we're not going to be able to hear. I'm going to do a wave. Yeah, if you just click this button here, and it goes to green. Perfect. Okay. So now we've got that out of the way. We are going to go into a session with the CEO of Scale AI, Alexander Wang. He will be with us virtually in conversation with CogX founder Charlie Muirhead as they discuss how Scale AI became a 3.5 billion powerhouse. Really excited to hear how that happened. And once again, if you haven't got a headphone that's green, just click the button on the side. Yes, perfect. Just here. Amazing. So let's welcome Charlie onto the stage. And massive round of applause, please. Thank you. Back.
Well, it's such a pleasure to be here on P2. I'm Charlie Muirhead. I'm the founder and CEO of CogX, and it's an incredible privilege to be here hosting our 6th annual CogX Festival and our first Global Leadership Summit. So I just wanted to firstly say thank you all for being here. It's fantastic to have Alexander Wang here, the founder and the CEO of Scale AI, and very much looking forward to the conversation. I'm sure Alex is going to be live in a second, and we've got 30 minutes. And so what we'd like to do is take 20 minutes to ask some questions, and then we're going to throw it over to you for your own questions. And so there'll be somebody here with a mic. Just put your hand up, and we'll try and get to them, as many of them as we possibly can. So without further ado, Alexander, are you there? Now, I'm not sure you'll be able to see me. We can see you, and we can hear you.
Amazing. I can see you just fine. There might be a little bit of a delay. So
Fantastic. Fantastic. So, Alexander, tell us a little bit about Scale AI. I don't know how many people in the audience have heard of Scale AI before? Okay, so a few. But tell us the story.
Yeah, so I grew up, I'm American. I grew up in Los Alamos, New Mexico. And my parents were both physicists. So they worked at a national lab here in the States, working on all sorts of cool physics and science. And so I grew up, inspired by science and technology in a fundamental way. And so when I was sort of in college at MIT, I wanted to work on the most impactful technology that I possibly could, which at the time, this was back in 2015 and 2016, clearly felt like artificial intelligence. This was the year when DeepMind came out with AlphaGo, which is sort of, I think, one of the early seminal results in artificial intelligence. And I think, it clearly demonstrated the massive potential of artificial intelligence and machine learning to have sort of this transformational impact on what computers could do. And it's sort of, I'm sure we'll talk about this in a bit, but it didn't take very much imagination to sort of peer around the corner and imagine what would the implications be for life sciences, what would the implications be for medicine, what would the implications be for climate change, what would the implications be for sort of all these massive problems that were really at the heart of the future of humanity. And so I wanted to get engaged. I wanted to build things. I built a side project, a camera inside my refrigerator that would tell me when my roommates were going to steal my food. And I worked on that for, all of a few weeks before I realized that it was just incredibly difficult to actually build any sort of artificial intelligence, and the tools and infrastructure just didn't exist. In particular, it was almost impossible to get the data that was necessary to build these systems. And so that was the inspiration.
Alexander, just remind us, what year was that?
This was back in 2016.
2016, okay.
And this was, exactly, and that was the inspiration behind starting Scale. And fast forward to today, we're over 600 people strong, raised over $600 million, most recently at a $7 billion valuation, and work with incredible firms like Microsoft, PayPal, Square, Pinterest, Etsy, NVIDIA, and the whole lot. So it's been an exciting journey so far.
Well, look, firstly, congratulations. That's an incredible pace of growth, and obviously in the, absolutely the zeitgeist of the technology industry right now. I mean, it's a very competitive space, and to have started in 2016 is actually, in the scheme of the development of AI, is quite late in that journey. So, I guess I've got two parts to the question. How did you, what was the first thing that you did that got you into the market? How did you find that initial foothold? And then we'll go into some of the other problems I know you've been looking at. But what was that critical turning point?
Yeah, so we were part of this startup accelerator called Y Combinator, and some of the wisdom that they teach you very early on at Y Combinator is to focus very, very finely on a very specific industry or a very specific problem that you can solve very, very well, and almost don't be concerned if that problem seems too small or doesn't seem nearly ambitious enough. Y Combinator is full of very ambitious founders, and so for us, that ended up being focusing on autonomous vehicles and the problem of self-driving, and so we became obsessed with this problem of how do we build and develop safe autonomous vehicles, given that artificial intelligence and AI is still now a relatively brittle technology, how are you supposed to build the proper data sets and approaches and infrastructure and methods to be able to enable safe autonomy? And so that was sort of the foothold market that ended up being sort of the launch pad that enabled us to solve the rest of the problems we've been able to tackle over time.
Got it. And when you think about that, I mean, I remember the first CogX festival in 2017, where we were purely focused on AI, on its impact on industry, government, and society. And I remember in the opening session asking that question, how long is it going to be before we have fully autonomous cars? And I think the answer came back somewhere between 3 and 5 years. Obviously, this is the 6th edition, so, and we still don't, I think, have fully autonomous cars. Why is it so hard to get AI into live production? Like, you know, not narrow AI, but sophisticated AI, if you like, deep learning, new methods. What is the thing that's stopping that mass market deployment of this technology?
Yeah, you know, I think if you really look at it, it became increasingly clear, both in my own studies as well as in collaborating with many of these sort of leading organizations, that the data is sort of the fundamental building block that is critically missing. And this is true for a few reasons. But I think first, if you look at the technology first and foremost, if you look at all these incredible results that are happening today, or look at all these things that sort of the likes of OpenAI or DeepMind or Google AI or Meta AI are all releasing, they're fundamentally built off of these foundations of incredibly large data sets and these foundations of being able to use data in an incredibly rigorous and frankly transformational way. And if you think about most businesses or most enterprises, you know, data was never as important, nearly as important as it is today. You know, if you think about a business operating 50 years ago, they didn't have to operate on any data really in nearly as fundamental a way as today. Then there's sort of the initial wave of, uh-oh.
insurance, 2 is retail, 3 is the whole world of online streaming and content and so on, and the 4th one is working with the government at a federal level in the States. So put your hands up for 1, which is insurance. Okay, number 2, which is retail. Number 3, which is streaming. And number 4 is federal, government. So it looks like government won. So we're going to start with the government. Hey, Alexander, you back on?
Yeah, so sorry for that. I guess AI has not yet solved the problems that we needed to.
Yeah, so I think a fuse tripped here. It's probably, I don't know if they've got all the lighting back on, but probably something to do with the lighting on stage or something. But apologies for that. Now, you were mid-flow, and we were talking about how challenging it is to get AI into production. You were talking about the data that's required, and I would love to go and to talk about some specific industries. And then we were talking about the autonomous cars, right? And I know that's one you've spent a lot of time in, but we want to jump to some others. But you were mid-flow. Do you want to finish what you were saying?
Yeah, you know, I think the main thing that we see is that data ends up being sort of the fundamental bottleneck to real-world AI deployments, and that's true across every single industry. And you know, most businesses are really not built to be digitally native or data native in any reasonable way. And so this sort of, there's going to be this slow transformation over the course of the next few years for every traditional enterprise to become AI enabled. And if you look at the companies that are sort of the most successful today, they're the ones that treat data, you know, basically been built as data native businesses. So whether that's, you know, Amazon in e-commerce or Netflix in the media or TikTok and social media, you know, these businesses are modern, they're digital first, they're data native, and those end up being the ones that actually have the ability to scale AI to massive scale. They're also the ones who are reaping, you know, billions and billions of dollars of profit or value out of AI. And so I think that what we're going to see is this sort of democratization of that same technology over the course of the next few years.
And so it totally makes sense that digital native businesses are going to have, you know, a data lake, have the data in the right place in the right form to do stuff. So why don't we jump to an industry that probably doesn't? And I took a quick poll. I don't know if you could hear, but we're talking about different industries we could dig into. And one is obviously the government, right? So we you know, the UK government certainly has lots of different departments doing different things. But why don't you talk a little bit about maybe a use case in that domain?
Yeah, so I think one of them that's actually quite exciting is one that, you know, actually the UK is better positioned to solve than the United States government for a variety of reasons. But the NIH within the UK is actually working on being able to use sort of health data to be able to understand and better diagnose and understand both application towards life sciences, so application towards drug discovery and being able to identify better treatments for various health issues, as well as application to treatment and sort of healthcare. You know, how do you use the data that you have both collectively across an entire citizen base, as well as individually about each person to guide better healthcare for each specific individual? And that's something that, you know, I think that's one government use case. You know, there's a host of use cases both within national security, but the civilian use cases I think are going to be incredibly impactful. I think we've become, at least in the United States, speaking from experience, you know, Americans have kind of become used to the idea that the government is bureaucratic and potentially not very helpful in many of these matters. But I think that, you know, the hope is that with better technology and AI and the ability to utilize the massive data pools that the government has, there's going to be this ability to serve citizens significantly better in the future.
Well, I know we all hope you're right too, and that the UK is in a better position to do that. Are there any other specific examples you want to share around working with government?
Yeah, so one use case that we got very involved in recently was in the Ukraine conflict, and so we actually, you know, one of the most important things in a conflict like Ukraine or any sort of disaster response or conflict scenario is to be able to react extremely quickly to the realities and facts on the ground. And there's been a huge amount of technology that's been built up over the past, you know, frankly, many decades in the form of satellites and satellite imagery to be able to enable a very fast response and a very fast sort of humanitarian response. The issue is that if you actually dig into it in the United States, up until, frankly, even now, most satellite data needs to be looked at by a person before the government's able to actually act on it. So whether that's coordinating any sort of military response or coordinating any sort of humanitarian response, the satellite takes the image and you're literally waiting for an analyst in the United States to be able to look at that image.
Why is that?
And it's incredibly inefficient.
Why do you need a human in the
very
loop?
ripe. Yeah, well, it's human in the loop, but it's incredibly ripe for artificial intelligence and algorithms to be able to automatically identify whatever's relevant in the imagery. The reality of satellite imagery is that, most of it is relatively uninteresting, and then every once in a while you have something that's incredibly interesting and incredibly important that you need to pay attention to. And so we used our technology to analyze the major Ukrainian cities, Kiev, Kharkiv, Dnipro, and identify the damage that was the sort of cause as a result of the conflict at a building and structure by structure level to enable, a very targeted and pinpointed humanitarian response. And so that's been something that we've been extremely excited about and proud of, but also something that I think should just be standard in every sort of conflict or every sort of disaster scenario.
I mean, absolutely. Look, it's an incredibly timely, obviously very relevant, given the tragic events in the Ukraine, and no question we'd all like to get humanitarian aid to the right place, quicker. What kind of size problem is that? Can you share anything about the volume of data you're dealing with, or the frequency of that processing?
Yeah, I think some of this stuff is public, but if you look at the commercial satellite fleets that are launched and out there, many of them have the goal of being able to image every sort of inch of the Earth, so image the entire world every 24 hours. And there's a number of these fleets that are sort of operational and active. And so if you think about that, it's just an immense amount of imagery. The whole world is being imaged at a frequency faster than once every day, because there's multiple of these fleets sort of active at once. And so that's just an incredible amount of imagery, an incredible amount of data that needs to be processed by these algorithms. And the reality is, if we're reliant on the human in the loop approach, then maybe you look at less than 0.1% of all of this imagery, and you actually just discard the rest. But if you're able to use algorithms, you can have the algorithm prioritize and identify where might there be something that's worth a human looking at, and then actually coordinate a much finer grained response.
Okay, so that's interesting. So it's still a hybrid approach of man and machine, if you like. Oh.
Alex? I can still see you. Can you hear me by chance?
Well, the screen's gone dark. I'm sure somebody's going to come running up from the back. But if you can hear us, should we keep going? We should keep going. Yeah. Thank you for that example. Let's just switch gears, because I want to make sure we have some time for questions, and I'm sure they'll come from across a range of topics. Let's just jump to the area of a sleepy industry. I asked the audience earlier, but insurance. I mean, insurance is a hugely important space. I mean, I was listening to an incredible talk actually the other day about how critical it is to the climate challenge, and how we keep everybody safe as sea levels rise and so on. But what have you been doing in insurance, and how do you get that industry AI enabled?
Yeah, so if you think about insurance, it actually, to my earlier point about data native or data first businesses, insurance actually historically is one of the industries that was most data centric, or relied the most on being able to perform advanced statistics or advanced data analyses across a wide spectrum of customers. And so I think these are businesses that want to reap the gains of AI and want to understand how AI can help improve their businesses. And I think that positions them well to actually be able to take advantage of some of these gains. But if you think about if you take a deep dive into any one of these insurance businesses, the sort of process by which claims become adjudicated looks very similar to what I just described about satellite imagery in the United States government, in the sense that every single claim, every single issue that one of these insurance companies needs to resolve involves this sort of labyrinthine process of going from person to person to person to person to sort of go through this bureaucratic process of identifying, how much can the insurance company reimburse you in any given scenario. And it's one of these cases that is almost perfectly molded for modern artificial intelligence, which is taking all sorts of unstructured data, whether that's photos of the car or other sorts of property, audio from calls from the adjusters, doctor's notes, lawyers' documents, etc., to be able to sort of adjudicate and identify what is the appropriate payment amount. A similar approach as well to tie together some of the things that we've been talking about is there are a few insurance companies that are actually looking ahead and, to your point, thinking about the sort of the climate issue. And there's a particularly innovative approach that that some of these insurance companies have taken on, which is to not wait for a disaster to occur. Sorry about that. Not wait for a disaster to occur, but to instead use satellite data and other sensors to identify when is the climate situation getting worse, and be able to proactively pay out when we notice that there's climate change, or we notice that there is a potential increase in natural disasters, or a number of these sort of satellite or just like climate-based indices. And it's quite an innovative approach to insurance, actually, and it's only enabled because you can have AI that's constantly monitoring satellite imagery, forestry, looking at the soil in agronomy cases or agriculture cases, and have this sort of always-on intelligence to be able to identify when is there sort of a degradation that requires some level of reimbursement.
It's fascinating, and obviously there's a much bigger topic there around insurance and climate, which we won't have time to get into this time. Just when you think about your technology, and we have quite a technical audience here, having started around AI, what is the hardest challenge that you guys find yourself facing across these different industries, and what is unique about what you've done at scale in how you're solving that? Because as I said, there's a lot of companies trying to be winners in this space, build scalable platforms and so on. So it would be great just to dig into like some of the technical detail and what makes your approach unique.
Yeah. So to be super specific, so I think at the sort of highest level, the thing that we ended up focusing on the most was the data, and I've sort of been talking about data in various forms throughout this conversation. But I think the first insight was to be incredibly data centric, which is basically fueled by the belief that if you look at any of these modern algorithms, what's the thing that has the greatest impact to their performance at the end of the day? That really all comes down to the data and the data quality. And then I think you take one click deeper on the data, the realization was that high quality data and extremely high quality, almost impeccable data sets comes from this sort of collaboration between algorithms and humans in the loop that is fundamentally, difficult. And this combination of both operationally challenging, you need to figure out how to get humans to look through data and process it in a very high quality way, as well as a deep technical challenge. How do you automate as much of the process as possible and automate as much of the quality control process as possible in the pursuit of building very high quality data sets? So the key insight that I think has fueled a lot of our growth and a lot of our success as a company is that this combination of operational know-how and almost treating this like a manufacturing problem, in addition to taking advantage of the sort of bleeding edge insights from the AI research community, that the sort of like combination of those two disciplines has enabled us to, across all of these industries, build and create infrastructure that enables significantly higher quality data sets and therefore significantly higher quality models than is otherwise possible without sort of this marriage of disciplines.
Got it. That makes total sense. And just switching gears for a second, you've taken the company to 600 people. I think you said you had a 7 billion valuation, and you've raised a huge amount of money. This is a huge amount of success to have in a very short period of time. What is next for scale?
Yeah, I think that our view, if you sort of to take a big step back in the realm of AI, and there's actually timely given some of the recent news about sort of the Google's AI algorithm and sort of the news around that. But our view is that there's a incredible number of very smart people working on artificial intelligence. There's no doubt about that, and sort of the research is absolutely incredible and is being done by incredibly brilliant people. But there's sort of, if you look at the industry, most of the brightest people are sort of focused on these time horizons and these results that are almost, too far away to be really relevant today. I think we're a lot of the sort of like leading AI organizations are sort of thinking about this world when we have AGI, when if you look today, we sort of have slowing GDP growth and slowing productivity growth in most of the developed countries in the world. And so our view is really that, AI has already reached a point of being incredibly, incredibly impactful and valuable. The technology is already useful enough where it can transform many of these industries that I talked about, transform the government and how we approach humanitarian response, transform insurance, transform agriculture, transform all of these industries that are at the core of many of the greatest issues that we face today as a society. And our goal is really, how do we deploy the technology that exists today in as wide a scale as possible, as quickly as possible? And that's really the focus. And I think one of the things that we hope, many other companies also join us in, because I think it's going to be impossible for anyone to do it alone.
So it's solving today's problems. Obviously, fantastic to look at tomorrow and the future. And we have a purpose and a focus here at the festival, which is addressing the question: how do we get the next 10 years right? But so for you, it's really looking at what can be solved today with the technology we have today, with the data that we can take advantage of. Fantastic. I'm going to open it up to the audience. Do we have a microphone here? Brilliant. So do we have any questions? If you just put your hand up. There's one here.
I'd like to get back to the human-in-the-loop issue. Quick two-part question. Could you comment a bit on the logistical issue of getting it from the, for instance, you were talking about the satellite images back to the human, and possibly even feedback from the human back to the modelers, and then a little bit about the type of human. Like, it could be an architect, it could be somebody that's a very experienced annotator. Just very curious about that part of the process.
Thank you.
I think what we find is that you want a mixture of approaches, or ideally you want a mixture of approaches. So I think that if you look at most of these use cases, there do exist experts who have sort of this incredibly deep encyclopedic knowledge of whatever data is relevant for that particular use case. So for example, for satellite imagery, there do exist people who work in many of the governments, many of the leading, or basically every government, who have basically this encyclopedic knowledge of what different sorts of satellite imagery look like. And you want them to be as high leverage as possible. And so the general approach, more or less, is to utilize sort of these expert humans and bring them into the loop, but enable them to be as sort of scalable as possible by minimizing the amount of data that they need to look at while maximizing the performance improvement on the model. So that at a very high level, that's kind of the approach. And then at a technical level, there's a number of sort of things that you do in sort of setting up the overall life cycle and infrastructure to enable that to be true.
Do we have another question? There's one here over on the left. On the left by the wall here. Yep. Thank you.
Hi there. I just wanted to ask, I guess, about data as a commodity. Like, how do you see this developing? I know you mentioned these big businesses that have huge data sets and big access, if you will, to leveraging those data sets. But how, I guess, do smaller companies play and leverage on what data the big companies have collected? And where do you see the role for kind of entrepreneurs like yourself, maybe working in other fields, to do that and bring that about and maybe make some impact in their fields? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, this is an incredible question, actually, and something that I'm quite passionate about. I think there was this term that was coined a few years ago that data was the new oil, which I think is the exact wrong analogy. Because oil is a true commodity. Oil from one place looks the exact same as oil from another place. But the nuance about data is that data is it's extremely relevant what exact domain data comes from. So if you maybe look at sort of like data scraped off of the internet, like data from Reddit or data scraped off of Amazon or whatnot, that's incredibly abundant. And so, it's possible for these large companies to build these large data pools from those data sets. But then if you look at these specific data sets that are necessary to solve some of these really big problems, like in healthcare, or you look at like agriculture data sets, et cetera, they're incredibly scarce and they basically don't exist. The data sets in healthcare are almost laughable to most machine learning engineers who try to get involved in that sort of problem domain. And so I think there's actually still an incredible opportunity for entrepreneurs to build companies based around these sort of these areas where there's incredible data scarcity, or for whatever reason these pools of data don't exist, and really bring these industries from 0 to 1 in terms of A, data abundance, and then B, machine learning applied to those problems.
Thank you for that answer. Have we got any more questions? We've only got a couple of minutes left. Any other questions, audience? One at the back here, on the left-hand side.
So I can't quite remember the exact title of the talk, but I was wondering, how quite did you scale AI so fast? Like, what was if you could summarize it in a tweet, what was it that propelled you so fast in?
I think that at its core, first of all, artificial intelligence as an industry and as a field has, I think, surprised all of us, those within the field, those outside of the field, in terms of how quickly the sort of capabilities have scaled and how quickly the sort of the technology has developed. So I think that's sort of the fundamental backdrop. And then I think the other piece to it, frankly, has come from this sort of wisdom that I mentioned early on, which is to actually focus very deeply on sort of problem after problem after problem in sort of more of a serial way, rather than try to boil the ocean all at once. And so again, we started with autonomous vehicles, and that was the initial focus. And then we moved on to working with some of the large tech companies on problems like e-commerce, and that was the next focus. And then we worked on government problems, and that was sort of the next focus. But each of these, now we've been around for some time, so when I list all these off, maybe it seems like we've been working on these, all of these the whole time, but actually it's sort of this very deliberate, slow expansion so that we can make sure that each area we were actually able to have a substantive impact and actually able to sort of build momentum sequentially, industry by industry. And I think that fundamentally has been probably one of the core operational differentiators of scale relative to many other artificial intelligence companies has been our sort of our ability to focus, but also to grow sort of in these concentric circles rather than trying to sort of throw paint at the wall and cover the entire surface.
So focus and getting one industry knocked down and then moving on to the next one. Brilliant. If we don't have any other questions, I know we're out of our formal time. I actually had a couple of follow-up questions for you, Alexander. The first one is, if you had to give advice to other entrepreneurs looking at the AI space, where do you see the opportunities for individual founders, co-founders, small teams to go and do something great right now? What advice would you share with the audience?
Yeah, I think that, again, the backdrop is just one where the artificial intelligence industry is growing sort of astronomically quickly. I think it's, you'd be hard pressed to point to an industry or sector that's growing as quickly and has as large a potential to provide fundamental value to humanity. And that's a little bit of a subtweet at crypto, but I think that there's this massive fundamental potential to artificial intelligence. So I think that there's sort of going to be an abundance of opportunity, and by the nature of startups, it's almost hard for any one person to identify where the nooks or crannies or sort of like or green fields exist in that sort of in that overall race. That being said, I think that kind of what I mentioned before, which is that all of these industries, most industries are very data scarce. And so I think that there's always going to be an opportunity to actually bring artificial intelligence to as many of these industries as possible. And I think there's going to be, somewhat of a go fast to go, or go slow to go fast within each industry, because, these industries are, they're each dealing with the advent of AI. This is sort of a transformation that we're sort of midstream in. But I think that broadly speaking, over the course of a decade or 2 decades, is going to be one of the greatest transformational changes that I think many of us witness.
Well, thank you. And Alexander, look, I just wanted to say congratulations. Obviously, this is an incredibly impressive business you built. AI is a really huge topic here, so it's great to have you here. My final question is, are we going to see you with us in person next year?
I really apologize for having missed this in person this time, and I really hope to be able to make it there in person next year. And that way, my head will be smaller, but there will be no technical difficulties. That's the dream.
Brilliant. Well, listen, thank you so much for being here. Congratulations, Alexander Wang, Scale AI.
Fantastic. A massive thank you to Charlie and to Alex for such a fantastic talk, and thank you for your patience with our technical difficulties. You know, live events, it gets like that sometimes. We are going to run our next session 5 minutes later than scheduled, so if you wanted to stay around for our next session, which is titled Social Media Battlefield, Using Open Source Intelligence to Protect Democracy. Another really important safeguarding chat, this time focusing on social media. So hopefully we'll see you right back here in 5 minutes' time. Hello. So just to confirm, we've got our headphones. This is a headphone session, so you will need them on to hear me fully. Perfect. And we'll need to have green. So if you don't have a green headphone and it's red, click this button. If you can see someone who doesn't have a green headphone and it's red, give them a nudge and just click until it goes green. Here we go. Perfect. So thank you so much for your patience on this. We're now going into our next session. So let me ask you a question. What if social media could be used to draw on credible intelligence for future battlegrounds? We asked this esteemed panel of cyber experts how we can use open source technology to strengthen democracy and aid intelligence. This panel is moderated by Oliver Lewis, who's the co-founder of Rebellion Defense, and I invite him and his panel onto the stage now. Big round of applause, please. Thank you.
You like a glass of water?
Oh, thank you, James. So, hello everybody. I was in the audience earlier on, so I know the radio quality with which you can hear me. And I'll make one admission before we introduce our speakers, that as a 15-year-old, I wrote a letter to Melvin Bragg saying that I'd very much like to succeed him in our time. I think since then, sort of 20 or longer years later, I've lost the hair that would qualify me for that and never really had the erudition. So this is the closest I'm ever going to get to a radio presenter, and it makes me very pleased. So we're here with S.J. Turp and Major General James Bowder to talk about social media battlefields. So how we could use open source intelligence to protect democracy. And S.J., to my right, is a data scientist. She's been working at the forefront of misinformation and disinformation with governmental and international governmental organizations for quite a number of years. She's worked within government in the past around autonomous systems and is fresh from working on standards between the European Union and the United States last week. So it's wonderful to have you here, SJ. And then we have Major General James Bowder. James is Director of Futures in the British Army, which is responsible for determining where the army should go and how, probably the more difficult bit, how to drive change within a historic organization toward that end point. And James previously served in Northern Ireland and Afghanistan, and critically, perhaps for us, before his present role, he was commanding officer of 6th Division, which is responsible for information operations, psychological operations, intelligence, and so on. So it's great to have both of you here. Thank you for joining us. I'll frame a little bit around social media before we then ask SJ and James some questions. Firstly, if you think more about this question of contemporary social media and the battlefield around the history of media rather than perhaps the history of war. So if you think back to the 1940s, we had in the United States an extraordinary propaganda film called Why We Fight, which was originally conceived to educate US service personnel as to why they were going to battle in Europe, but was so successful that Eisenhower spread it out to the members of the public, and it was shown in cinemas, and is probably one of the most remarkable early internal propaganda films explaining war that I think we have on record. And then if you fast forward to the Vietnam War, obviously the media, particularly the print media then, was instrumental in the United States in a lot of anti-war movements and changing the dynamic of how that war was understood. But then if you fast forward to the first Gulf War in 1991, we have the French theorist Baudrillard positing whether the war really happened. And this was not to say that the violence in Iraq was fake, but more that the media representation was very different from the traditional understanding of war. and that the media artifact was heavily curated, it was co-opted by the US military, and what was seen of that war was a surgical war with intelligent missiles and very clean. Now, Baudrillard's comment was this was much closer to a simulation of war, that there was a great asymmetry. You had the United States basically destroying Saddam's Iraqi forces very rapidly with air power. They never really met on the battlefield. And that it felt much more to an audience like a computer game than it did real war. I think with Ukraine, we have something that is, again, very different. So with Ukraine, you have democratized access to the media production. You have a war that is much closer to us geographically. It's people who look like us on our doorstep. And you have all of the combatants within that war fighting almost a separate social media war, which looks very, very different to a war of attrition on the ground, which is much more symmetrical than, say, that Gulf War that Baudrillard was talking about. So it is much more a battle of artillery, it's a battle of maneuver, it's a battle of logistics, something which feels much closer to the Second World War than that intervening period that probably shaped most of our generation's understanding of the battlefield. And that battle for narratives is now global. It's what the academic James Dederian talks about in his Virtuous War books, that you have the local media and the global media creating this notion of modes and networks of observability where the affect of what is said in social media could very well prolong or exacerbate a war as much as it has a possibility of perhaps shortening or protecting democracy. And so, SJ, you've been on, in some ways, the front line of the social media aspect of this. What are you observing in the war in Ukraine and social media?
I think it's not just Ukraine that we need to look at. There is social media activity in Ukraine, in Russia, in the Middle East, in the rest of the world. We look at a set of things. We're looking at the harms, so we're looking at what types of disinformation, what types of rumors, what types of misinformation. Disinformation is deliberate, but it isn't always false. The falsehood is not in the content. We're looking at things like conspiracies. And we're seeing reuse of a lot of old things. We talk about the war in Ukraine as though it's recent. Russia has been invading parts of Ukraine for nearly a decade now. They have had equivalent activity against Ukraine in social media. So running narratives to harm Ukraine, running narratives to harm Ukraine as a country, the concept of Ukraine even as a country, the concept of its language is separate. And they've been doing that for almost a decade too. In some ways, it's one of the oldest social media conflicts there is. Although having said that, propaganda is as old as humans and warfare. So a lot of this is forever. But we're seeing these different sets, these different places things are coming from. Russia obviously has the Internet Research Agency. It has hundreds of people who can dedicate to this. But we're seeing different narratives aimed at different places. So the narratives going into Ukraine, in different regions of Ukraine, are different to the narratives that are being played to Russian people, are different to the narratives that China is using. So China is using narratives about Ukraine internally that are different from externally. Again, you have a whole set of narratives in places like India. And these are all geopolitical. So, disinfo, you see drivers, money is often the driver, people making money off things like health events. You see political drivers for things like elections, but you also see this country-to-country geopolitics. And this is nothing really surprising at the moment. We've seen a few things that were expected. So this idea of hybrids, where you have cognitive security, the study of misinformation, disinformation, harms, and response to them. So you have cognitive and cyber supporting physical, cyber supporting cognitive, etc. So I think it's more that all the things we thought were going to happen are now happening in one place.
The Western reception of that? Are we deluding ourselves that we're winning the online battle?
I think there are many different battles. It felt almost cathartic that when Russia overtly went into Ukraine, the hacking community could just go for it. I think people have held back for a very long time. One of the questions I asked last week was, am I competent? In a space where anybody can respond to cognitive social media events, anybody can respond to cyber events. Less people can respond to physical, so you actually have to get there, but at which point do you have a sense of what is allowed and who is involved? And what are the rules around those people? So there's a lot more questions coming.
And when you interact with, say, government or intergovernmental communities versus the hacking community around standards and coordinated behavior, do you get very different responses from both?
Not really. There is a need to share information. We built ways to share information. And it's needed and used, if it's needed and used. There are different styles of cooperation. I would be lying if I said there weren't trust problems. So a lot of this is how do you work. Some of the people involved, the groups involved, are large organizations like Microsoft. So getting large organizations plus international bodies plus governments plus hacker communities to trust each other, work together, that's quite a feat. But we've got things like the Ransomware Task Force as a good model for that, so it's coming. It's coming.
And talk to us about the Ransomware Task Force.
This is a group, and I'm not going to say who's behind it because I will get the name wrong, but it's a community-started idea to coordinate across all the people affected by and able to respond to ransomware. It's been picking up quite a lot of noise in America because the government got involved in this.
So do you welcome government involvement into sort of online collaboration and so on? Because usually there's been antagonism between, say, traditional internet communities and the feds that we were talking about earlier.
We were talking about Spot the Feds at DEF CON. So you'd think, but really, when they're bad guys, you want to do the thing that makes the harms less. So I do work with people who are not keen on working with governments, but equally I've had a government official, an anarchist, and a business person in the same room working together. So it depends. I haven't seen it so badly. Mostly it's about how to coordinate.
I wonder if when it comes to war, part of the difference is the reduction in ambiguity. There is clearly good and clearly bad.
It's also about who. There's a war happening in Europe, in a country. It is very much a sovereign country. We can't just like turn up and go, hey, we've come to help you and do everything instead of you. There are already extremely good groups, both in the country and in the surrounding area. So StopFake and the Baltic Elves do very, very good work on disinformation response. They've been ripping apart Russian disinformation with humor for a very long time. And it would be a disservice to just turn up and go, hey, we know better than you do about your situation. There's a concept of Richard Heeks had this idea of levels of help, from pro, which you just parachute in and decide everything for people, to working alongside each other, so para, so it's basically co-working, to grassroots that you then support as expert. And I am very much a fan of grassroots work you support and working alongside, not just we've come to help you.
So James, as a Fed, you've just heard SJ talk about her being a combatant, like participating, and people like her, in war, but in a way that, frankly, is not going to be commanded and perhaps not even controlled by people like you. As a professional soldier, is that a problem?
Whether I thought it was a problem or not, I have no agency, right? What we've got to do is respect the information space. What we can't do is try and turn it into something that it isn't, right? And equally, there need to be appropriate safeguards placed on the activity of actors on both sides of the conflict to ensure that the input of the civilian participants is that discourse is appropriate, right? And that people aren't put unfairly in danger. I mean, I think what's fascinating, I see there being two obvious manifestations of social media in Ukraine right now, and I think that would play out in future conflict. The first is the one which is, I think, the most catalytic, is the one that SJ has referred to, this notion of changing sentiment, right? I mean, we say that, maintaining what we call campaign authority as militaries is one of the key determinants of campaign success, right? Particularly in Western liberal democracies. The adversaries are less constrained by that if you're going against a regime like Russia, but still it's a challenge for them when the excesses of their folk are captured in such a visceral way as, for instance, the sad events in Bucha. So what social media can help nation states do is bolster their own campaign authority, but also seek to have at the adversary's campaign authority by exposing their missteps and excesses. But I think the other side of it is that which is arguably in some respects more eye-catching. So extraordinarily catalytic impact of changing sentiment, in terms of the Western consensus achieved, in terms of supporting Ukraine in those early hours and early days of the campaign, is in some respects, it moved the campaign forward quite significantly in Ukraine's favour for quite some time. But the more eye-catching side is what we routinely do when we scroll through whatever it is, Telegram, Twitter, and some other channels, where we see publicly available information being cited routinely, which has a whole bunch of different payoffs. Some of it in impacts on sentiment, but some of it clearly can be integrated by one side or other in order to target. Right? I mean, if you think about how targeting on a battlefield has happened through time, a military sees something, but also it hasn't always been military. There's also been people in the pay of that military or sympathetic to that military pointing something out. But the fact, it's never been quite as real time as one can achieve now. But to talk about the risks of this, to what you talked about, combatant or not, if somebody is taking a photograph and uploading it, to what extent do they become a target? And one of the things I think we're seeing in Ukraine, or have seen, is civilians being targeted. Those holding an iPhone have been targeted by the Russians because the assumption has been that they're taking photos that then could be exploited from a targeting perspective. And equally, I describe this as eye-catching, but it isn't catalytic, simply because when a photo is taken of a military piece of hardware, that is but a start point. One can't take hard and fast action against that unless you confirm it in a rather more easily to validate and rather more reliable way. But moreover, imagine how it can be spoofed. On a future battlefield where the public have the means of communicating enemy action and enemy intent, a smart enemy is going to flood the information space with photos of tanks, at every road junction or in places simply where they aren't. And so therefore, this inevitably is a double-edged sword, and it's the extent to which the members of the public are unwilling participants or that they don't understand that they're being used by one side or other.
So if I pick up on something you said then in terms of smart enemy, I mean, at SJ, we were talking a little bit earlier around the practitioners of disinformation, and at the moment that it may not be quite a high standard of required in order to be effective. Do you think that's the case?
I think, we design things that are a lot smarter, but basically if you're creating disinformation, you don't need to do anything that clever. It's relatively simple steps, it's relatively simple, repeatable work, because it still works. Until the point at which we have responses that counter and counter well, it doesn't need to be anything more. So, yeah, in the back pocket we have designs for worse stuff and responses to worse stuff, but not yet. One of the things I said was that the people creating disinformation are smart enough to know not to be too clever.
And obviously part of the title is to protect democracy. Are, from your experience of the tradecraft involved, the techniques involved, are there activities that we as members of the public can undertake to make it harder for people to spread disinformation in particular?
There are many. One of the things is to be more resilient to disinformation. So there are some lovely games out there you can play to get a sense of what disinformation tricks look like. There are some good websites showing you tricks, examples, counters, narrative counters. So if a disinformation narrative goes out, to be able to talk about what the actual thing is. So I work elections sometimes. Simple things like if somebody puts out, hey, you can vote using your phone. Having okay, these are the ways you can vote, and phone isn't one of them. Very, very simple counter. Improving the information space. So I've worked in some countries where there are beautiful, beautiful websites with lots of information on that people need to see. But nobody sees them because they're on beautiful, beautiful websites. They're not out in social media where the disinformation people are. So you need to go where people are looking. You need to go where people are sharing. You need to be in that space and clear and just build better information spaces.
And we'll go to questions in a minute, but I'm going to ask James to reflect in terms of the present position as in charge of Army Futures. Do you have people, soldiers, coming in who already have the pre-existing skill set that SJ is hinting at, or are you having to train them up to be more resilient themselves to disinformation?
Yeah, I think the army very obviously mirrors society, right? So we have the same challenges, but also the same opportunities that exist amongst the cohort of 18 to generally sort of 30 or so year olds. And so therefore it is increasing resilience across the piece. But the awareness or how adept at using information that folk in their 20s are versus folk in their 40s or 50s is quite striking. It's not universal, but they're certainly easier to teach and instruct, and actually we'd learn a lot from them as well.
And does it matter as much as those of us who have been commentators saying that there need to be more digital skills in the armed forces? Has Ukraine actually shown that it is less important than some of the traditional military skills, or does there still need to be an emphasis upon it?
I think some of the discourse about cyber in Ukraine is missing the point about all armies are increasingly digitalized, right? Which increases the attack surface that the enemy has access to, right? i.e. armies that are more digitally integrated are inherently they have a challenge with resilience. So it's not either or, it's as well as, right? So you've got to do good old combined arms maneuver using every tool to which you have access. But combined arms maneuver in the 21st century absolutely has digital at its core in order to protect one's networks, battlefield networks, from RF weapons and RF attack, but also to go extraordinarily hard at the enemy's kill chain as well, their automated and integrated kill chain.
Brilliant. I think that's a good segue into questions. There's going to be a microphone roving for anyone who's brave enough to put up their hand. I think we've got a gentleman over here. Thank you for your patience.
As a member of the younger generation, what can be done for somebody my age and especially a few years younger? Because especially with the pandemic and the Ukraine crisis, I've seen a lot of my peers and a lot of people a few years younger than me really be swayed by things they've seen on social media. But especially for people my age who are not following like proper news sites, they're getting information off second or third hand sites. And it's becoming an echo chamber of like one stream of opinions. Is there something you can do as people that are working in the field to help educate people my age into spotting disinformation and knowing where to look to find like the truth?
It's not always about truth. Sometimes it's about feelings. Again, with disinformation, you can use true stuff and amplify it to the point where people get angry. Some of it's designed to split communities, to make you think there's somebody other who's the enemy. The games, again, Bad News Game, Harmony Square, Cranky Uncle, they're all fun to play. I have a list somewhere. I would try those. And also, when you see something that makes you angry, makes you react, take a second and say, is that real? Maybe tell your friends who are sharing it that, that's not real, just take it down. It's going to take a while. I mean, your generation is the first that's completely linked together. And that means stuff just comes like storms across your channels. But we'll get there. Yeah. Play games.
And James, have you played Cranky Uncle?
Sorry?
Have you played Cranky Uncle?
No, I haven't yet, but I do look forward to it. And I do look forward to sort of trawling through SJ's list. I've got little to add other than just to cite the truism that an eminent general in the Second World War, Field Marshal, the Lord Slim, suggested that no news is ever quite as good or as bad as it first seems. So retaining perspective is important right the way through the age groups.
I think this does pose a significant issue for social media in particular in terms of verifying and validating news sources and using algorithmic processes to perhaps champion those rather than that which may be most popular or most noisy. It's a difficult moment in the evolution of social media in particular.
There's certainly some interesting work on making recommender algorithms, so the things that say, hey, you like these things, you'll probably like this thing as well. Transparent, so we know what they're doing, and we know whether to opt in or not, and ultimately to argue with whether these should be, because part of the problem is that things that make you emotional, make you share faster, which makes the eyeballs, the clicks that you do, which makes money from advertising, which, but that is just part of the solution. There are many, many pieces to work on.
And I think one of the things we have seen from your organisation as the Ministry of Defence, James, is a willingness to publish, admittedly for the strategic interest reasons, but a willingness to publish defence intelligence, I think daily, updates on what Britain is observing and its allies are observing is happening on the battlefield in Ukraine, which is, I think, a brave change compared to how government, particularly the Ministry of Defence, has been historically very reticent to participate in social media.
Yes, I think up to a point, but as I think SJ introduced at the beginning, I mean, propaganda is old as war itself. So therefore, nation states using information in order to achieve an influence effect. So therefore, I would say that this is just a contemporary manifestation of helping to bolster campaign authority, undermine that of the adversary, and achieve a political effect. Because after all, war remains stubbornly political.
Thank you. Next question. The gentleman here.
Thanks very much for the talk. It's been really interesting. You talked about some of the implications of disinformation, both on social media and on the battlefield in terms of campaign, on the one hand. And on the other hand, you've got the AI and ML communities furiously creating like generative models which can, at the flick of a switch and at the click of a finger, create incredibly misleading information and, and open sourcing those models on the web. So, I mean, for a start, could you comment on that? And also, is there something that the machine learning community can do is that actually helpful, or can we do something to help as well as put our models all over the place for people to pick up and create pictures of tanks wherever they feel they might like to put them, kind of thing?
So there's a couple of things going on in there. I'm not as worried about deepfakes as you might expect me to be, partly because when you have a piece of disinformation, it has content. So the thing itself, the image or the video or the audio, increasingly more audio, and it has its context. So what is connected to this? What does it mention? What else, if I put out design a network, is in the network around it? And quite often with things like deepfakes, the content is credible, but the context isn't. So it doesn't take too much to debunk one. One interesting thing is bad deepfakes being used to reduce the credibility of all images or all videos in a space, and that's something we've seen in Ukraine. So as a person who designs machine learning algorithms also, I think having more emphasis on explainable AI helps as somebody. Really interesting work on similar to each other. You're just freaking one or the other.
I think that there is also a trend which one hopes is beginning to change, and perhaps Ukraine has accelerated some of that, where in the past, and particularly those on the west coast of the United States, have an extraordinary naivety when it comes to politics, and even more so geopolitics. That a lot of the contemporary tech world is led by those who were born and grew up in that wonderful but sadly short-lived emancipatory period of the internet. And what has come since, whether it's solely because of capitalism or other geopolitical dynamics, is not that. And so including many more people who are politically astute within the actual engineering community would be a great advantage. And I think Europe in particular is showing some dividends there. Next question. Over here.
Hi, thanks for a wonderful presentation. You mentioned, I guess, building resilience in democratic states and even in more contested information spaces like Sub-Saharan Africa or India or Latin America. And when it comes to developing these, I mean, you can't just begin when the war begins, like the lesson of Ukraine kind of taught us that. But to what extent do you see, I guess, and this is directed at you as well, James, civil society and kind of the role of these networks and building robust context in terms of fighting disinformation and the spread and of these bad narratives around these spaces?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a profoundly important question you ask, and in terms of our response, of course, it isn't just an armed forces defense or security community response, as you suggest. It's a game for all the family, right? And I think what good looks like already exists in the world. I think when you see how hardened the societies of, let's say, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania are, how hardened the societies are, and how they approach resilience in Finland and Sweden, and to an extent Norway too, I think we get a very clear sense of communities who feel like stakeholders in the enterprise. And I guess we might well see, given keeping the peace in Europe will be more challenging during the 2020s than perhaps it has been in the recent past, I think we'll see more and more nations place a greater premium on the involvement of citizens. I mean, there's some really interesting writing on this. I mean, I don't know if you're familiar with the work of Elizabeth Braw, who's talked a great deal about national resilience in the context of Sweden, for instance. So I think we're increasingly clear of what great looks like, but we've just got to make a collective decision about the extent to which we move towards that goal.
I think when we talk about communities, we're not talking about uniform population again. This goes way down to the level of faith communities, to towns, cities, down to people who are linked by whatever subject. It works well there. So as one of the WHO infodemic team, we worked with faith communities on how do you strengthen the information environment, and how do you respond. So what we thought about disinformation as was part of communication. So communications work increases trust, disinformation reduces trust. So you're talking about different types. Then the most dangerous one, I think, is a disinformation that attacks the system, attacks how people believe democracy works, how people believe their community works. And at that level, you're definitely looking for community influencers. And they may be the town clerk, they may be the librarian, they may be your faith leaders, but they can help shut down things very quickly.
I think that's an optimistic and inclusive moment to end on, that we all can and do have a role in protecting democracy online. Thank you, SJ. Thank you, James.
Thank you.
Well done. Perfect. Thank you so much. What an incredible conversation. I can actually see people on the other stage. They've finished their talk listening with their green lights. So obviously you've got a bit of you've like outshone this stage alone. So we are now going to go on a quick break and then in 10 minutes come back onto the stage for our final talk of the day, which means that day 2 is nearly over, which is crazy. Hello, and we're back. So, just a reminder, this is a headphone stage. So, to be able to hear, you need to put headphones on, and they need to be green. So, you're good. Yes, click through. If they're not green already, then, oh, you're coming straight onto my stage. Oh, yeah, do you want me to do it? Pop it there? No problem. Okay, cool. So, green headphones, everybody, and then you in the middle. If you would like to listen, then headphones need to be green. So, this is the final session of the day, which is crazy. I cannot believe that this day has just gone through that quickly. So, we are introducing, once again, Charlie to the stage, the founder of CogX, and he will be talking about what is AQ and how will it impact your sector. Both AI and quantum are industry transforming tools being used to address pressing global challenges. How can this convergence of tech be applied to all types of industries, including cybersecurity, sensing, communications, and many more? Let's listen to find out. So welcome to the stage. A round of applause, please.
Well, it's great to be back here on the P2 stage, Festival Stage 1. And this next guest has been a friend for many years, an incredible brain and innovator, and one of the most passionate people I know. Jack Hidary is formerly the group director at CogX and worked very closely with Alphabet, where he was responsible for an area called Sandbox, where they were developing AI and quantum approaches and technologies. And that, as of March the 22nd, has been spun out of CogX into its own company, which is AQ, and Jack is here to talk about it today. And so I'm going to welcome him to the stage. He's going to give a presentation and take you through what is AQ, and then we're going to have a fireside chat, and then we're going to ask you guys for some questions. So without further ado, Jack.
Thank you, Charlie. All right, I know we have people here live, which is good to see again after 2-3 years of not doing that. And we also have many thousands of people online watching us right now, and also on, I assume, on recording later, but thousands of people right now tuning in. So welcome everyone, both here in the audience and online. Thanks, Charlie, for hosting a great event once again. This has become a mainstay of the tech circuit, and it's great to see London hosting this, and London become a real center of AI, but also now more broadly, quantum. There's actually a lot of quantum activity happening in and around the London area, driven by the many great universities. And it's great to see also the startups that are spinning out of these universities. So I'm sure we'll get to that in our Q&A. Let me take everyone through a number of ideas that's happening in AQ right now, AI and quantum, and we'll go from there. Let's see if my little clicker will click through.
Can we have the next slide, please?
Thank you. Great. So where are we at in quantum? We're now in the third quantum revolution. As of 2 years ago, we entered this third quantum phase. The first quantum revolution, of course, happened mainly in Europe, in Germany, Switzerland, Copenhagen, and here in London. It was the years 1900 to 1935, and 30 individuals who lived in black and white, apparently, according to this picture. They created quantum mechanics out of desperation. That's actually a quote from Max Planck. An act of desperation, he said, in that he had to create the new equations of quantum mechanics, which then were elaborated on by Einstein and Bohr and Dirac and many others in this photo, because the experimental data leading up to the year 1900, 1870, 1880, 1890, the experimental data did not fit with the physics of the time. So they needed a new paradigm, a new way of looking at things, and that was the birth of quantum mechanics. By about 1935, that was then canonized. We understood what exactly was basically going on at the level of atoms and molecules and other phenomenon not described by Newton and Maxwell. Then their students, and the students of those students in the 40s to, say, the year, early 2000s, started to apply those principles of quantum and create all kinds of interesting devices. And so the second quantum revolution was about creating the transistor. 3 quantum physicists created the very basis of the computing revolution that we're here celebrating at CogX. The MRI machine is a quantum device. superconductivity, and the laser is a quantum device. All come from the second quantum revolution. And now we find ourselves in the third quantum revolution. And in this revolution, next slide, please, we now have three areas of focus: quantum sensing, quantum simulation, and quantum security. And what's interesting is that while the popular press and even the business press is focused exclusively on quantum computing, and we are very excited about quantum computing, the fact is that what's here and now, what's near term, what's much, oh, thank you very much. Swap out. This apparently is a quantum clicker that will work with the slides. What's here and now, and has a much larger addressable market even than quantum computing, is other quantum technologies such as sensing, simulation, and security. So we're going to focus on that today and broaden our horizons as to what quantum can deliver for us in society, the benefits, the impact we can have in society with this area. And of course, quantum builds on the AI wave. The wave that we're just wrapping up right now is the AI wave, the rise of deep learning, the rise of the GPU. How many people here have heard of the GPU, NVIDIA, all these companies? Yep. And these very specialized chips. Now, the G in GPU is interesting because it stands for graphics. What does graphics have to do with what we're talking about today? Well, the GPU initially was made for video game processing, to make video games more realistic, more lifelike. And then those of us in the neural network community, the deep learning community, many of them right here in London, realized that these video game chips could be hijacked and repurposed for accelerating neural networks, accelerating deep learning or machine learning. Now we come to another hijacking of the GPU, which we'll learn about just in a few slides. And of course, many other innovations in the sixth wave, but now we hit the seventh wave, the merger of quantum tech and AI. AQ, we call it, AI and quantum. And this, I think, is going to prove to be even a bigger impact than the last 5 years, the sixth wave. This seventh wave, I think, will have even a bigger impact. And so when we look about globally, there's a lot of investment happening on the part of the governments. This slide does not even reflect the private investment, which is billions additional. But we can see that China spending $10 billion, about 30% of all the investment happening globally in terms of governments, and many other governments as well, the EU, here in the UK, a lot of investment going into this. In fact, if you actually look at the numbers, we can see that, next slide please, that the investment right now in quantum is 5x that of AI investment in the same kind of year, which is 2013, 2014. That was the year in which AI was just starting to grow before it really exploded. So if we kind of compare these 2 years of 2021 in quantum to 2013 in AI, we can see that quantum already is at 5x the investment that AI had. And if we go to the next slide, yep, thanks. So this brings us to these three areas: quantum sensing, simulation, and security. Sensing means sensing the world around us, sensing magnetic fields. And sensing was born, quantum sensing was born really, this new generation about 20 years ago when people realized that these qubits that were used for quantum computers are so fragile, and they're fragile because they're very sensitive to the outside world. If you have a magnetic field right near the qubit, it decoheres the qubit. So some really bright academics said, wait a second, let's flip the script. Let's actually make these not computing devices, but sensing devices, because they are so easily perturbed by the outside world. And we'll see some of the applications there. Simulation optimization is critical because we want to simulate molecules around us. Drug discovery, material science for batteries, these are key areas. And quantum security, of course, is critical. We are now entering the next era of encryption, of cyber, and we'll talk about that as well. So this brings us really to a new world of computing. Our entire lives and the entire last 50 years of the digital world has been in the upper left-hand quadrant. Classical data coming from classical inputs, say websites, say machines in hospitals that you're familiar with, being processed in classical processors. And so your Fitbit, other quantified self devices, input from sales data, all this is in the upper left-hand quadrant. But now, for the first time in the next few years, we can start to explore these three other quadrants. Next slide, please. And so what's exciting about the quantum era is that we're cloud native. Instead of the previous eras that were started on premises, where you had to buy very expensive hardware, install it on your premises, and then wait for 7, 8 years to upgrade it because you just paid many, many millions of dollars for this previous thing. This is cloud native. We know about CPUs. We know now about GPUs. I just mentioned the utility in AI and in video. And now we're going to have the rise of the QPU, the quantum processing unit. And this will be seamless. You'll have data uploaded and code uploaded to the cloud, and part of the code will run on CPU, part of it on GPU, and part of it will be subroutine out to QPU. Quantum computers don't do many things very well. They do very few things faster than CPUs and GPUs. And they'll be subroutined out just for those purposes and then returned back for the workhorse area in CPU and GPU. Next slide, please. And now we see that there's many different providers. If you look at AWS, Azure, Google, others, each of these providers have multiple quantum computers now on offer. Right now, from your seat, with your laptop, with your phone, you can access a real, living quantum computer. They're not very powerful yet, but you can test it out, you can try it out. Next slide, please. And so now how do we transition from AI alone and quantum alone into the merger of these two areas? Next slide. Well, one area I want to highlight for the audience, both here in the room and online, is quantum machine learning. We know about machine learning. We've seen the impact of machine learning. Everything from I just arrived a few hours ago here in the UK to be on stage with Charlie, and instead of having to wait hours and hours for humans to look at my passport, I and thousands of other people were shuttled through, and you put your passport in, and a machine learning vision algorithm is able to determine that, yes, it is Jack on the passport, and Jack in real life, let Jack through, and thankfully I did get through. That's good news. And so we know about the rise of machine learning, how it impacts every part of our lives today. But now we have the opportunity to maybe take the next step in QML, quantum machine learning, and you can see that all the software runs seamlessly on a combination of hardware along the bottom. Next slide, please. I want to highlight the work of two particular researchers on the next slide. And we have Maria Schold on the left and her former student, Amir Abbas. And if you have a chance to check out their papers and their work and their videos on YouTube, really interesting about the future of machine learning in terms of where this is going with quantum as a key aspect. That's one example of AQ. Next slide, please. So now let's talk about these three areas. I mentioned security. We talked about simulation and sensing. Let's talk about security. Today, every one of the phones in this room, everyone watching this online, is using RSA technology. Ravesh, Shamir, Edelman, three individuals who gave us a form of public key encryption that has changed the world. The reason why you can upload your credit card safely and buy stuff from Amazon, the reason why you can encrypt your messages on WhatsApp and go end-to-end. In your WhatsApp app, it says encrypted end-to-end. What is that encryption? That is RSA encryption. That standard came to us from 1978. Yes. 40 years of one standard. Pretty good run for that standard. But, as Charlie and I would discuss, this is going to have to now change. And so asymmetric, which is public key cryptography, so critical to world commerce, so critical to banking, so critical to storing our patient data securely at NHS, at hospitals around the world. This is under great risk because of Shor's algorithm on quantum computers. And then we have symmetric. We used to be the way that we did most things. Now we still have some applications there, but asymmetric is the majority of what we experience. Let me see if this is, yep. And so why now, though? I just finished saying that quantum computers are not scaled yet. They're not yet at the level of impact yet. So why do we have to worry about quantum computers breaking RSA right now? And the answer is in this slide. Store now, decrypt later. If you have valuable intellectual property, if you have valuable customer records, if you have valuable molecular structures as a pharma company, if you have valuable chemical structures as a battery company for EVs, designs for your next automobile as a automotive company, then you are subject to store now, decrypt later. Adversaries, corporate espionage adversaries, go into your servers, exfiltrate your encrypted data, and that's what we're seeing right now. When we monitor the hacking going on right now online, it's no longer just hackers looking for sloppy systems engineers who left password files open. They're now looking for encrypted data. And why would you be looking for encrypted data? Because you believe that if you store it and wait a few years, you'll be able to read it with a scaled quantum computer. And so that becomes the critical, urgent call. And that's why 40 different countries, including the UK, the US, and many others, came together 6 years ago and said, we need to find solutions. We need to migrate from the RSA standard to the post-RSA standard, the quantum safe world. Next slide, thanks. And so this process has been going on for 6 years. It just wrapped up this past January, just a number of months ago. And we went from 82 submissions down to 7 finalists. And in the next few weeks, and that's why this conversation, Charlie, today is so timely, because in the next few weeks, we're actually getting from this multi-country, multi-stakeholder, open process, the specs on the first quantum safe algorithms. Next slide, please. And again, a key takeaway here is that we do not need a quantum computer to defend against the quantum computer. This is a key point, that we run these algorithms, these new algorithms that have been around and being worked on for the past 20 years, on our current hardware. There's 20 billion hardware devices today in use. 7.5 billion phones, billions of laptops and servers, billions of IoT devices. All these need a software upgrade. You can keep your phone. Hallelujah. But you've got to upgrade the software on that phone. If you're a bank, you've got to upgrade all the apps that you have out there, mobile banking. If you're a hospital and you have apps that people access their health data, you've got to upgrade that. Again, all incorporating the post-RSA or quantum safe algos. Next slide, please. And this is a paper that we handed out, thanks to my colleagues who handed this out. This is a paper that just came out a few weeks ago in Nature, and it's available online and at your seats, on this transition. This transition from RSA to the post-RSA to the post-quantum world. And that's a transition that we'll all have to go through. This is a world that's far more nuanced than the previous world. We can't just rip out RSA and put a new one in, XYZ. We're actually going to a multi-protocol world. We now need AI in the system to actually choose in real time which of the new protocols to use. Based on the context, are you at the edge of the network? Are you in the middle of the network? Are you in a big data center? Are you on a phone? And so this is going to be quite interesting. Next slide, please. So we talked about security and the need now to address the quantum attack. Now let's kind of turn to simulation. So what exactly does that mean? Well, in the tech sector, I would give us pretty high marks for the manipulation of bits. We know how to create bits. We know how to store them in great databases on the cloud. We know how to move them around at great speeds with 5G, with great fiber optic networks, with satellites. We know how to also analyze bits with machine learning, machine vision, NLP, NLU. All this has been a huge explosion of tool sets with bits. But how about the world of atoms? I would give us low marks in the tech sector in the world of atoms. We have not helped the drug discovery sector. We have not helped the battery development sector to develop these very important technologies. And so, next slide, please. When you look at the cost of developing a drug, it's $2+ billion today to develop one molecule into a medicine. It's 13 to 15 years to develop one small molecule from molecule to medicine. We have not harnessed the power of advanced computation to help along this process in the world of atoms. The same thing I would say for battery chemistry. We do not have a Moore's law for battery chemistry. I wish we did, but we don't. And that's why the heaviest component and the most costly component of electric vehicle is the battery. We need to change that. If we want global adoption of batteries in terms of both stationary battery storage for renewable energy, for clean tech, for climate change, if we want global adoption of electric vehicles, we have to innovate in the world of atoms, not just the world of bits. Next slide, please. These are some examples of the areas that we are working on at Sandbox AQ. We're working with biopharma companies right now on Alzheimer's. We're working with biopharma companies right now on Parkinson's. They're giving us their candidate molecular structures. We're then running billions and billions of simulations. And with slight changes in each simulation, slight changes to the molecule, and then determining what the binding factor will be to the receptor, to the target that we're going after. If we're going after a tumor, we want to see, will we hit that tumor and how will we hit it? We do that in simulation. In the same way that we can now design airplanes in simulation, that's not quantum, that's traditional physics, we can now start to do this in the quantum world. Next slide, please. So this is a summary of some of the areas that we can now work on. And here again is a big takeaway. We are not using quantum computers to do this. We are running these simulations. We are running these quantum equations given to us by Schrodinger, given to us by Einstein, given to us by Niels Bohr. We're running these on GPUs. Not one GPU, not two, but hundreds of thousands of GPUs. We're harnessing the power that we have now in these massive data centers to run these and start to impact the world of atoms the way that we've had great impact in the world of bits. Next slide, please. So again, this ecosystem is very important on the cloud. Next slide. And I want to just mention, before we get to our conversation, that a critical factor in all this is the human talent. We have great goals. We have great ambitions in this sector of AQ. We have wonderful missions to go and impact drug discovery, get new cancer therapies, clean tech, bring the cost and weight of wind turbines down by 50%. We have great goals in terms of security to secure the world's data from quantum attack. We have great goals in terms of quantum sensing as well. But we cannot do it without the human talent. We've been investing millions of dollars right here in the UK at Imperial College, Oxford, Cambridge, UCL, Bristol, many others, in co-training PhD students and master's students. As they're in their program, we train them in these more advanced areas. And so if anyone listening in the metaverse that is listening to this right now, we welcome folks to think about their university. Maybe you already graduated, that's okay. Connect us with your university. This is a call to action I'm asking for from this audience here in the room and online. A call to action to help us increase the pipeline and increase the diversity of the pipeline coming into the AQ era. We all know about AI, but now AQ will be table stakes in terms of the skill set that you need to actually impact the world. And we need your help in helping the universities to work with us in industry to train this next generation of individuals. Next slide, please. I want to mention the book. This is a book that has a free online website. You can get the code online. You can get all the key details online on the free website. We don't make any money off the book. It all goes to charities focused on education in this area, the same universities I just mentioned before. It's now in its second edition. And so I'm very grateful, really, for the readership and the fact that this is now being used as the core textbook in so many university master's and PhD programs. Next slide. And so to sum up before our conversation with Charlie, these are three areas, sensing, simulation, and security, that are here, now, and today. We don't have to wait for quantum computers to get fault tolerant. We don't have to wait for them to scale. These are large markets to go after. We need to think about the world of atoms the way that we've been thinking about the world of bits. We need to start impacting drug discovery, battery chemistry, clean tech, in ways that we've impacted machine vision, NLP, and NLU. Thank you very much. Hi, Charlie.
Jack, that was a tour de force. Fantastic, and look, it's such an exciting and new space for most people. I think quantum obviously is a term that people have heard many times over the years, and you would always get that question of kind of, when do I need to start thinking about that in my world, whatever your world is, whether you're at a bank, whether you're as a consumer, and so on. So I think the message you delivered there is now. Right? And we've seen this explosion of skills development around data science. I mean, everywhere. Data analytics, data science, machine learning, AI. Do we need to be thinking about a similar upskilling program in quantum?
Absolutely, yes. And even in data science, we still don't have enough people there. No. We have had this explosion. We and others have been contributing, and CogX has been critical to shine a big light on the fact that we need skills development. And skills development not just at the school level, not just in your university years, but actually maybe even more critically in the adult years for upskilling.
Yeah, of course.
For moving on to a new career. We're all living longer, thank goodness. We have productive lives now going into many more decades. And I have a lot of people coming to me, 40s, 50s, and saying, is it too late for me? Can I get into AI? Can I get into data science? Can I get into quantum? And my answer absolutely is, it is not too late.
Right.
And I think, Charlie, the problem is that AI certainly a few years ago, and even still to some extent, has been very intimidating as a subject area, and quantum certainly spooks people out. It spooked Einstein out, so clearly it spooks a lot of people out as well. And part of our message here today, Charlie, is yes, after we initially get spooked out, it's okay to get spooked out for like a few hours, but let's get over the spookiness and let's embrace it. And this is the golden age of education. This is the golden age of online videos, of resources, of books, of materials.
It's all available.
It's all available.
Yep.
And what I encourage those listening to us today, both in real time and as they listen to this recording, is try it out. Engage with a video. There's a lot of online videos that have nice on-ramps into this area. Because even if you want to be a business executive, and I think most people will not become coders in this area, that's okay, but to be an effective business leader, a number of us here just came from Davos, just came from talking to world business leaders, CEOs, and other Global 1000 leaders. And one of our messages to them was that their businesses are going to be massively disrupted. If you're a pharma company and you're not getting hold of this kind of technology, that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, you need to understand the impact.
Exactly.
Yep.
So whether you're tech or you're in the more executive suite, that's okay. There's a role for everyone to play in this revolution.
And what's the precursor to get started? So let's just take the business exec. So I'm not going to be a practitioner. I'm not going to be coding. What do I need to know to just lift the lid and understand the so what of this kind of capability so I can make the right decisions?
Yeah, it's a great question. The first thing is to get over this mythos that for some reason has been out there, and for whatever reason, the popular press and the business press has focused exclusively on quantum computers. And again, we love quantum computers so much, we wrote a book on it, so love it, but it's really, unfortunately, undermined the ability of a lot of people to see the forest for that one just tree. There's a much bigger forest out there of the sensing, of the simulation, of security that actually is here and now. So the first thing I would say to a business exec is, first thing is orient your senior leadership, orient your middle management to understand the larger picture of quantum technology, not just quantum computing. The second thing I would do is fashion a partnership with a local university. We can recommend many of them here in the UK and many other countries that have programs that can help upskill the key people in your organization. I think if people just did even a few weeks to months of upskilling on a weekly basis, an hour or so, their leadership in a business, it would change the tenor of the opportunity set they're looking for.
Got it. And look, when you think of a new technology coming along and with data science, it took a while for organizations that wanted to harness it to understand the different roles that needed to be carved out. Whether
data wranglers,
scientists, data
wranglers,
data engineers, obviously product people needed to understand, executives need similar, so there's going to be a similar number of separate roles in your organization that you have to establish?
Absolutely, and we're already starting to see that. We just had a wonderful piece of news that we shared online just a few weeks ago that Nadia Carlston joined our team. Nadia has been in several leadership roles. She got a PhD in quantum herself, so it was on the engineering side, but then she moved to the product side.
Right.
She was excited, not about coding every day, but about having a vision of a product. She was at Amazon most recently, did an incredible job there, and she now has joined us. So there are people like Nadia who are leaders in terms of the product vision, not just the tech vision.
Of course.
Yeah.
Brilliant. And so I think a lot of organizations obviously have just got their heads around getting that data science function. So really the message is, and we, at CogX, we always believe in moving the conversation forward with concrete action.
Yeah.
The action here is you've got to start thinking about that org, working out how you're going to do some upskilling at multiple levels, and there's more than one role that they need to be thinking about.
Absolutely, and I would say, here's what we're seeing in the field, Charlie. We're seeing banks, for example, be very early adopters in this area. Among the 20 largest banks of the world, I would say at least half have experimentation programs right now in the AI quantum field.
And what would the use case be? So we should talk about some use cases.
Use case off the bat is security. What is more important to a bank than the trust and relationship with its customers and the data of its customers? There's nothing more important. And so it is very clear to the banks, and particularly to those who are taking a lean-in leadership position in this area, that they need to embrace this transition from RSA to the post-RSA world. So that's the first thing. And that's just not 2 or 3 people in some back alley. They are putting dozens of very highly talented people to transform their bank to the encryption of the future.
And that transition, is there a blueprint for what that looks like at the moment?
Thankfully there is, because we've thought a lot about, the industry that is, thought a lot about how do we make this massive transition. And the first thing that banks are doing, telcos are doing, pharma companies are doing, governments are doing, is doing an assessment, an inventory. Where are they currently in their network, on premises, in the cloud, in mobile apps, in mobile phones that are held by employees? Where are they using the older technology, the RSA technology? That's the first step.
Right.
Second step, have that be a catalyst to a transition plan, a migration map. And so the work of 2022, Charlie, is mainly the inventory work.
So it's like an audit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's a security audit.
Yeah.
And you know what the upside of that is? In addition to all the fact that it'll protect you against quantum computers, is that it actually reveals holes in your cyber infrastructure that you didn't see before.
Sure.
So there's a lot of goodness that comes from such a security audit. And then 2023, 2024 will really be the meat and potatoes of moving those RSA modules over to the post
Okay.
RSA world.
So we've got 2-3 years that's going to happen
It's
over.
a 3-year
it's a 3-year
transition
thing.
period. That's
Got it. Now, I know we're going to run out of time, so I want to jump through a couple of other conversations. You mentioned atoms.
Yes.
And, you know, Steen Jacobson gave a beautiful talk yesterday, The Economist, about how we've done this amazing amount of investment in the digital world. That's what you were talking about too. But the physical world and the physical economy,
we left for dead.
You know, it's kind of underinvested, right? So how does AQ get involved in that space?
What's interesting is that, you know, AI on its own naturally wants a lot of bits to look at. We talk about big data, right? So big data is the fuel that we fuel the machine, the monster of AI, right? We say, hey, AI, to train this model, we need 100,000 patient records or 100,000 sales records, and then train it, and it'll make predictions. And that indeed is what deep learning does, and does it very, very well. Look at the innovation. Just literally 2 blocks from here is AlphaFold from DeepMind. A sister company, and look at the innovation they did by looking at all the data around proteins. They now have, for the first time ever, a very reliable way of predicting the structure of a protein from the data around the amino acids. So we've done, as a sector, that is, a really good job, because naturally when you have large data, you can then feed it into these machine learning. But it's not so easy to say, how do we approach and attack the world of atoms, right? And what has been traditionally done, and here's what's so amazing. If I came to you, Charlie, and said, you know what, here at King's Cross, CogX would like to build a new building, and Jack has a construction firm, and we'd like to build a building for you. The cost will be $100 million. But here's the thing. In the contract, I'm going to tell you, Charlie, that there's an 80% chance of the building falling down in the first 30 days. You'd say, Jack, I don't think I'm going to choose you as a construction company. If I told you that's the norm in construction, you'd be, no, that's not the norm. But that is the norm today in pharma. So we don't accept it in construction, thankfully, but we do accept it in the world of biopharma.
Right.
The failure rates of these early stage molecules is massive. How can we address that? And I think, Charlie, we're the first human generation, we're the first generation on this planet that have the tool sets to begin to impact this, to begin to look at something not just with test tubes alone, but using the simulation capabilities that now these GPUs give us. And it's not the GPU alone either. It's an iterative loop that goes round and round. We in the simulation world will simulate billions of possibilities. We'll give it back to you in the pharma world. You'll synthesize, characterize, give it back to us, and we go back round and round.
And who's developing the models in that case for the simulated environment?
Exactly. So it's a partnership. The biopharma company typically has been drafting off of decades of biology and fundamental basic science at great universities. And that basic science said that there's an immunotherapy maybe that's possible by attacking a particular tumor in a particular way, by boosting a T cell, by boosting what's called a natural killer cell, an NK cell. There's various approaches to immunotherapy that may be hinted at by the basic science. The pharma company then says, you know what? Our candidate molecules are this, this, and this, right, from that large array. And maybe they use AI even to down select from 100 million possibilities, maybe to a few thousand or tens of thousands. But that last mile, Charlie, has to be quantum. The last mile of optimizing that structure for the one that will actually put into the human trials is ultimately a quantum issue, because quantum is what governs the interaction of when I, as a molecule, a compound, meet you, the target, the receptor. When we check in, that is a quantum interaction. And so we can't really have too many approximations there. We want the true quantum equations. That's what's quantum about these simulations. We don't have to run it on a quantum computer. One day, we will have quantum computers that will boost
even
this
faster.
Further. So we are encouraging, and at Sandbox AQ, we don't build quantum computers because, for a very special reason, We want to encourage, and we are helping the 4 dozen companies that are building quantum computers. Right here, just an hour's away in Oxford, Ilana Wisby with her company, Oxford Quantum Circuits, a great startup. And then massive companies now like PsiQuantum and IonQ and others who've raised hundreds of millions of dollars. So there's a very robust ecosystem that we are supporting. And we want that QPU, Charlie, to be integrated to the CPU and the GPU. Quantum doesn't take over the old systems. It integrates to the new systems.
It's an addition. Got it. And now we really are going to run out of time. This has been an amazing conversation. I want to make sure we just get some super specific examples going back to atoms, right? Where do you see the first kind of tipping point examples where you can claim victory there?
I see 2 areas. I think that the need, right now there's 7,000 underdrugged or undrugged diseases in the world. These include more than 1,000 types of cancer, right? So you think about pancreatic cancer. Steve Jobs, with $20 billion in the bank, couldn't save himself, right, from pancreatic cancer. And recently, the numbers, unfortunately, have not gotten better. Why? Why don't we have more people working on pancreatic cancer? The answer is risk profile. What do I mean by that? Well, if we want to do a startup in the biotech space, we're probably better off from a risk perspective creating a new statin, a new cholesterol management drug, because we know that's going to be a hit. We know, unfortunately, people have high cholesterol. And if they take this, if we just modify slightly someone else's statin, repatent that, we'll be in business. It's harder to say if we'll be successful going after something as hard as pancreatic cancer. But if we can use these kind of tools, these tools that help us simulate this world of atoms, and bring the risk down of going after pancreatic, going after GBM, glioblastoma, brain cancer, we have nothing to show, really, after 30 years. Alzheimer's, another key area. 40 years of Alzheimer's research. We don't have, fundamentally, any new drug. And recently, and here is an illustrative case, Charlie, a phase 3 trial of an Alzheimer's drug just failed 3 months ago. Phase 3 drug is a $500 million loss.
It's a long way down the path,
And so how do we change the risk profile of going after these fundamental? And to answer your question, what are the other concrete areas? The other concrete area that excites me is clean tech.
Right.
Because if we're going to store solar energy, wind energy, other forms of renewable energy, and store it effectively, we must go beyond today's battery chemistry. We must have an innovation. And there are, on the drawing boards at labs around the world and universities, ideas of zinc air and lithium air and all kinds of other things. But it will take us more decades to figure that out if we just prototype it physically. Can we use the power of molecular simulation to bring these new things to life?
And what magnitude of reduction in cost of that simulation or speed of the simulation are we talking about by bringing quantum to the table?
In each case, it'll be slightly different, but let's say this. We're looking for significant impact. If it takes on average 15 years to bring a small molecule from molecule to medicine to market, I would hope that we can cut that down by years, not months.
Right.
Maybe 50%. Right. Now, yet to be seen. We'll check it
1.5 or 5.0? 1.5.
But 50%, 5.0.
5.0.
50%, yeah. So we're hoping for significant impact.
Well, that's huge, Brilliant. Now, listen, I know we haven't got very long, and we should go back to the action that people need to take. But before we do that, I'd love to get some questions from the audience.
Let's do it.
We've got a mic there? Brilliant. So hands up in the air for a question. There's one here on the left.
We have a brave soul. And in the front.
And one at the front.
Okay.
Hello.
If you can say your name. Say your name, please.
I'm Daniel.
Hi, Daniel.
Thank you very much for the talk. It was very interesting. I was really hoping to get some clarification on some of the key things you mentioned. The store now, decrypt later.
Yeah.
I didn't quite understand what you were referring to, because in the case of hard drives, wouldn't that be encrypted with passwords? And I didn't know whether or not that's something quantum computers would be able to break anyway, or if you were referring to a hacker gaining access to something else. And in the case of the GPUs, and to me, I understood that as running physics simulations, and I was wondering what it is you do that's unique in that regard.
Great. Both good questions. Thank you, Daniel. So in the case of store now, decrypt later, SNDL, people also call it hack now, decrypt later. You may see that coming up. And these, by the way, are all great acronyms, SNDL, that you can impress your friends at cocktail parties, now that we have cocktail parties once more. And there'll be a lot more acronyms coming out of this field, no doubt. But SNDL refers to the fact that right now hackers have developed a very strong set of techniques to hack into people's networks. They use phishing, spear phishing, a number of traditional techniques, nothing to do with quantum at all, that allow them to get into the networks of large pharma companies, large banks, governments, and others. Every day we hear about another hack. Every day we hear about ransomware. And so all this illustrates the possibility that hackers, the reality that hackers are into these networks. And just recently, in the last 90 days, we now know that a number of state-sponsored adversaries have hacked into utility grids, telco grids, and others. That has now been established. So the ability of these large hacking organizations, be it state-sponsored or independent, is now clear. That's what they're doing. Once they're in, they can do whatever they want to. This is not about individual hard drives on your Mac laptop. This is about large arrays in EMC drives on the cloud, where there's gigabytes of proprietary information at a pharma company, all their molecules, all the blockbuster drugs that they, the formula they use to make those drugs. And by the way, not just pharma, also CPG, consumer packaged goods. The reason why CPG companies are successful is they keep those trade formulas secret. Of course, the most famous one is Coca-Cola, but Unilever, here, based right here in London, has thousands of secret formulas they use to make their various products. They want to keep that proprietary. And so SNDL refers to the ability of a hacker, state-sponsored or independent, to go in today, grab that information, can't read it today, but they store it on their special hacker clouds. Yes, there are clouds for hackers. And they then can read it a number of years from now once they have the computing capability. And that, even years from now, is very undermining of the business plan and of the government that got hacked today. So it's a hack that happens over the course of a number of years, but the initiation is today. In terms of the second question on GPUs, yes, physics, right now, if you have the Unity engine, for example, that we write games in, that's a physics engine, but that's a Newtonian physics engine. And so widespread right now, anyone here can start writing in Unity and can create a game where, like Mario Brothers, you can jump, and when you jump, it jumps according to Newton's equations. What we're talking about is something far different. It's the actual quantum simulation of what happens when an electron at the outside of my shell, if I'm one atom, and then Charlie represents another atom, we're going to meet. Do these two electrons bind or not? And this is a set of sophisticated equations that until recently was thought was beyond the reach of classical computing. Now we're demonstrating that actually the GPUs have gotten so good that we can begin very effectively impacting the world of atoms today using GPUs. Thank you, Daniel. Next question, please.
Brilliant. Yeah, we've got one here at the front.
Hi, I'm Andre, interested in battery technology, your approach there, milestones, the chemistries, it takes a long time to bring to market new chemistries, but it's a very, very hot area of the future of energy. It involves material science, et cetera, and a lot of crossover with what you've been talking about, I guess. Can you just describe what's going on with you guys in that
absolutely.
regard?
I think this is going to be an area of tremendous innovation in the next 2 or 3 years, like very near term, not just over 10 or 20 years. The fact is that if we look back in the last 10, 15 years, some progress was made on improvement of batteries, mainly in terms of configuration. Tesla did incredible innovation in terms of taking the idea of lithium ion, packaging in certain ways, having thermal management. One of the issues that Tesla faced in starting to create EVs at scale was the issue of thermal runaway. The idea that you can have a battery where a few of the cells start getting hot, then the whole thing blows up. And they were very innovative and clever in terms of how they managed that, and that's why the safety record has been so good. But the fact remains that the current chemistry that we have is not scalable to the billions of batteries we ultimately need. And so we have a runway right now of a supply chain that can handle the next a little bit of batteries that we need. We haven't even talked widely about the need for stationary batteries. I want to share with the prediction with you, Charlie, here today on stage, and we'll check in on it a few years from now. Today, in the UK and the US and other countries, less than 0.5% of homes and office buildings have a battery storage system,
right?
A BSS. My prediction is that just like cable TV, if we had this conversation back in 1975, I'd say, Charlie, there's something called cable TV that is coming. You'd say, wow. And I say 75%. I believe that within the next 10 years, more than 70% of all commercial buildings certainly will have a battery system, and at least half of homes will have a battery system. And that means that the scale we're talking about
It's
is absolutely enormous. So we
yeah.
need to drive to new battery chemistries. And I believe that we can do that, but we need to start using simulation. Billions and billions of simulations with slight changes in the ionic chemistry that we're talking about. A battery that does not use cobalt. A battery that uses less lithium and maybe more of another element. And putting into it not just density and storage factors, but also supply chain factors, manufacturability factors, cost factors, weight factors. And so when you have a system that is a constraint-based system, such as the one we use, then you can begin to get leapfrogs in innovation, rather than what we've done today, which is unfortunately incremental innovation over the last 10 years. So that's what we're excited about. We're excited about partnering with folks. So Charlie, to finish with the call to action.
Yeah.
Call to action to companies out there and innovators interested in clean technology, be it reducing the weight of the blades on a wind turbine, to improving solar panel efficiency, and maybe one day bringing perovskites to market, which is something that's been talked about now in the solar space for years, battery technology. We're a call to action to biotech companies and biotech innovators and labs and entrepreneurs. And the final and big call to action that you and I have been talking about is on education and reskilling. If you're in the position anywhere in the economy, be it a small startup, be it the leader in a company that's global in nature, be it at a university, we all have a role to play to train and reskill individuals right now in the economy for the new AQ world.
Well, that sounds like the most important call to
It
action
is.
right now. And is, you know, if you had to say, of anybody in the audience, if there's one thing for them to go look at, read right now as the first step on that journey, where
The
would you
first
say
step
to
is
go?
I would go to videos. I find that when people go to YouTube or other video sites and they type in what is quantum, they're going to find 5 to 6 easy bite-sized morsels. PBS, for example, the public television of the United States, just like a BBC, produced a series about quantum that is very accessible, as an example. The BBC itself, by the way, has a series as well. So there's series out there by public television, public entities, nonprofits, universities. We have Jim El-Khalili right here in England at the University of Surrey, who's done a great
But
job.
literally, search for what is quantum, browse around, watch some videos, get a feel for it.
Watch 10 videos,
Perfect.
and that will generate your next questions.
Well, listen, congratulations on an amazing spin out from Alphabet and Google. It's fantastic to see Eric Schmidt joining you as your chairman.
As the chairman,
fantastic. And on completing a fantastic funding round.
Yeah.
And we're up and running. Amazing.
We're in.
Thank you
Thank
for
you,
being
Charlie,
here.
for
Thank you
hosting
for
us
flying in as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Fantastic.
That's great. Perfect.
Thank you. Fantastic. What an energetic way to end day 2. Can we believe that we are now done and we're moving on to day 3 tomorrow, the final day of CogX. So today our focus was very much on the metaverse, safeguarding the internet for the future, and now my favorite talk of the day was Where is My Mind? The Metaverse and Mental Health. I don't know if anyone watched that one, but I think that was one of the best talks of the day. As always, I want to say a big thank you to our partners and sponsors of the festival and point out some of the events that we're hosting tonight. So we have the GLS lead partners, Quantum Black, Shell, PwC, the lead partners, BT, Lego, R2 Factory, and Rev.com. One of the events I would advise you heading to tonight is the Founder Drinks with Albion VC at Drake and Morgan. Started at 5:30, but it'll be going on till 7:30. If you can't make that, there's plenty of watering holes near. We've got the Lighterman, Spiritland, what's the other one? Port Noir. Find someone to network with, go for a drink, and enjoy your evening. I've been your host for today, Charlotte Williams, and I will see you here bright and early tomorrow morning, where we'll be talking about the rise of AR, which will be brought to life by Digital Catapult. Thank you so much. Thanks.